Alright, there we go. I kind of forgot what happened last time. Oh, I think where we left off last time. We went to the cafe with Shizune and Misha. We kind of just left Misha behind to pay the bill, because me and Shizune were kind of just like competing with each other, just being childish. And then I think we were in the student council room and we were making like signs or something for like the student festival. Alright. So I think that's pretty much us like caught up. The next day, I wake up feeling lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine, since it's a Sunday and there are no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low-quality foods. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans, since everyone is doing something. Then again, I could picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with the no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out and body crudely sprawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing, was just gonna ask if you're doing anything today. Half the school is out there already. Out where? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they out there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to throw out the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Ah, damn. Ah, damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is gonna be a very bad day. It's good you told me this, man. This is gonna be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're gonna be everywhere. The people, outside my window socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's gonna be loud as hell. Damn. And I was gonna go out today, but now it's ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here, and I can't do anything. You should have told me earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know now, but... Oops, my bad. At least I know now, but... I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? The weather is even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check out the festival. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. Ugh, no, I can't do it. They'll eat me alive out there, I know it. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face. Relatively straight. What are you gonna do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still be able to make it if we work together. I'm gonna have to hang out with the student council since I lost a bet. I realized that we didn't agree on when or where. I'll just wait for them, rather than risk missing each other in chaos outside. They must be busy running around and organizing things anyways. It's funny. I would have assumed the price for losing to Shizune in her stupid game to be a lot more severe. This is just a pretense for spending time with her. In that case, I guess she wants me to have fun. Even though she can't just come out and make her intentions clear, they may be good intentions after all, and I think I'm starting to like her more. I could skip going, but it'd be a waste, and I want to go too. I mean, you know, today does seem pretty exciting. If anything, it'll be interesting. The student council? What, that's still around? Isn't it like 2 dudes? They're both girls. Really? Are they cute? Damn, no, wait. Are they cute? No, it doesn't matter. I heard the student council president is insane. Whoever it is never talks and only gives orders through flunkies. Shit, they're the same in every school. Sounds like a cold-hearted bitch. Bitches everywhere. If it's 2 girls, they outnumber you 2 to 1. That is a dangerous situation, dude. Who knows what can happen? Damn, the student council is just 2 women, but they hold so much power. They must be stopped. I can see them, plotting ways to push their feminist agenda. I can't trust an administration like that. This is not cool. Not cool. Damn shit. He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster, like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm gonna have to find a place to hide, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. The door slowly closes with a creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. I ponder what I'd like to do with Shizune and Misha, deciding it's best to be extra prepared. I duck back into my room to stock my wallet with money. I wonder if they have that game where you try to catch goldfish on a paper net. It seems way easier than you make it look. Then again, if I were to catch a goldfish, I'd have no real reason to keep it. What am I going to do with a fish in my tiny room? Cook it? I could give it to Shizune or Misha, but that might be overstepping my bounds. It's a real problem. Both of them are cute, but I don't think I have any chance with either of them. Regardless, I mull over the thought of doing it. I imagine how they might react if I were to give them a gift tonight, like a fish or a doll. Misha would probably laugh like she always does. Shizune might slap it out of my hand. Maybe it isn't such a good idea after all. Okay, I think I'm set. A good while later, I decide that this could be another psych-out test devised by Shizune. Even if it isn't, it's starting to get kind of late. I resolve to just go out and search for them, even though I don't know where I could look. They might be really hard to find today. As soon as I step outside, I almost bump into Shizune. Hi Shizune, where's Misha? I try to sign it as best as I can, but really I'm just making stuff up. I got to ask Misha to teach me some of this. Here. Misha pops up from behind Shizune, grinning widely. We just came to make sure you're coming along with us to the festival. Don't re-age on your promise? I don't think I've ever heard that. I don't think I've ever seen that word before. Promise? I don't think I promised anything. Stop trying to get out of it. Come on, Hick-chan. It'll be fun. You need this anyways, or you'll be a no good person. You don't want to become one of those people who just stay in their dorm rooms all day, being paranoid, do you? I find myself staring over her shoulder at the door to Kenji's room right across from mine. I hope he didn't hear that, but I think Misha wants the opposite. No, of course not. I was just playing around a little and was right about to leave anyways. You two didn't have to come here. Really? Ahahaha, Hick-chan was worried you would try to get out of it somehow. We need you, Hick-chan. Huh? I think my heart just skipped a beat. I don't have the aim to knock the dolls off their pedestals in that one game, and Hick-chan refuses to throw things. Oh. Shizune stares at me, immediately noticing my disappointment. She uncrosses her arms and adjusts her glasses. What did you think we meant? I refuse to throw anything. Why, Shik-chan, that is weird. Well, anyways, Hik-chan, you've thrown a ball before, right? So, you have to come with us. I'm amazed by their logic. I don't know if they're joking or if they're not. I'd feel offended if I didn't know you guys were joking. You're joking, right? It is what it is, Hik-chan. It is what it is, what it is, what it is. Well, that's reassuring. Come on, let's go. The death band is setting up outside your window. Misha grabs me by the hand and tries to pull me out the door, but it's clear that she isn't trying at all. Shizune looks at the both of us, blushing slightly and fiddling with her glasses impatiently. I'm not used to this kind of casual contact, but I have nothing against it. How could I object? It's still light outside, but the sun is getting ready to set behind the trees. It looks like half the school is out here, and I can even see some faculty members standing off to the side, helping themselves to some punch. They're about to empty the entire bowl, to the dismay of the girl working the stall. There are some fortune tellers chatting idly with their friends, while others have already started slinging horoscopes at any who walk within range. I think that kind of tactic is a little too aggressive, but it shows that they're into it. It's refreshing to see, but I don't know if I'll be able to get used to it. I think a lot of that is bullshit. I do like tarot card readings, but obviously, like, even for someone who practices, like, tarot card readings and stuff like that, they tell you straight up to take, like, to basically take all of it with, like, a grain of salt. Obviously, like, it's not supposed to be used as, like, a guide. But, like, to that extent, like, horoscopes and stuff like that, people who can allegedly, like, see into the future and stuff like that, I think all those are malarkey. I think it's bullshit. I don't trust anyone who does shit like that. I think those kind of people just, like, prey on, they prey on, like, either extremely vulnerable people or people who are just extremely gullible. Cause when me and my ex, like, first split up, and I was, like, I was in my fucking sad boy phase where I was liking just, like, the most depressing shit on, like, TikTok and videos like that. I would occasionally actually get, like, messages from a lot of these, like, fortune tellers, in quotations, who were like, yeah, if you, like, WhatsApp me or, like, Cash App me money, I'll do, like, a fortune reading for you to see if she's ever gonna come back to you. And I was like, nah, it ain't that deep, bro. I don't need a fortune reading. I'm fine. I'm just a little depressed, but I'll get over it. Well, we should get something to eat. Hungry, Hik-chan? Come to think of it, I haven't eaten all day. I don't really want to eat fried noodles. That's okay, there are other fried foods. Are there any foods that aren't fried? Candy, junk food is essential of celebrations. Wahahaha. Come on, I mean, Shik-chan will treat you to one thing. One? Just one. So you can build up energy for your throwing arm. But it doesn't look like all the booths are done setting up yet, so I might not be able to get what you want. I took a look around, surprised by the number of stalls. It's unbelievable. This festival seems larger than the ones you might see in actual towns. Despite what Misha said, it seems like half of the school is already celebrating. The air is humming with the excited chatter of at least half the student body. I can smell food cooking, and it's only making me hungrier by the second. Come on, Hik-chan. The food is already disappearing fast. If you want takoyaki, we need to move now. I could go for some takoyaki. Come on, let's eat that. Alright, I haven't had takoyaki in forever. I'm game. Shizune takes off before Misha can even sigh it back to her, briskly walking towards the takoyaki stand as Misha and I try to catch up. Misha laughs as she skips towards Shizune, who asks for the 3 orders of takoyaki by holding up 3 fingers. I never noticed it before, but for someone who is obsessed with high-class tea, it's a little weird that Shizune is also so into fast food. I take the plate of takoyaki she hands me and wonder if I should dig in. It looks extremely hot. I can see the smoke coming off of it and the oil bubbling on the surface. Shizune and Misha both look at me, as if waiting for me to eat before they can begin. I can't back down, so I spear one on the tiny plastic fork, jauntily sticking up the corner of the plate. However, before I can even put it in my mouth, Shizune and Misha begin eating eagerly. Shizune taking quick but delicate bites out of the takoyaki, while Misha eats with relish like a small child. I guess at the end of the day, both of them are just kids like any other student here. This is kind of nice. I don't think I've had a chance like this in a long time to just hang out with people and enjoy their company. Even before coming here, I've been going through a very busy year. So busy that I hadn't realized what I had been missing out on until recently. Here I feel at peace. This is the soothing atmosphere. I didn't know these kind of festivals still existed. Hik-chan, you aren't going to eat your food? No, I'm going to eat it. I hope you aren't chickening out because it's too hot. That's not it. Even their teasing is beginning to become endearing. I eat quickly before my food can get cold, thinking that the dimly lit paper lanterns glowing warmly against the sunset make for a beautiful sight. Before I can finish my last bite of takoyaki, Shizune steps forward in front of me, standing perfectly straight with her arms rigidly behind her back. I can see she's trying her best to look as serious as possible, but even she can't hide her good mood, as there is a slight smile on her face. Come on, Hik-chan, let's go play some games. Are they even done setting up? No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Come on, Hik-chan, before it gets too crowded. Misha puts her hand on my shoulder and laughs very loudly. Come on, the prizes look really great this year. Really, really. Wouldn't you like to win some prizes for two cute girls like us? Misha flashes her best cute look, which is admittedly pretty cute. I look at Shizune, expecting her to do the same, but she just looks at me like I'm insane. Misha, stop doing that. Wait, I'm Misha. Hik-chan, hurry up. You've been holding that piece of takoyaki for like 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. I like to savor everything that I eat, even this. Without warning, Shizune picks the takoyaki from my hand and plops it into her mouth with a smile. It happened so fast there was no way I could have stopped her. Before I can even fully process what just happened, Misha bursts into laughter, and Shizune smiles at me. Probably the closest I've ever seen to her coming to laughing. Well, that takes care of that. Wahahaha. Shizune grabs my right hand, and Misha grabs my left. You're coming with us. There's a lot to do tonight. You should try harder to enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Running through an already sizable crowd of people, we play the game after game, from ring toss to whack-a-mole to games I've never even heard of. We rarely win, but it's fun nonetheless. Hey, do they have that goldfish scooping game here? Of course. I didn't know you liked that game, Hik-chan. Well, I've always wanted to try it. It doesn't seem too hard. Are you sure about that, Hik-chan? Wahahaha. Okay, okay. We'll see. It should be around here somewhere. But, where are you gonna keep your fish? Do you have a bowl for it? Well, no. Maybe he'll eat it. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Hik-chan. If we win any fish, we'll give them to you. Oh, really? Another game? Fine then. Shizune pushes me excitedly towards the booth, trying to hide the enthusiasm in her eyes. Fortunately, the two of them fail to catch a single fish, but I don't do any better. I can't help but laugh as immediately afterwards they start tugging me towards a particularly large, colorful stall that I helped build. I remember this one. It had been a real pain in the ass to make. The booth runner, an average-looking guy with dyed brown hair, snaps to attention when he sees us walking over. I notice two things. First, it's one of those games where you throw a ball at a pyramid of, oh, the fuck is that word? Oh, apik bottles? Yeah, I'm gonna say apik. Opika bottles and try to knock over as many as possible. 4 balls for 50 yen. That's pretty good. Second, there are instructions on how to play in Braille. I almost want to say something and look to see if Shizune and Misha see it as well. Either they don't, or they don't find us strange at all. Hey, it's good to see you, Hakamichi. Thank you so much for your help with the booth. Having fun? Shizune glances towards Misa, who sighs everything to her in a flash, then beams at the operator. Haha, it was nothing at all. Really? Yeah, this is great. I think the best festival we put together yet. Shiriki, we'd like to play this game. That's okay, right? Of course. It would be really great if you would just give your cute, hard-working student council representatives a prize for all the hours we put into making all this possible. Haha, no. If anything, Shiriki has balls. Hey, I built this doll. It was a back-breaking job, too. I wasted 2 hours of my life. I think I deserve at least a free round. And me. Me too. Ah. After some hesitation, he eventually gives in and hands each of us 4 balls with a shrug. Barely a second later, Shizune and Misha dump theirs in front of me. What gives? Don't tell me that after making such a big deal out of it, you two aren't actually gonna play? Not after the way we ganged up on Shiriki? Yeah. You stay out of this, please. Shizune turns to me and begins waving her hand dismissively. Misha appears torn between translating for her and consoling the booth operator. Ah ha ha ha, Hik-chan. Where's your sense of chivalry? Besides, I, Shik-chan, have a policy against throwing balls. Ah, sorry, Hik-chan. I don't know if my aim is that good either. You must be pretty good at these things, though, right? Shouldn't be a problem for you. This looks simple enough. The bottles aren't even that far away. The only challenge is that these are wiffle balls. I throw one at the bottles hard, and it bounces off unceremoniously. What the hell? Oh yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. There's a waiter inside the bottles. Trade secret. Or there's water inside the bottles. That's not very fair. This must be why it's 4 balls for 50 yen. How devious. Come on, Hik-chan. You can knock him down. You have 11 more chances. Go. Maybe you should do it. Shizune, do you want to try? Shizune empathetically shakes her head from side to side. I laugh. This is actually pretty funny. Winding up, I throw another ball at the pyramid of bottles and manage to get them to budge just slightly. Both Shizune and Misha are casting longing glances towards a doll shaped like cat. All in all, they really aren't that different. Sometimes I wonder if Shizune would sound like Misha if she could talk. Nah, they're not that alike. I throw another ball, realizing that it's actually quite simple. If I can hit 2 bottles in the bottom row at the same time, it's an easy win. Already a small crowd is beginning to gather, so the pressure is really on me. 9 more shots. Winding up like a baseball pitcher, I throw as hard as I can, and the bottles come tumbling down. Triumphantly, I claim my girlish cat doll prize, and Misha laughs uproariously, as if it was her who had won it. Shizune stares at me with the usual blank expression. It's clear she wants the doll too. Hik-chan, congratulations. What are you gonna do with that doll? There is no right answer. I have to tread carefully. I do not know. Well, I'll take it, if you don't want it. Unless you want to keep it for yourself, Hik-chan. I didn't know you liked dolls. How delicate. I don't. I have no use for this. Can I have it then? Their eyes are drilling into my soul. This is a decision I don't want to make. I turn back to the booth. Hey, you have more than one of this doll? Actually, yeah, just one more. Okay, set everything up again. I want to try for that one as well. I still have 8 tries. As soon as the game is set up again, I throw as hard as I can, but miss. Haha, trying to win another one? Take an easy way out, Hik-chan. If it's that easy, you could try it. No thanks. Say, Hik-chan, can you at least put the doll down while you throw the balls? No. There's only one more left. You had better get it. If you fail, I'll kill you. What a clever way to duck out of giving me the doll, though. And by me, I mean me. Ah ha ha ha, just kidding. I can see Misha didn't mean any harm from it, and Shizune seems to be enjoying her joke, smiling at it, but she looks a little depressed afterwards. I decide to hand her the doll. At least while I'm trying to win the other one. It's kind of hard to aim holding a giant cat. Thank you, Hik-chan. Shik-chan seems happy. But you're gonna win one for me too, right? That is what I'm trying to do, isn't it? I throw again, but my aim is way off this time. My arm feels kind of heavy as well, as if blood isn't flowing to it properly. I scold myself mentally, thinking that it's pathetic. I could get tired from something like that. Then I realize maybe it's because of my heart. If it is, then I don't know what to think. It's depressing that even something as small as this is enough to make me realize my own mortality. I guess there won't ever be a time where I'll be able to forget about it. Even today, when I thought I'd be able to just enjoy myself on this beautiful night and in this beautiful place, I can't escape the reason why I'm here. I've never felt so at peace in my life. In this place, which is like nowhere else I've ever been. It's hard now to keep from thinking the unthinkable. That I may just have been sent here to die. These past few days have been some of the best of my life. The first time in a long time that I've ever felt truly alive. But in the end, I'm someone who finds himself reminded every time he climbs too many stairs or throws a ball too hard that he could die at any second. I'll always be limited by this. I feel depressed by that, and angry as well. In the end, I care about my life and I enjoy it, and now it's more transient than ever before. I wonder what it is that will finally do me in. It could be anything. If I'm this weak and pathetic, a bad fall, a punch to the chest, a stray baseball. Now I've lost my will to keep playing this game, but I keep playing anyway. Suddenly, I feel a split-second sensation of pain in my chest, and it comes and goes instantaneously, but it's enough to make me stumble just a bit. Shizune jumps back, startled. She comes closer, staring at me with concern. Misha puts her hand on my shoulder. Hey Hik-chan, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I don't really feel too good right now. I think I'm sick. I don't think I can go on. Misha frowns. Don't strain yourself. If you're that sick, you'll just make yourself sicker. Look, the festival is just getting started, but we've been playing games for a while. We can take a little break if you're tired. Good idea, Shik-chan. I'm feeling a little tired too. I think we're all a little worn out, running all over the school, Hik-chan. I nod. They don't seem to notice anything unusual. That's good. We walk through the sea of people with Misha cheerfully pointing at the faces of everyone she knows. Shizune holds the stuffed cat in her arms, cradling it absent-mindedly. Seems like they're having fun. Suddenly I feel a pang of guilt. Because of my poor health, we all had to stop. Hik-chan, we're both feeling kind of hungry. How about you? I'm not as hungry as I could be, but I do want something to eat. That's good enough, Hik-chan. So what should we get to eat? It doesn't really matter. How about sandwiches then? And we'll need something to drink too. Misha will get everything. What? Shizune looks at me and smiles, and I realize she might be trying to cheer me up with a joke. I laugh. Hik-chan, it's getting kind of crowded, so we might not be able to eat here. It's getting kind of loud too. Maybe we should go eat up on the roof. That's fine with me. It might be a nice view, and there could be a little breeze. Okay then, I guess I should get the food and drinks now, so I'll see the two of you then. Misha gives a clumsy wave and then runs off. Before, I didn't notice how the paper lanterns looked illuminating the dark night, but now that I'm able to see it, it's really an amazing sight. Fireflies float overhead, their soft glow making it look as if it's snowing light in the night sky. This type of thing would be impossible to see in the city. Shizune tugs at my sleeve impatiently and crosses her arms, frowning as if to show displeasure at me for getting distracted. You know I don't know how to read sign language. Come to think of it, isn't it kind of stupid of me to have said that to a deaf person? She wouldn't have heard it. I shrug, hoping to show her that I don't understand. Shizune shakes her head and dismisses it with a wave of the hand. Maybe I should get around to asking Misha for some lessons on sign language. Climbing up onto the roof, I find myself in awe again at the sheer size of the school. The grounds are so expansive that I can't believe I hadn't realized it before. As I walk across the roof, trailing behind Shizune, I can't help but be taken aback by the stars shining in the sky. Shizune and I sit down on a bench. She seems like she's in a good mood as she smiled softly while the breeze blows through her hair. We look down at the festival, which looks like a sea of glowing amber lanterns and waving paper fans, teeming with people. Some of them festively dressed in yukata. In fact, most of the girls seem to be wearing yukata. I wonder if Shizune and Misha didn't dress up today. Or why Shizune and Misha didn't dress up today. The two of them look nice in yukata. I briefly think about what types they could wear. Shizune would likely go with something traditional. However, Misha is a bit harder to place. Misha arrives, panting as she runs to us, trying to keep the food in her arms from falling. Setting everything on the ground, she lets herself drop backwards. Ahahaha. That took a while. Come on, you two didn't tell me what you wanted, so I got some rice punch, some sandwiches, and some candy too. A little bit of everything. That's great. Let's dig in. Misha takes a bite out of a small triangular sandwich. So, Hikchan, what do you think of the festival? It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. The stars are nice tonight. This couldn't have been a more perfect day. The sound of people talking below us is like faint music alongside the chirping of crickets in the distance. I take a sip from the can of punch and look over at Misha, who looks as if she's sleeping comfortably with her back stretched out, and a half-full can of apple juice balanced on her stomach. Shizune sits with her legs drawn close to her, rocking back and forth slowly like an impatient child as she stares up at the sky. The two of them are so cute. I look around and can see many students holding hands with their girlfriends or boyfriends. Not too far from us on this roof, there are couples gazing up at the stars or down at the lights of the festival, holding each other's hands. A part of me wants that. Looking at Shizune and Misha, I wonder if maybe I should ask one of them out someday. I wonder if it would be worth the risk. The golden hands moving across the face of the delicate watch on Shizune's wrist catch my eyes, and I see that it's getting kind of late, but the festivities are still going strong. Shizune is still holding the stuffed cat I won by the paw. She notices me looking at her. Offhandedly, she offers it to me. I smile, wanting to ask her what I would do with it, but she wouldn't be able to understand me. I shake my head and try my best to tell her to keep it, hoping she'll understand. As I look out towards the school, I can see before me so many people, all of which are happy and cheerful. Watching them makes me feel content. This really is something. Today was worth it. But I still can't shake the feeling of guilt and melancholy from earlier. They kept hanging on to me, and I can't let them go. Shizune sighs something to me, and I can't understand her. No matter what I say, she won't be able to hear me. I can't understand you, Shizune. Well, whatever. I wonder if we both consider ourselves at fault for this. Anyways, I'm sorry for not being able to understand. You know, I'm almost glad that you tried to coerce me into the coming here. If I attempt to date you, though, I might have to think more about that side of you. No, actually, I'm glad. Today was nice. You would be cuter if you smiled more. You have a nice smile. Frustrated, she stands up, arms behind her back, looking authoritative and confident, and gets the backdrop of the stars. Shizune suddenly throws her arms out towards the open sky, seeming to hold it between her. It's as if she's telling me to look at everything in front of me. The school bathed with the festival glow and lit up with a colorful yukata, the roof illuminated by fireflies, the sky so vast that it imposes the feeling of awe onto you. What does she want? It slowly dawns on me with time. This beautiful scene before me is proof that there are things wonderful enough that spoiling them with a bad mood would be unforgivable. I can feel the weight of Shizune's personality pressing the point further. Thanks, I guess. I look away, but then Shizune grabs me by the shoulder, her watch brushing against my cheek. With her left hand, she points up at the sky. With faint pops, fireworks begin to go off in the sky, each one spreading a shower of bright colors that slowly fade into the dark. I can't even recall the last time I saw fireworks at all, much less a display this large. Not to mention it seems that they're being launched from the school. It's almost impossible to believe. The lights in the sky mingle with the second salvo from the town below, and they seem timed to complement each other like two parts of a duet. They continue for maybe 15 more minutes and then stop. Shizune realizes her hand is still on my shoulder and withdraws it carefully, looking a little uncomfortable. Regaining her composure, she grins, with her hands on her hips and her chest thrust out in front of her. It's in these moments that she seems most like a regular teenage girl, energetic, happy, and carefree. I eat thoughtfully with Shizune, the two of us looking out at the gradually thinning crowds below in silence. She sits leaning forward slightly, her chin resting softly on her hands with a contented look on her face, with just a hint of wistfulness. All the while still gently holding on to the stuffed cat's paw. I start feeling tired, and I tell her that I'll see her and Misha tomorrow, without even realizing that she can't hear me, and then start walking back to the dorms. I feel warm and alive, even in this chilly night air. The image of Shizune standing forcefully before the stars themselves, denying my self-pity, does not leave my mind easily. If it only takes the time, if it only takes a moment for there to be love, I think I may be falling in love with her. And just a little bit. Honestly, I am actually kind of enjoying this one. I do think I am actually enjoying this one more than the one with Emmy. Also, did any of the other stories have an animation like this? I don't really remember a lot of the other stories having like an animation at all. That one was honestly kind of nice, and it definitely gives a hint towards Misha getting jealous of us eventually. The next morning, I recall what a perfect night last night was, so much so that I can't stop thinking about it. It's probably not the most appropriate time to reminisce, since I have a test first period. It's so unfair. How can they do this? They hold a festival that is the accumulation of what has been at least a few weeks worth of work on a Sunday, and then follow up with exams starting the next morning. It's gotta be some kind of sick joke. I'm not too worried about it, but I wonder if they really couldn't have held off on this for at least another week. Well, at least the weather this morning is nice enough that I can study outside before class. It's a lot more refreshing out here than it would be in the classroom, not to mention with how quiet it is. I'm starting to think that everyone else will be sleeping in pretty late today. I put down the notes I'm reviewing for a second and stare up at the school grounds, still littered with festival stalls. Looking at them now in the daytime without paper lanterns or crowds of people to draw my attention away from them, I noticed something peculiar. A lot of the stalls that Shizune, Misha, and I visited last night also happened to be the ones that we worked on. That's cute. Did Shizune come up with this? It had to be intentional, especially knowing her. Did she hope that I would catch on and see the fruit of our labor? I hear footsteps crunching the grass behind me and I turn around. I feel slightly paranoid, but all I see is Shizune standing there with an inconspicuous look on her face. Good morning. Why do I keep forgetting that she can't hear me? It's probably because I've gotten so used to Misha translating for the both of us that I haven't actually run into many situations where I was forced to acknowledge Shizune's deafness and the problems that could stem from it. I think yesterday was the first. I gave her a wave anyways. I can't at least do this much, but I'm not even going to pretend for a minute that I could hold up a conversation with her, considering my ignorance of sign language. It would be rude to just go back to my notes. I don't really know what else I could do. Where's Misha? Not just because I can't understand you. You two are always together anyways, so I'm not used to seeing you apart. I know it's silly, but for some reason talking to her makes me feel less awkward. Surprisingly, she doesn't get mad at all. She starts signing, but it's different than usual. Shizune's hands move more slowly, and the gestures are simple. I quickly realize that this isn't sign language at all, but she's still attempting to communicate with me. So is this the sign language equivalent of breaking it down into layman's terms? I'm terrified that if I attempt to gesticulate back, I just look like a total dumbass. The look on Shizune's face tells me that she is starting to think that I'm trying to have any kind of back and forth like this is not exactly the best way to accomplish things. There has to be a better way. Writing on a pad? Well, I do have a paper and pencil. What else, though? Cell phones? I don't really have much use for mine here, so I barely carry it around. And I don't know if Shizune even has one. She takes the initiative, holding up a finger to ask for a pause before pulling out a pad and pen from her bag and writing a single word on it. Hello. I stare blankly at her and receive a similar but somehow more intimidating stare in response. She nudges the pad in my direction forcefully, clearly wanting me to reply. Good morning. Shizune beams with a disproportionate amount of happiness. She starts twirling her pen triumphantly as she thinks about where to go from here. Oh, come on, it's not like we just invented fire. Shizune pushes up her glasses curdily, as if she had heard me, and then starts writing at me furiously. Use the notepad, right. I'm confused, as am I supposed to take it from her and write? Okay now? This is about the furthest thing I could imagine from a smooth, flowing conversation. It makes me envy the ease at which Misha is able to communicate with Shizune. Are you studying for the test? I'm pretty sure I can get away with answering simple yes or no questions like this with nods. You're here very early. Most people sleep in late after the festival. That means you're abnormal. Is that so? You're here too. Before handing that response back to her though, I remember what I noticed earlier in ad. Yesterday was fun. I noticed today that I built a lot of the stalls we went to. Maybe that's why they were so familiar. Was this another game? She shakes her head from side to side indignantly. No tricks. I thought that because you had made those stalls, they were the most important ones. We had to visit them because everyone should be able to appreciate the fruit of their labors. I wanted you to be able to see and enjoy what you had done. I'm sort of touched. Still, I have to wonder why she would go so far out of her way, and I ask as much as my response. Because you were depressed. I want to say that I was depressed for days, but stop. It's true, I was moping quite a bit, and not being too subtle about it half the time. Either so it's possible that she knew. Was everything she did just to cheer me up then? Thanks. I mumble it before I can catch myself, but Shizune doesn't seem to care. I write it down instead, and she nods once, as if unused to it. The silence between us grows more vast with each passing second, and there's nothing I can do to break it. Having to write everything down on paper kind of destroys any hope of trying to be casual. Good luck on the exam. Shizune pushes the pad right in front of my eyes, breaking my concentration, taking the initiative again as always. As she walks into the school building, I can't help feeling a little sad. That felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life, and all because it's so alien for me to have a face-to-face conversation with someone by passing notes to each other that I can't help coming up blank most of the time. It makes me want to learn sign language. That's easier said than done, although in a school like Yamaku, they might very well have sign language classes. In that case, there would be little reason not to pursue this. The only person who I can think to ask at the moment is Misha. How badly do I want to know this? There's two options. Wait until after class or go look for her now. I guess I'll go now, but I'm not certain where she is. My best bet would be to start searching for her in the girls' dorm. Though, after all, if she wasn't with Shizune, that's probably the only place where she would be. A guy casually prowling around the girls' dorm early in the morning is unacceptable, but asking Misa about sign language classes in front of Shizune would be unthinkable. She has to come to school sometime. After all, we're in the same class, so she too has to take the test. If I wait here, I'll be sure to see her sooner or later. I just hope she doesn't walk past me while I'm flipping through my notes. Turns out to be a pretty long wait as students file into the school. I wonder if Misha is going to be late. I eventually catch sight of her while she bounces across the ground. It hits me that I'd have to be blind to miss her with the incredibly distinct hair. Hi, Hik-chan. Good morning. Morning. I don't have a lot of time left before class starts, so I cut directly to the chase. Hey, can I ask you a question? A question? Okay, Hik-chan, sure. I have time, but only because I'm late. What does that mean? Haha, I should have woken up earlier, but I was so tired. If I had, I would have studied, but since I didn't, it won't hurt. What is it, Hikchan? Well, there are sign language classes here, right? Yep, they're electives. Why do you want to know, Hikchan? For some reason, that question briefly makes me panic. No reason. It sounds interesting, but I guess it's too late to sign up now, right? I'm not exactly being too subtle here, but Misha never seems to pick up on things like that anyways, so I'm probably being more cautious than necessary. Well, Hikchan, I've heard there are fewer and fewer students taking Psi every year, so if you want to, I'm sure they'll let you in. Are you thinking of learning sign language, Hikchan? Yeah. If you learn sign language, Hikchan, that would make Shizune really happy. If you want, we can go to the teacher's office after school. They'll probably let you in. That would be great. Don't tell Shizune that I want to learn it, though. Why not? So it can be a surprise. Besides, it'll look bad if you tell her this morning, and then I find out in the afternoon that I can't take the classes. You're right, Hikchan. Still, this would be hard. It's such good news. I'm in the student council, so I might as well try learning it. Even if it's just the basics, it'd be a step up from nothing. Besides, Shizune and I can't keep relying everything through you as if you were a phone or something, right? Wahahaha. You're right, Hikchan. The bell rings to signal the start of the first period, cutting through our conversation short. I guess I'll just ask the teacher after classes are through. Her reaction was a little strange, but I forgot about it as the days go on. The seeds of doubt are slowly starting to set in already with Misha. I do genuinely feel bad for Misha. Unfortunately, I already know like what happens with the story. But yeah, I do I feel bad for Misha. The bell rings and the teacher at the front of the room gestures that classes are over for the day. Although getting into this class is surprisingly easy, it's only been a few days, and I'm still not used to the experience. The actual signing is easier to pick up than I expected, but most of my classmates are hard of hearing. On top of that, the teachers favor immersion. I haven't heard her speak since I asked if I could take the class. It's an alien concept and really unnerving. The moment I step out of the classroom, I hear a familiar laugh explode through the air a short distance to my left. Hi, Hikchan. Misha's not in my sign language class, so this is the first time I've seen her in this context. I still don't know whether or not being in my class is good or bad. Cat, get down. She's fucking on it today with just laying right in front of my keyboard. Literally laying in the worst place possible, when there's an entire, like, table to my right side that she can lay on. It would be more interesting with her in it, but the potential for awkward situations would increase drastically. Hi. It's a surprise to see you here, Hikchan. Ah, that's right. You're taking sign language, aren't you? Right. What do you think of it so far, Hikchan? It's not easy to learn a new language, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Despite how different it is from other languages, it's still easier than English. Haha, really, Hikchan? I agree. I was just joking, but she's apparently totally serious. I wonder how Misha can effortlessly translate things to me while simultaneously having a conversation with Shizune in a different language like she does. Until now, I've taken for granted how amazing it is. Someone bumps into my shoulder and apologizes. It's getting kind of crowded here. What with it being the end of the day and all. I think we should talk somewhere else instead of the hallway. Let's go to the roof or something. Okay. I decide to continue talking on the way. It's surprisingly quiet enough to carry on a conversation while doing so. It's still taking me some time to get used to having to look at the teacher constantly. I guess I took all those years of simply listening to the lectures while I doodled for granted. It makes taking notes a lot more difficult too. The introductory class is small, and I'm already behind. I guess I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, this is much better. I turn around to look back at Misha and see her staring at me with her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed out. Hikchan, you're behind? That's not good at all. I started the class a week later than everyone else. It's not that bad. Okay, Hik-chan, let's review what you learned then. I'll tutor you, okay? This is the first time I've heard "I'll tutor you" used outside of dirty movies. I'm not nearly as turned on as I have expected. I don't know if I need a tutor yet. Ah. She looks more disappointed than usual. It makes me feel awkward to see her making that kind of face. I want to be a sign language teacher, Hik-chan, but it would be really great if I could try tutoring someone in it first. Even if it's for a little while, the experience would be valuable. Well, yeah, that's true. I didn't know you wanted to be a sign language teacher. It's hard to believe she isn't intentionally trying to make me feel guilty because she's very good at it. Still, it makes sense. She's very good at sign language already, from what I've seen, and certainly has the voice for dealing with hearing impairment. I never saw her as the teaching type, though. It's the reason why I wanted to go to this school, Hik-chan. It's also really expensive to attend here, you know. Because I want to be a sign language teacher, I have to reduce tuition fees. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to keep going here. I see. It's not that I think you would be bad at tutoring, it's just that I don't know if I need it just yet. You're right, Hik-chan. You're smart. Well, no, that just makes me sound arrogant. Alright, please tutor me. Ha ha ha. Really? Okay. Yay, thanks, Hik-chan. I'll do my best. Let's start right now. Too soon. I miss Hik-chan. Didn't you just see her this morning? But it's hard to talk to her in class, Hik-chan. There's no student council today either. Well, there have been exams all week. I'd be kind of mad if there was still student council. I'll be glad when they are over. When it's back, you're not going to skip out, right, Hik-chan? Of course. I'm in it after all. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly stop showing up. A promise is a promise. Misha pauses for a second, not looking very convinced. Hik-chan takes the student council very seriously, Hik-chan. Now that you joined, she works harder than before since she wants to make a good impression. Some other people joined at first, but they stopped coming soon after. Hik-chan tried to get more people interested in the student council, but wasn't successful. Even when someone would join, they'd stop coming eventually. They'd make excuses and just put it off more and more until they stopped coming altogether. However, I believe that you really mean it, Hik-chan. My eyes stay focused on her hands, tilting and moving aside, or moving almost of their own free will, softly signing everything she is saying to herself as she speaks. When you said you would join, she was really happy. Hik-chan thinks you're interesting. An uninteresting person won't have the drive needed to join. Even if they do, a person that isn't interesting will quit soon after. That's what Hik-chan said. So it's my duty to make sure you keep going. Is that why you want to tutor me? You're kind of sneaky. Really, Hik-chan? That's the first time anyone has said that about me. Wahahaha. There's no chance that I would avoid student council work now. Thinking back over the past few days, I've started to realize that the only reason I joined in the first place was because of Shizune. Her competitiveness and the force of will are alluring. I can't tell Misha that, though. Okay, Hik-chan, let's review what you learned in class today. You don't even know what I learned in class today? You're right, Hik-chan. Okay, let's start with the basics then. I'll just teach you everything from the beginning. You're kidding, right? Huh? You're serious? That's like days of lessons, and we're not even learning on the same level. It's like riding a bike, Hik-chan. You never forget the basics. I don't know how to ride a bike, though. Oh no. Right. I want to be a teacher one day, so of course I know what I'm doing. Okay, we're starting. She looks like she's trying very hard, so this could be bad. Well, learning a language is vastly different from teaching it, and the first step is usually the hardest. Honestly, I couldn't do any better. Still, sign language was formally introduced in the 18th century by a Frenchman named, whose name I can't pronounce, and he started the first public school for the deaf in 1755. But the unwritten history of sign language is said to... I don't really know how to start. Sorry, well, what better place to start than the history of sign language, right? No, wait, maybe the alphabet. Okay, the alphabet it is then. Okay, Hik-chan. This is a pretty basic stuff, although some people think that this is all of signing, and forget there are all kinds of specific gestures and words. Although you can't really get anywhere else without the basics, this is A. Do you see it? Now you try. I already know this, though. I humor her anyways. Haha, yeah, that's it. Now this is B, this is C. Misha makes one symbol with each hand, without specifying which is which. And now D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Yeah, this is bad. Do you think Shizune wants to do some student council work today anyway? We could go. Of course not, Hik-chan. Come on, I'll do it again. Your turn. So there's really no student council work that needs doing, or anything like that? What are you talking about, Hik-chan? Come on, sign, sign. Like this? No, like this. Like... this. Uh-huh. I wish Hik-chan were here. This would be so much easier with her. Haha, that's how you sign language is taught most of the time. Anyway, with 2 instructors. Did you know that, Hik-chan? No. I let my brain run through what this would be like if Shizune were here. Hik-chan, are you paying attention? Yeah. Hik-chan says that sign language is different from any other, because you have to think about everything before you say it. That means every word has more weight, Hik-chan. Every single one is more important than normal. So pay attention, please. She continues her basic rundown of the basics of sign language. Eventually, she starts talking about stuff I start to recognize. In the end, I'm impressed. It took a bit of stumbling to get there, but as a teacher, she's pretty good when she's serious. After a while, I start to notice that it's getting late, so I thank Misha, bid her goodbye, and go back to my dorm. I learned a lot today. I'm jolted awake by a thunderous banging sound coming from my door. My first thought is it could be Shizune. After all, only a deaf person or a jackass would knock that loudly at this hour. Who is it? Of course, if it's Shizune, she wouldn't be able to hear that answer. Or wouldn't be able to hear it or answer. There's no reply, so I'm kind of pleased. I haven't seen Shizune in a while. Opening the door, I find Kenji standing out in the hall, his eyes nervously darting from side to side. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. What kind of reaction is that? Well, I'd be able to give you a more personalized response if you had answered when I asked who it was. Kenji frowns and pushes up his glasses exactly like Shizune. Why are you making that weird face? I wonder how he's able to see me making a face now, yet wasn't able to the millions of other times I reacted to something weird he has said or done. I kinda want to pursue this, but I'm too tired to actually do so. Shizune pushes her glasses up just like that. You know, the student council president. It's just a little weird. What the hell? What do you mean there's a girl who does the same thing? You mean she touches her glasses? I do that. That's my thing. Who is this bitch? Why are all bitches up in my business, stealing what I do? His character flips from anger to fear in the blink of an eye. Is she trying to replace me? Pod people? No, wait. That's an exact copy. Pod woman. It's like my 2 greatest fears combined. It is! I can't believe he has a point. Hey, you gonna go into town today? Maybe later. Okay, awesome. I have some stuff I want to pick up for me at a post office. Some delicate and secret stuff. He speaks in a whisper, as if talking about his mail, and even a normal tone of his voice will jeopardize it. You can have your mail sent directly here, you know. No, you can't. You could have your mail sent to the school, and then the student council picks it up, and then they give it to you. That's not the same as the mail appearing in your hands. I don't trust the student council. Many dudes don't get their mail here, you know. They probably steal it all. They think that just because it's sent to them, they have a license to steal. I can see them now, elbow deep in mail, fast grabbing all the free swag they can get a hold on. Sickening. Where can I find this mailman who can conjure mail out of thin air and into your hands? I don't know. I bet the student council killed him to preserve their monopoly on all the students' shit. It doesn't work that way. Is that what you wanted, though? Fine, I can pick up your mail for you, but eventually I'm gonna collect on those favors. You already owe me some money. Thanks for reminding me. I'll pay you back after I get my package. Yeah, my bad. I can't really pay you until then. I'm still broke. Then I'm basically doing it for money like a job. What do you need the package first? Is there money in the package? Nah. I'm seriously dumbfounded. Why can't you get it? Because I am going to remodel my room today into a war room. As the days go by, I realize more and more how dangerous feminism is. It really is everywhere, even in places like Iran. You can't tell how far up it goes. When the war begins, if we haven't transcended the concept of nations to fight for our gender, it will be chaos. No one will know who will take what side, and a war against feminism wouldn't just mean World War III, but the end of all life on Earth as we know it. If we lose, all of our supple Japanese women will be raped and enslaved by a bunch of psychopathic lesbian supremacists. Meanwhile, the handful of men that didn't die in the war will be castrated and forced to repair toilets and build massive monuments commemorating the feminist victory. That's crazy. You're crazy. I think you're overthinking this. As the days go by, I realize more and more that you are not ballin'. We've only talked like 4 times. Oh, sorry. Yeah, whatever. I'll get your package. Awesome. I close the door and jump right back into bed. The second my head hits the pillow, a painfully loud ringing assaults my ears, and I realize it's my clock. The alarm going off means that right now is the time I'm supposed to wake up in the first place. On weekdays, at least. I pick it up and throw it without looking up. I get wedged between the bed and the wall, the noise not stopping. In fact, it seems to grow louder. By the time I'm able to pry it out of there, I know I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep. The only thing I can think of doing now is just going into town and just getting Kenji's stupid package, but it's too early for that. After showering, I take my medication. I'm actually very hungry today since I went without dining yesterday, and before that, I just had a very late lunch. I eat the pills, chomping on them like a leg of lamb. They are unbelievably bitter and disgusting. Well, good medicine tastes bad, or something like that. I'm still hungry, and there's a lot of time to kill, so I decide to go into town and find somewhere to have breakfast. You know, my mom used to kind of say the same thing. My mom used to always say that, like, if medicine tastes like shit, that means that it's good for you. Which, I mean, fair enough. That does seem to be how it works. I used to have, like, really bad acid reflux growing up. It's not as bad as it used to be. But, yeah, growing up, I dealt with acid reflux for, like, years. Before I even realized, like, what it was. Because my dumbass parents just would not believe me that, like, my stomach was hurting all the time. They just thought I was doing it to, like, try to get out of school, because I think, like, I was on the verge of, like, getting expelled from a elementary school, because I had missed, like, I think I missed almost, like, 60 days throughout the school year, because of just, like, medical issues. And my mother was, like, dead set and convinced that I was lying. And then, like, my grandparents and my father were, like, the only ones that were, like, no, there's something generally wrong with him. Like, we need to get him checked out. Came to find out that, yeah, I had acid reflux that went undiagnosed for, like, so many years. My fucking, like, lungs and my esophagus have, like, so much scar tissue in it from when the acid, and, like, the air and basically, like, the fumes from the acid would, like, travel up into my lungs and throat. Because I would basically get that, like, I would get that feeling all the time where you kind of, like, throw up in your mouth, but then you just swallow it back down. I used to have that, like, a lot. And so that's why I believe my voice always has, like, sounded like this. Despite the fact that, like, you know, I'm, like, 27, but my voice still sounds like I'm, like, 13 or 14. But yeah, anyways, going to the actual point. Me and my brother both have acid reflux, but his medicine was this really disgusting, like, chalky shit. We basically had the same tablets that we used for acid reflux, but, like, mine was strawberry flavored and his was this really disgusting, like, chalk one. But I found that taking his medicine actually worked better for me. The taste was terrible. That probably made, like, very little sense, but, you know. I guess I just wanted to tell a story there and take a drink real quick. I can't remember the last time I ate out. Besides, the weather is nice, so why not?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put my sweatshirt on. I'm getting kind of cold. I was kind of like, I didn't really get dressed for stream at all. I'm kind of just in like pajama pants. Because like I said, I wasn't really feeling good at the start of stream. I've had just like this really bad headache all day. That's either a headache or a migraine, because it's only on like one side of my face that like it was really bothering me. I'm a little bit better now after taking some medicine, but yeah, the original plan was I was actually going to cancel stream tonight if it got any worse. But I really want to keep up with the schedule and get these games finished and out of the way. Especially Katawa Shoujo, because I do actually like this game, but I want to finish it so we can start focusing on another game for second game nights. The walk into town is longer than I remember, possibly because it's been a while, and probably because I rarely come here alone. There are barely any cars on the road because it's so early in the morning, making it unusually quiet. The first thing I do is start looking for a place to eat. Immediately, I think of the Shanghai, but I want something more substantial than sandwiches or cake. Since it's so early though, I decide to get Kenji's package first. Picking it up at the post office doesn't take very long, but the moment I see it, I'm enraged about what a pain in the ass it'll be to carry this thing all the way back to the school. The box is huge. You need 2 hands to hold it. Insultingly, it's not even very heavy. I was thinking of wandering around for a little while, but with this thing in tow, that's going to be a real problem. I guess the Shanghai is my only option now. Everything else is closed, and the ones that aren't all have about the same menu. That fact also makes me want to throw some more business Yuko's way. Before I can even open the door and enter, someone taps me on the shoulder from behind. I turn around and see Shizune there. Instinctively, I look for Misha, but she doesn't seem to be here. Good morning. Looks like those sign language classes are already starting to pay off. I'm tempted to sigh it right back, but then she might think I know a lot more than I actually do. For now, I just give her a wave and open the door. She's probably here for her morning tea and didn't come here to greet me. It turns out I'm right, as Shizune follows me inside the tea house. It's a total ghost town in here. It's not exactly peak hours, but every other cafe I passed had at least a few customers. Actually, the Shanghai has been fairly empty every time I pass by. How does this business stay in place? Hello, thank you for choosing to patronize our establishment. Yuko bows with the force of a falling axe, and her head collides with a box in my hands, launching it forward to the floor. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. It's okay, you don't have to do that. Hello, thanks for choosing our shop thing since we know you. But it's part of my job. You're here early. What can I get you? I just want some coffee for now. I wonder what Shizune wants. Without Misha, there's no real way to tell, or any way to even ask. I haven't learned about that yet. She's here, so I'm pretty sure that means that she wants something too. I don't really know what Shizune wants. Does she have a usual? Wait, she might want something else though. Perhaps you should bring us a menu just in case. I look around for one but can't find anything that looks remotely like a menu. Menus, I'll look for one right now. Huh? There are menus, they're just rare. It's only a restaurant menu, not a collector's edition. Weird. Is that what Shizune is saying? Nah, she can't hear you. It's just weird for a cafe to make you have to go out of your way to look for a menu. Weird. Yes, you're right. It's so illogical. There are so many things like, why is it called a Shanghai? This is a Western-style tea house, but the name is Chinese. And the architecture is old-fashioned, but my uniform is so modern and sophisticated. She looks like she's about to pass out. If she does, she'll probably fall forward and make a mess of everything. I can't work here anymore. What a bad place for her circular train of logic to end. No, come on. That kind of stuff is what sets this place apart. There are a lot of cafes around here, you know? I think it's charming, really. Please don't quit. Business is good here, isn't it? Not really. See, I think this is a good job for you. It suits you. You shouldn't quit. I've never had to defuse this kind of crisis before. Eventually, I managed to calm her down and convince her that I'm sure Shizune just wants what she usually orders here. Yuko walks away to get her drinks, and by then, Shizune has already picked the table. There are no other customers, and Yuko isn't the most talkative person, so it's very quiet. It doesn't really bother me, but I wish there was some way we could communicate. There are so few moments when we're alone. Shizune and Misha are almost always together. to the point where sometimes it seems like they are one. Now it's just me and her, and I'm unable to understand her, and have her understand me. It's terrible. You don't have your little notepad today? I know it's the weekend and all, but it's not like you to be unprepared. Oh, that's fine. I don't really like using it anyways. Still, it would come in handy now. Shizune starts signing in short bursts, punctuated by her stopping to take a sip of tea. It's strange how she doesn't make the slightest attempt to change how she normally acts. I'm talking to her for the most part because I'm not used to the long silences. I briefly wonder if it's the same for her. In a way, however, it seems unlikely. I think it's more that she is the type who doesn't change how she acts for anyone. Hey, it seems like Misha joined the student council because of you. That makes two of us, you know? I'm only there because you forced me into it. Well, not really forced, I guess. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have joined. That sounds slightly romantic, and I find myself blushing a little. I feel like such an idiot. Although I still don't know why you joined. It should have been the first thing I asked, in retrospect, but I'm really curious. I'll have to remember to ask Misha sometime. It's nice to talk to you, even if you can't understand me. I wonder if it's the same for you. That would be really great. I don't think sign language will ever be as natural for me as Misha makes it look, but it's gotta be a step up from using pen and paper, right? We've both been finished with our drinks for a while, and Shizune's eyes fall upon the box in its own chair by itself. I'm just picking it up for someone. It's not mine. Shizune pulls it closer, intending to open it. My heart almost leaps out of my throat. I quickly try to pull it back by wrapping my legs around the leg of the chair. What the hell? Don't open it. You can't just open other people's mail. That's not legal. No. Once she gets going, there is almost no stopping her. Eyes filled with excitement, she looks ready to fight me over this stupid package, and I realize just how fast this could turn into a game of tug-of-war. I am almost out of my seat now and waving my arms like I'm a air traffic controller, before she finally settles down. Shizune pouts, not pleased with having her curiosity checked, and gets up to leave. It's about time too, I guess. We've been here a while. I protectively pick up the box before standing up myself. Suddenly, she tenses her fingers excitedly and pulls out a marker from her pocket, and starts writing on Kenji's box. Hey, what are you doing? I said this isn't mine. Hey! I can't even see her with it blocking my vision. Fine, at least let me put it down first. I have to read whatever she's writing anyways. I'll help you carry it. It doesn't seem like she's finished though, and Shizune draws a fierce line afterwards to signify that there's a catch. But it's a game. The first one to stumble loses, and the loser has to carry the rest of the way by themselves. That's stupid. There's a 50-50% chance I'll end up carrying it myself. Actually, I feel pretty stupid myself right now. I just forgot she can't hear me. I stop talking and shake my head. I can't understand her at all, but she's coming across very forcefully. It's clear that she thinks that this is a game. Well, if she drops the box or something, she'll have to carry it. That would make things a lot easier for me, obviously. The odds are 50-50 then. They're probably higher than they would be for any other plans of hers. Alright, I'll take it. Thinking about it, I'm not sure how we should do this. Then Shizune grabs hold of one end of the box and lifts it up, and I take the side that she isn't holding. Is this even right? It's very uncomfortable to walk this way. We leave the cafe and I find myself hoping that the streets are still devoid of people. Yuko seemed confused as to what we were doing, and I imagine it'll only get worse as more people see us. Shizune doesn't seem bothered at all while walking with her arms at this unnatural angle. She just grins confidently and periodically makes some kind of weird gesture. There are people staring at us as time passes, and the usual morning crowd begins to fill the streets. I feel silly, but I'm sure that if I give up, Shizune will take it as a sign of surrender. I can't allow that because I think I'm doing well so far. Initially, I just write Shizune's little hand signals off as preemptively gloating, but I catch on quickly that she's actually signaling where she wants to go. It dawns on me that this isn't a competition. It's not much of a challenge. First of all, in Sekud, it's really more of an exercise in teamwork. It's just that Shizune has made a punishment of failing instead of a reward for doing well. Our fingers touch briefly under the box, and Shizune moves her hand away, almost dropping her side of the box in the process. Well, that's game over for her. She doesn't look very happy. Does she think I did it on purpose to make her lose? If she does, she isn't making a big deal out of it. All's fair in love and war. I feel like I should take it from her and carry it myself, but she pushes me away when I try. She glares at me as if to tell me off, but she can't. With the box in her hand, she is basically gagged. A sad expression flickers across her face for a second, maybe on realizing that and having to acknowledge that there are some limitations that she has to deal with after all. However, she is still as prideful as ever, even when it's her own deterrent. Her own detriment? Deterrent? I think it's deterrent, maybe. Detriment. Maybe it is detriment, I don't know. That's another word I've never seen before. She wouldn't accept letting me off, allow her to skip out on the consequences of her bet. Anything is fair during the game, but the results had been honored to the letter. Shizune is an interesting type of person. The march back to the dorm is uneventful. Shizune passes the trip by shifting the box around occasionally like a giant Rubik's Cube. It looks like another game she has invented to amuse herself. It can't be good for whatever's inside, but I don't care enough to stop her. Maybe this is how she deals with things, by making everything into a game. It's hard to say for sure, though. It seems futile to try to psychoanalyze Shizune. In the short time that we've known each other, I've been surprised on a fair number of occasions. I noticed Shizune shivering. The wind is picking up and the school is pretty high up. It makes sense that she would be cold. If I gave her my jacket though, she would reject it. I take off my jacket and drape it across her shoulders before she has a chance to protest. Her shoulders are slim and delicate, so much so that I want to let my hands linger on them. Shizune flinches when my fingers brush against her, understandably surprised. Sorry. Her fingers dance lightly over the surface of the box, and I think I've taken it from her, but I doubt she would let me. Shizune makes a quick gesture with her hands as best as she can, pausing a bit afterwards as if wanting to say more. I'm sure that what she meant to say is thank you. I'm glad that I was able to catch it. That one was a little bit harder for me to get through. I really need to take another drink. When doing these games, I really do need to just take like periodic breaks to just like catch my breath. Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever saw if the controller works for this game. Oh, my controller does work for this game. That'll keep my hands occupied at least. The sign language teacher says I'm pretty good. I try not to think about it too much, but the truth is I'm poring over it so much lately that it's hard not to keep coming back to it, at least a couple times a day. I guess I am picking up faster than expected, but still not enough. I understand it's just fine. Understanding it is simple. Well, I have to put my mind to it to read it, but it's easy enough to do it. The signing itself is doable, I just need a little more practice. However, trying to do both at the same time, even at half the speed Misha does, is impossible. Where I'm at now is good for my level, but in order to reach a point where I'll be able to really converse with Shizune, I'll need more work. I'm doing my best to get that point one step at a time by doing as much studying as I can squeeze during lunch. I look up from Introduction to Japanese Sign Language to check if Shizune or Misha are around. Of course, since this has taken up my lunch hour, I have had to avoid them for a few days now. What's more, I'll have to continue doing so if I want to keep Shizune from finding out. My back to the corner, scanning the area every 10 minutes, I feel some kind of criminal trying to evade capture. Every chance she gets, Misha asks me why I want to hide the fact that I'm learning sign language from Shizune. Looking back on it, there really wasn't any reason, but now I think I know. If I want Shizune to be able to treat me as a true equal, sign language is an important step towards that goal. If I want to be able to treat Shizune as an equal, then sign language is an important step towards that goal. Another important step is to make sure she doesn't know, so that when we're able to finally speak on equal terms, I'll be fully ready, able to do it right, not like some, Dolente? Dolteni? not like some dialent? Maybe that's what it is, dialente? Dialente? Anything less, I think, would be insulting. She would see it the same way. So to me, this is the only option, especially now that I've decided to be more resolved with it. Shizune has a huge aura. It's very easy to see her coming, or even to sense her coming. Mostly because Misha's hair lights up any crowd she's in like a beacon. And you can hear her laughing from a mile away. Although, even if Misha weren't with her, it would be the same. Her directness and efficiency are core parts of her, so it's no surprise that they come across in a way that she walks as well. Due to all these factors, I'm able to put away all my things and put on my best casual face long before they see me and head my way. Hi. Student Council. Student Council. Student Council was the first thing I asked to learn. It seemed like it would come in handy. Yeah, I've been dodging it for a while now, huh? Yep. Shizune sits down in front of me to my right, and Misha to my left. It was a mistake putting myself in the corner. Well, nah, I am cornered. In the end, I'm dragged off to the student council room, but I don't mind. I was starting to miss them a bit anyways. In some ways, this makes it easier. Satisfied with having caught me, Shizune doesn't ask me where I've been all this time. Once I stand before the door, I wonder what could be so important that they're eager to pull me back in. Games. There are more games out there than books. This at least explains why every time I come here to stack... Hold on, I read that like completely wrong. There are more games out than books. This at least explains why every time I come here, there are stacks of books piled on every table and occasionally parts of the floor. They need the room to put all these games somewhere. Ha ha ha. It's boring playing against each other so much, Hikchan, so it's your turn, okay? Alright, it's settled then. I didn't even say anything. Hikchan, this is one of the last days we'll be able to take it easy like this for a while. So, it's especially important that we make the most of it, don't you think? Tanabata will be coming up soon, and we'll have to put in much work for that too. So, for now, play with us. Come to think of it, it's true. I haven't even noticed because I've been so wrapped up in wanting to learn sign language. Right on the heels of one festival, a bigger one appears. I wonder if Shizune will try to rope a couple new members in to help with that one as well. You're right. Haha, yay, Hikchan agrees. Let's celebrate. I know, we should play a game. Let's play a game to celebrate, Hikchan. I don't know, that kind of thing usually ends badly for me. Hikchan is worried about the stakes. Misha makes a very disappointed face. It's hard to tell if she's mocking me since her expressions are so exaggerated by default. She's an all-out kind of girl. I turn my head to Shizune. Now this person, she is definitely mocking me. Hey, stop that. But yes, I'll play with you if you tell me what the stakes are. How very Japanese putting the consequences above everything else. Hikchan, have you ever heard of the expression missing the forest for the trees? No. That's a lie, but I have my pride, which is currently feeling wounded. Okay, I'll play, but I want to pick the game. Misha nods. Additionally, I pick the punishment if you lose. Shizune makes an X with her arms. That either means denied or that she's about to use her special attack. Now who's afraid of consequences? How vengeful, still thinking so spitefully about a little playful joke. If a bit you would probably bite it back. Shizune signs a word that I don't quite catch. Hikchan is so vengeful. Even though it was just a little playful joke, if an armadillo bit you, you would probably bite it back. Armadillo? It's foolish to bite an armadillo back, Hikchan. But Hikchan would do it anyways, you see. I see. Shizune adjusts her glasses with a small flourish of the hand. Hikchan, we didn't have anything planned at all if you were to win or lose. You just assumed there would be something like that. I wonder why. Huh, me too. But oh well, there isn't. Does that change your mind, Hikchan? Well, yes. Misha whirlwinds her arms at high speeds to show her joy. Weird habit. This is the kind of thing you could only see in student council room, occupied only by 3 people. Anywhere else, she would end up socking someone in the face. Yay, let's get started right now. Not just yet. Okay, okay. However, we have to all be able to play. That's my condition. I don't like games where one person is clearly the ace player right off the bat, or games where only two people can play so one of us has to sit back. It has to be something the three of us can play equally. Checkers? The instant she says this, Misha takes out a big bag of checkers and places them on the table. Only two people can play that, I told you. Okay, Hek-chan, how about Monopoly? A Monopoly box slowly edges towards me, and I take it out of Misha's hands and put it under my chair. I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw. They're too much about chance and not about skill. Also, stop jumping the gun with these games. Luck is kind of a skill, you know. No, it's not. It can be if you're consistently lucky, right? Once at that point, it's something else entirely. Bureaucrat, Marvels, Life, Snakes and Ladders, Roulette, Blackjack, Paper Football, Trivial Pursuit. Misha begins to excitedly name a bunch of games as if she were reading from a list. With each suggestion, a new box board and pieces appear around her. A bizarre catalog of games ranging from children's fare to serious, polished-looking gambling instruments that look very out of place in this humble room. Three-way chest? Is that even possible? Let's try. Yes, let's try, definitely. They pull a chessboard from behind with a flourish, with two junior magicians. Well, magic does require some daft sleight of hand, and they got that in the spades. I'm not surprised. Nevertheless, it is still somehow unsettling. Stop doing that. Excuse me. A very timid voice manages to make me look up. I lost my ID card, and someone told me I could find out where to get a new one here. If I'm interrupting something, I can come back later. Hanako's eyes drift across the room, taking in the landscape of piled-up records, books, haphazardly scattered chairs, and overturned board games. I guess this isn't exactly an image... the image of organized, tightly run student council like ours should be given off. Hello. It's the only thing I can think to break the ice. Unfortunately, it seems to startle her further. My ID, You're in a class, aren't you? Right? So don't be so timid, okay? Come on. Yep, even though we're your seniors, it's not like we'll bite. We're not her seniors, we're in the same class. Still, I am grateful for them for stepping in. What is it you said you wanted? An ID card, right? Yes. Her eyes slide away from Misha, being shy. It's no wonder she's not the best at keeping eye contact. I follow where she's looking and notice her gaze stop on the chessboard on the table. Hanako's eyes widen just for a moment. Shizune notices as well. Do you like chess? You like chess, don't you? Yeah, you do, definitely. Do you want to play? Hesitation. She might make a break for it. I refuse to get involved in this. It won't end well. To my amusement, Hanako seems to be considering the idea very seriously. She touches the tip of her fingers together pensatively, mulling the thought over. That level of consideration is more or less a confirmation. We're having a lunch break, so you'll have to wait anyway. Why not play with us in the meantime? Come on, it'll be fun. Really fun. You like chess, don't you? I can tell, it's really obvious, so please, will you? Okay. Wahahaha. Yay, success. That's great. The chessboard is set up. The opening move is important. However, Shizune doesn't seem to care. Hanako ponders her moves carefully, sliding pieces forward just a little bit, then pulling them back in uncertainty, second-guessing herself over and over again. She's really into this game, and can't call her a casual player. Definitely an enthusiast. Shizune can't take her lightly, no matter what she does. Hanako has an appropriate response. Yet there's something wrong with the pacing of this game. Shizune moves too quickly. No, not even too quickly, but with illogical speed. It's like she isn't even thinking about what she'll do next. Either Shizune is in the realm of supercomputers, or she isn't taking the game very seriously. Or maybe Hanako just isn't very good. Shizune forces an exchange of pawns. Hanako turns take increasingly amount of time. Hanako's turns take increasing amounts of time as the game goes on, and it hasn't even been on that long. Suddenly it all becomes clear. Shizune has a lot more time to think about her next move because Hanako takes forever to move a piece. Despite that, it's an interesting game. Black Knight to f6, Bishop to d3. Since they're both playing seriously, no one is toying with the other. There is no clearly dominant player, at least for now. Maybe this is helped by the fact that they aren't very close to each other, from what I can see. Shizune is a mysterious opponent to Hanako, and Hanako is an enigma to Shizune. Hanako's furrowed brow shows that she is into the game. She wants to really win, and Shizune always wants to win. Their lack of familiarity is a little depressing, but it is giving life to the game, and allowing them to see each other as competition. Maybe they might even end up being friends over it, or at the very least rivals in chess. It's an optimistic thought. Although, remember in playing Risk against Shizune, she doesn't want to just crush people for the fun of it. The game continues. Shizune plays 12 moves in 4 minutes. What a scary opponent. But Hanako holds her own, even though her king is being chased around the board a bit. Pawn to h6. White knight to e6. The end is near. The game ends. That was a really good game. Thanks. It was really close. I thought I would lose. You're very skilled. Magnanimous in victory and extending a hand to the defeated. Maybe it's because Hanako has taken her defeat so well. This is a fun game, but it took so long. Almost the whole period. Chess is too formulaic, especially at this level. How about some advanced rules? What? Advanced? Yeah, like speed chess, or chess with additional pieces, or maybe we can pair up and play tag chess with 1 or 2 boards. Your choice. Come on, come on. It'll be fun, really. Regular chess is so slow, too methodical, it's boring. I want to play chess that rewards quick thinking and daring. Any one of these. Comparing chess to it is like comparing checkers to it, or tic-tac-toe to shogi, right? Even laser chess might be more interesting. Pick something. Like a deer in the headlights, many emotions spring up in me, watching Hanako's mind reel in front of the chessboard, as if she's about to faint. The dominant one is amused, but I move a little closer in case she might really topple over. The board is set up again, but this time it's not even close. Hanako can't even make a move out of fear of her hand colliding with Shizune's. She's all over the board. It's an onslaught. Anywhere Hanako wants to put a piece, Shizune is already there. It's the fastest game I've seen in my life. Let's change the rules and play again. Best out of 6, like Kesprafa and Deep Blue. Hanako excuses herself and flees from the room. Huh? Wait. Didn't she want to know where she could get a new ID? Excuse me, hello. Come back, please, wait. Strangely, the further Misha goes away, the louder the sound of her voice starts to grow. I couldn't catch her. Shizune pats her on the shoulder reassuringly. There. You're pretty cheerful for someone who needed a pat on the shoulder. Ah ha ha ha. Hikchan, do you hate games where luck is involved? A question out of nowhere, but it feels like an important one. If it wasn't, why would Shizune be looking at me? Watching for my reaction. Even as I glance in her direction, she tries to pretend she isn't doing so, putting on a casual air by spinning a chess piece in her fingers. I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw, right? That was you, Hikchan. Yeah, revolving around luck isn't the same as just having luck involved, though. I don't hate games just for having an element of luck. Most games have an element of luck to them anyways. It's what keeps them interesting. I think a game where you know from the beginning how far you can go is boring. Then it's not a game, isn't it? Just going through motions. For a game where you have little to no control, I don't think I could get into something like that. I see. That girl isn't very good at chess. Chess is a formulaic game, so it's a game that isn't suited for her. There was nothing formulaic about her. Someone who plays chess like that, looking only at the next piece, playing so shallowly, can't be called a serious chess player. Anyone who loves chess to the point where their eyes sparkle like that when they see a chessboard would be the kind of person who would study the game. If you study it just casually, you can learn to see at least 2 moves ahead, even against pros. Why would someone who loves the game so much, without enthusiasm, know so little about it? Even less than someone with just a passing interest in it. Shizune puts down the piece in her hand. It's a rook. Her feelings are real, but her feelings for the game aren't real. Do you understand, Hikchan? There is no luck in chess. It's very important to realize that. Luck in games is good because it gives everyone a chance, just enough to matter, but not so much that skill is penalized. Chess is boring because it's not a game to me. It seems like formulas. Hanako isn't the kind of person who would love something like that either. If you value something, you fight. Struggle is proof of preciousness. I think so, at least. Or you can see it immediately. Since it's so precious that it stops your thinking, the first is a passionate love, the second is a gentle love. I tried to fight her, chasing around her king, and trying to bait her. I didn't succeed though, because she stuck to only what would work. The trickiest moments were when she moved the fastest. That means she knew exactly how to deal with those situations. That means someone taught her. Do you understand, Hikchan? Not really. If you love chess that much, but you can't give it your all, it's because you love the memories attached to it and not the game. It's too precious to her to see as a tool for a true competition. Due to that, you can't become friends over it. Not without words. Well, your way of making friends isn't the kind of way that works on everyone, Shizune. The look on her face isn't one of sadness, at least as far as I can tell, but her words are very sad. Hey, let's play a game, while the board is still here. But the bell rings and cuts me off. I mean, I guess I kind of fall under that same category. Like, I do like chess, I'm just dog shit at it. I have played a little bit of shogi before because obviously, like, I'm a pretty big fan of the Yakuza games. So there was like trophies involved for like winning all of the mini games and stuff like that. So like I've played shogi a couple times and I'm also shit at that game too. I'm definitely just like a very casual player when it comes to like board games and stuff. During Christmas, I got my daughter a couple of board games, and one of the ones that she likes the most is Candyland. Which, going back to like the luck thing, Candyland literally is just like entirely luck based. It really does just depend on like what card you pull. Because at least with games like Uno, I think Uno definitely takes like a lot more skill to play. Knowing when to like change the colors if you have like the same numbers, knowing when to like use your skip turns or like draw fours and stuff like that. I'm actually surprised that's a game they didn't bring up was Uno. I feel like everyone at some point at least has like played Uno. Things have returned to normal. Well, I transferred in at a pretty unusual time, and I can hardly say that I had a normal first week here. I guess it's more like things have calmed down and reached normality. I've been here longer than I thought. It's not hard to think about all the stuff I had missed in the school before my arrival, or the things that might have happened in my old school since I've been gone. I wonder where these feelings come from since I didn't leave much behind. I have a lot more here that I like. If that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't even bother with something like Student Council or Shizune and Misha. I would be hard-pressed to care about anything, if the school was how I imagined it would be. So even this feeling of a daily routine makes me glad in a way. I dread the amount of work that's going to hit me in Student Council after school, enough to want to consider stepping out of my duties, just this once. Yet it's nice to feel like there is something I can do. Shizune drops a stack of attendance sheets next to me. Thanks again for helping out. Thanks again, Hikchan. Sure is a lot of work though. I just skip out on sign language class again, but now I'm at a level where I can understand most of Shizune and Misha's conversations with each other, so I'm not too bothered by it. Shizune still doesn't know that though. I'm determined to keep things that way until I'm very sure of my skills. Perhaps a little childish of me. Tanabata is less than 5 days, but they're only going to start building the stalls tomorrow. Hikchan, we might have to help out with building the stalls again. Why? What was the point of taking them apart? That took days, didn't it? Yep, that's right, even though Hikchan wasn't there for it. I would have helped out if you asked. It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with cleanup duty after you enjoyed the festival so much. It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with making you clean up right after the festival. It would have ruined the fun. Besides, Hikchan is lazy anyways. You would have tried to run away. Shikchan doesn't like foxhound. That stings. Shizune covers her mouth with her hand and starts shaking. It takes me a second to realize she's laughing, mostly because she's doing completely soundlessly. It's a little strange to see, but more or less the same good-spirited kind as Misha's without being ear-drummingly piercing. That's a good question though, Hikchan. Huh? Stalls. It's a storage issue. The school doesn't have anywhere to store so many stalls, since each one is pretty large. They won't pay for outside storage either, so this is what they decided on. It's inefficient but cheap. Because the school doesn't have anywhere to store that many stalls, Hikchan. Yeah, right they do, but they don't want to pay. Sorry, Shikchan. It's because of the previous generation. The leadership decided that outside storage costs had risen too much, and the student council before us was too weak-willed to tell them that it's stupid to have to build and disassemble 60 stalls twice a year. Okay. Hikchan, let's eat something. Feels like we've been working all day. We have. Now that I think about it, I am hungry. I would have had lunch, but it was really crowded today for some reason. So I decided it wasn't worth the trouble. It was like that today because they had especially interesting things on sale on the side. Like what? No, don't tell me. I guess it doesn't matter since I won't be able to eat them anyways. Shizune looks oddly pleased with herself. I wonder what the context of that could be. I prepared ahead of time for this. Beaming with self-satisfaction, she produces a wide assortment of foods from her bag. I can immediately see that 90% of it, or more, was taken from the lunchroom. There's a lot as well. Isn't there a limit on how much a person can buy? That means these gains are definitely ill-gotten. The veal cutlet bread is always sold out in the first minute of lunch. I'm impressed you managed to obtain one. Thank you. I reach for it quickly, but Shizune immediately makes a grab for it as well. Her hand goes slack for a second when it touches mine, but she immediately pushes forth with redoubled effort, that blazing competitive spirit flashing dangerously in her eyes. Her fingers pry at mine, searching for an opening. I don't budge an inch, prepared to fight for this bread with my life. I may never have another chance to eat this. I am fully aware that if we continue like this, it will crush the bread, greatly reducing its edibility. Misha, tell her it's useless. Or tell her that unless she lets go, the bread is gonna get crushed. I misread that, my bad. Why can't you do it yourself? I'm startled she can so nonchalantly let that slip that I could communicate with Shizune just fine if I wanted to. I almost considered that possibility if it was intentional, but I'm sure she was distracted trying to tear the wrapper off the juice box straw. Isn't it obvious I can't let go of the bread? I can't tell Shikchan that then. She puts up her palms to the sky and shrugs, a wide grin on her face. Why not? Because you have a stake in this, so I can't trust you. If Shikchan wants to reply, she has to let go of the bread, and then you win. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's what you want, Hikchan. It wouldn't be fair, so I'm going to be neutral, like Switzerland. Switzerland? Do you know about Switzerland? Of course I do. It's neutral. They're neutral. Shizune stares at me cockily, the tip of her tongue sticking out slightly from between her teeth as she continues to tug firmly at the veal cutlet bread between us. So the reason she made this... I'm sure most people know what the hell it's talking about. But the reason that she says Switzerland is neutral is because during World War II, Switzerland didn't join the Allies or the Nazis. Switzerland was completely neutral throughout the war. And a large part of that was because whatever like the Nazis stole from like other countries, like I'm sure plenty of people heard about like the Nazi gold and stuff like that. A lot of those were stored in like Swiss banks. So like after World War II, the Switzerland was like loaded with just like a ton of this fucking gold that had just been left behind after the war. A little history fun fact. World War II is definitely like one of my favorite time periods to talk about. Suddenly she lets go and holds her hands up, palms facing outwards, the universal gesture of peace. This seems like a poor way to settle this, doesn't it? And we might have to crush the bread. She glares, and her passive expression quickly plummets into a disapproving grimace. Hikchan, drop the bread. We're negotiating now. I drop the bread reluctantly. Misha's hands dart from the side, her fingers drumming across the table as if it makes its way over. Haha, don't mind me. I don't even really like veal. I'll just take the sandwich right here and something to drink too. Picking them up cautiously, she immediately retreats. She has the right idea. I could just pick something else. There are a lot of delicious things here. The chicken, kudasan. The chicken kudasan bread is also a popular seller, ranking high in taste and demand, but I've already eaten that one before. You're still immature, Hisao. This wouldn't be a problem if you would pick something else. The chicken kudasan bread are delicious. You're so immature, Hikchan. Why don't you pick the chicken bread instead? It's delicious. But I have already eaten that. Hikchan, why are you so obsessed with eating the veal cutlet bread, specifically? It's hard to get normally. Rare things are more delicious. You're acting like a child. You're acting like a kid, Hikchan. Why don't you eat the chicken bread? That's not important. Turning bright red, she smiles cuttingly and continues. There's no reasoning with you, so it looks like there's only one way to settle this. We're gonna play for it. That doesn't matter. We'll play for it instead. Somehow I expected this. It's the logical conclusion. Shizune has been studying for a long time. Pretty much continuously up until now. With our finals over, I guess that surplus energy has to go somewhere. Play what? The oldest game known to man, upon which the fate of nations has been known to rest. Rock, paper, scissors. We'll play rock, paper, scissors. Really? That sounds so serious, Shikchan. There is no humor in her expression. She is dead set on this. Okay. She draws her hand back and I mirror hers. Go. We both put out rock. I draw. I thought I had the perfect plan. Rock is unbeatable. Shizune frowns, deeply upset by the unexpected turn of events. Not as planned. Again. 2 papers. Damn. Again. We both throw out 2 rocks again, but a third hand is among us representing scissors. This looks like fun. Can I play? Ha ha ha. It's a duel, Shikchan. Dueling conduct? You're right. I don't really know. The faster she signs, the harder it is to follow. In fact, it looks like even Misha is having trouble keeping up. What's she talking about? One more time. We tie again. Every time Shizune demands a rematch, eventually skipping that step altogether and throwing rock, paper, and scissors out in increasingly reckless abandon. Even playing completely random, we continue to tie. This is a mathematical long shot. Misha hovers above us, watching it all and laughing each time we draw. After 16 rounds, Shizune pushes her chair away from the table and stands up. Enough of this, Hikchan. I see what I have been doing wrong, and this will be all over in the next round, so brace yourself. I have studied your thought processes, and I see how you play. I'm anticipating your next move and will combat it expertly. This is all news to me, as I can't remember what we were doing this over. Shizune grins confidently, a look of fearless daring on her face. Her cool eyes flash with pure competitive spirit as she draws her hand back, goading me wordlessly to do the same. Her form is amazing, like a professional bowler or something, just to throw her hand motion. 2 papers. Shizune's body immediately slacks, and she begins to rub her temples with a look of exasperation on her face, and she lets out a sigh so long it sounds like a tire deflating. I realize I've gotten a lot hungrier in this time we've been doing this. We can just split it. I break the bread in half and offer the other half to Shizune. She takes it. Thank you. She looks at the bread in her hand, studying it. But this feels hollow somehow. Regardless of how she feels, she still eats it. All of a sudden, I see Misha observing the scene out of the corner of my eye. Hikchan, that was very romantic, I think. Oh, come on. Wahahaha. She laughs and takes a bite of her second sandwich. We eat in silence for a while, Shizune and I managing to avoid any other contest. And then we go back to work. As I finish up the day's usual filing, I think to myself that this might be Shizune's way of trying to start this week on a high note. After all, tomorrow is when the real work will begin, and her hands will literally be full building stalls. She won't be able to talk very much. It will likely be pretty dull and tiring, like it was the first time around. I'm appreciative of her effort in that case. It's nice to have days like this, as a way of enjoying yourself before the days ahead. I think that was her idea as well. I also remember that I still have to get rid of Kenji's package. That damn thing is bulky, and somehow I haven't been able to track him down since I picked it up. After student council is adjourned for the day, I walk towards the vending machines to look for something to drink, parting with Shizune and Misha. It's a short trip, but after even just a few seconds, I start to get the feeling I'm not alone. A pair of hands cover my eyes. Guess who? Shizune? Wahahaha, it's me, Hik-chan. Yeah, I know. Then why did you say it was Shik-chan? It's okay to be wrong sometimes, Hik-chan. You're too proud. Anyways, after student council, you don't usually have plans, right? So you're just gonna go straight to your dorm? Where else would I go? Okay, that's great. That's great, Hik-chan. I wanted to talk to you today, so this works out perfectly. Two high school students, alone after classes in a quiet, empty building as the sun dyes the sky a romantic amber color. The cute girl says she wants to talk. What a secretive and appealing situation. My imagination is buzzing. It's likely not going to be anywhere near as exciting as I'm making it out to be, but it's fun to play it up that way. The popping sound of my canned coffee opening destroys any chance of maintaining such a cheesy mood, sounding louder than I had ever thought imaginable, amplified by the context of the situation. I sigh in disappointment and relief. So what is it? Oh, actually, I'm a little behind in some of my classes, and if I don't catch up, it could be a problem. I can't put it off any longer. My teachers say that I have really started taking things seriously, so I should listen, especially because this is my third time. I'm sorry, Hik-chan. Why are you apologizing? I won't be able to help you or Sik-chan with student council for a few days. It'll only be the 2 or 3 days, really. I definitely try to come back as soon as possible, but I can't say I'm happy about this. It's supposed to be getting really busy this week, too, isn't it? So that's some unfortunate timing. For a second, I want to ask if maybe Shizune could pull some strings to get her out of it. But Misha looks so generally apologetic about it. It would be pretty dickish of me to say something like that. Besides, if she says it's something that can't be put off any longer, I'm inclined to believe her, considering how surprisingly serious she can be with student council duties. Yeah, I see. It's okay. You managed with Shizune and yourself last year, didn't you? So I'm sure I'll be able to as well. Don't worry about it. Really? Thank you, Hik-chan. Really. I didn't know Hik-chan would take it so well. I thought you would be worried with how there's going to be so much work with Tanabata coming up and everything. Damn, she knows me oddly well. But Hik-chan is so composed. I'm glad. Haha, yeah. You're sort of right. I was thinking about it, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm not gonna freak out over it. It's gonna be a little annoying passing the pad back and forth to talk to Shizune, though. Hik-chan, just tell Shizune that you can use sign language too. I don't understand why you won't. Not yet. I can understand most things already, but I want to be really sure. Huh. Actually, I wouldn't mind. The secrecy is killing me too, and it would be nice to be able to talk to her in a real conversation. Don't worry, I'm gonna have to tell her eventually I want to. Actually, I'm trying to think of a good opportunity for it. That won't be a problem, Hik-chan. Why not? Well, because I kind of told Shizune that you could understand her. She was worried about the same thing, that you want to be able to understand each other. So I was worried, but it worked out fine in the end after all. Haha. I lose it. Ugh! Do you know how stupid I look now? I sat there for like half the damn day acting like I couldn't read sign language, and you were seriously telling me that she knew the whole time I could? She was probably thinking this guy is a complete jackass pretending he can't understand me. I just made a total ass of myself. How could you let me do this? Misha frowns, seeming lost for words on realizing that I'm taking this differently than she might have expected. She doesn't speak again until after seeing that I've calmed down. But Hik-chan, I think this is definitely for the best. She says without batting an eye, having waited patiently through my panic to say it. The cheerful delivery of her words makes it seem like she sliced out the time between when she dropped the bomb on me and now. It's pretty funny in a way. You have such a one-track mind, you know that? Yeah. The damage is done. If Misha can believe that things will work out with such unflinching certainty, then maybe it's worth giving it a chance. If things don't work out, I'll run as fast as I possibly can. Then try and make up for it anyway, just in case. She offers to buy me another drink from the vending machine. It's a very small token of apology, but I suppose it's the thought that counts. And her thoughts are sincere. Plus, it's a free drink, so I accept. Amen, brother. I would do the same thing. The only thing I disagree with is there's an entire there's an entire fucking vending machine of drinks, and you chose the coffee out of it. I'm saying this right now. I'm never gonna choose coffee over soda. I am definitely like a big energy drink and like soda guy first. I will literally only drink coffee if there's no other alternatives. Sorry, taking another drink. Whew, trying my best to push through. Man, these reading streams really do take a lot out of me. I need to put this in a different spot so it's not falling over all the time. I throw back my daily fistful of pills with a glass of water. After a solid 8 hours of sleep, I really don't know what I was afraid of last night. As I chew a particularly large tablet in half, I continue to rationalize my worries away. Shizune knew I was taking sign language classes all day yesterday and didn't make a deal out of it. She might be mute, but that doesn't mean she can't make her feelings known. No, in fact, it seems like she's all the more direct for it. She doesn't beat around the bush or hold back. She always makes herself clear unapologetically, so that there can be no mistakes. So if she wasn't mad then, it's unlikely that she would be at all. And on top of that, I didn't do anything wrong anyways. But as that fear of mine recedes, the thought of spending a couple of days with Shizune without Misha takes its place. I hadn't really thought about it yesterday, but the idea becomes more and more intimidating. It's true that I can understand sign language pretty well, but I would definitely hesitate to say that I can understand it above a basic level, and if she were to up the speed of her signing, which she does quite a bit, I don't think I could keep up. Signing too is not my strong suit. Doing both at the same time like Misha can is a distant dream. Hick-chan! What? Don't forget, you said that you would help out with building the stalls today. Behind the school after classes are over, okay? I know. Last time you helped out, Hick-chan, we really appreciated it. This time it's even more important, so skipping out is unforgivable, okay? I want to ask why that is, but there isn't an opportunity to. Besides, Misha is behind in her classes, so it seems like a bad idea to distract her, now that I know that. I can always ask her at lunch, which is what I end up doing. Because, Hick-chan, a festival that celebrates a town is exactly what it sounds like. It's to celebrate your home and its history. Tanabata is different. It's for wishes and lovers. That definitely makes it more important, doesn't it? Yeah, naturally it would be. Is that really what it's for, though? Hick-chan, you have no sense of fun. She puffs out her cheek in displeasure before blowing the air out like a deflating balloon. You have to appreciate things like that, even if it's just an excuse to eat something interesting and dress up in the end. I'll be disappointed if you don't, okay? Before I can say anything, she turns to the side to inhale a croquette. After classes, I meet Shizune behind the school, where it seems she already set everything up sometime yesterday. She greets me with a short wave, and then with a flourish of the hammer, already in her hand, extends her arm towards the stalls behind her. Some of them already half completed, others still haphazardly piles of boards bundled together with string. As the time passes, I realize the pills can only do so much. I still get way more tired than I should be. Luckily, Shizune's back is to me, so I can afford to take a lot of breaks without having to worry about her wondering why. When I stop and think about it, though, I start to feel pretty guilty for taking advantage of her inability to hear that my hammer stopped banging. It's a terrible thing to be happy about. Her work ethic is admirable. It's obvious that it bores her and even annoys her, but she doesn't slacken her pace. When she gets tired nailing a stall together with one arm, she switches to the other. Shizune. I feel like an idiot the second I say her name. I can't tell her what I think. There's a hammer in my hand as well in the end, and I feel like I have to keep up with her. I can't slack off either, especially when it's just the two of us. There's no time to sign, no opportunity, not even for a compliment or a job well done. Even something as casual as that would have required me to put down a hammer, get her attention, and then sign it to her. A simple gesture turned into something so needlessly complex. like a single footstep taken on a road that's longer than first imagined. I've known her long enough to know this and still forgot it. The air is filled with the rhythmic knocking of nails being driven into wood. It's actually kind of nice after a while. The monotony of the task at hand. I try to match my hammering with Shizune's, then alternate to it to try to beat the form. Alternate to try and form a beat. Damn. I read that one like very fucking wrong. Well, when I'm sure people have probably noticed this, but when I struggle to like read a sentence, sometimes I'll like reformat the sentence to like sound better so it's easier for me to say. I've been catching myself doing that so often now that like I'll add shit that's not even in the sentence or just like completely just remove certain words. Really bad habit, but just makes it easier for me to read. Of course she doesn't notice. It makes me wonder, does the lack of sound make this work seem more drawn out and boring to her? It is strange, being unable to hear the results of her actions even as she feels the vibrations through her fingers, or having no concept of sound. Does it bother her at all? Distracted, I don't notice Shizune sneaking up on me until her head pops into view. Taking a break? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's do that. You can understand sign language? That makes it more convenient for both of us, even though you hid it from me. Haha. Why? Why what? Why did you decide to take sign language? Sign language. Her eyes don't break off from mine, even for a second. If she needs to read my response, her peripheral vision is good enough. Once she has something in her gaze, she doesn't look away. It's strange how piercing her eyes can be, dark as a lake at night. Because I wanted to. It seemed like it would come in handy, and it did, didn't it? Yes. Sorry I didn't catch any of that. See, this is the kind of thing that comes up now and then. I wish Misha were here. She has work to make up for, doesn't she? That might be partly my fault. Misha doesn't need supplemental lessons. Her grades aren't the best, but she understands how the decisions she makes affects others. That puts her ahead of many people. Especially certain blondes. She doesn't forget things easily. Your sign language is very good. You're learning oddly fast. I've been taking classes for a while now, and it's kind of easy to pick up after a while. Though, through immersion, or osmosis, that kind of thing. It's not too bad. And if I'm really stuck, Misha's there too. I guess I spoke too soon. I didn't understand any of that. Time to backpedal. Well, yeah, it's actually not that easy. It's actually hard as hell, like trying to pick up broken glass. But I guess in some ways it's interesting as well. Like an adventure. Well, no. Picking up broken glass is not an adventure. Sure it is, it's just as challenging. If you use a dustpan and broom, it's not. I feel frustrated and sad. When I look up, I notice she has a can of soda in her hand. Where did you get that? I forgot to sign it, but she understands anyways, following my eyes and produces another one from behind her back. She tosses it in my direction, and I catch it with both hands. I brought an extra one for you. She pauses to slide her fingernail under the tab of her can and pop it open before setting it aside for a moment. If you are going to try and help me so much, then I have to look out for you too. It's only natural. If you're going to learn sign language, that is something entirely different. I'm naturally going to be impressed. What separates the two is obligation. I'm very happy. She downs her drink in one go, stretches her arms behind her back, and jumps up to her feet. Okay, back to work. And like that, it's over. Shizune returns to her work in the same energy as before, the lingering traces of a smile on her face, the only evidence that she had taken a break at all. As I do the same, I think that Misha was right in saying everything would work out for the best. Everything so far seems to be going in that direction. Misha swings by as it starts to get darker, looking as tired as I feel, and Shizune decides to stop for today. As we cover the day's work and go our separate ways, I look at how fluently they talk to each other, and how easily they laugh together as they walk back to their dorms. It makes me appreciate Misha's skill at sign language more. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level, or if I even will have the time. These chapters are going by pretty fast. I don't know why people say that this one's the worst one so far. I actually really do like this one. I really did hear a lot of people saying that this one was probably the worst, but honestly, like, I've actually been, like, really, really enjoying this one. I honestly, like, think I like this one more than Emmy's. I guess for people new to the chat or who may be watching the series, like, out of order on YouTube, um, I got Rin's stories first by luck of the draw. Then Emmy was next, which I didn't really follow, like, a specific pattern. I kind of just, like, did random choices again and got Emmy. But a lot of people said that Shizune's was the worst. Emmy's story was kind of mid. And then Rin's was definitely, like, hands down the best story of the game from what I've gathered from a lot of people. And so I wanted to play the best, the middle, and the worst story. And a lot of people said this one was the worst, but I'm actually enjoying this one a lot more than Emmy's. This one kind of has, like, a slow burn to it, where it feels like with Emmy, like, the moment that, like, we started a relationship, there was just, like, an entire, like, middle arc of just nothing but just, like, having sex and, like, really stupid humor. Or just, like, talking about things that really didn't matter. I'm definitely enjoying this one a lot more. The first thing I do this morning is trip once again over Kenji's package as I get out of bed, finding myself diving headfirst into the floor before I'm even fully awake. I want to smack this thing with the first blunt object I can find, like I'm going for a home run, but I don't even have the energy for that this morning, and it would likely damage whatever's inside, and that would be mean. I slide it into the hallway. It sails along the smooth floor with a little difficulty and stops with a soft and almost inaudible bump on colliding with Kenji's door. Immediately, a dozen locks unbolt in succession like a mounting symphony. "Who is it?" he says as he blindly steps forward into the hallway, somehow stepping over the box in a way that would be uncharacteristically, impressively graceful if it weren't for the fact that I know it was wholly accidental. "It's me. I got your mail. You're standing over it." "I know. Thanks a lot, man." "Yeah, whatever." "So what's in it?" He cringes, instantly turning very defensive and agitated. "It's nothing." "Come on, tell me. I'm curious." And you know, I almost broke my neck falling over it. And before that, I had to carry that stupidly large box around with it blocking my vision, crossing roads with it in front of me. I think you could at least tell me what's inside in return. "It's secret stuff. I can't tell you because then it wouldn't be very secret and shit. It's nothing important." "Well, if it's nothing important, you can tell me." "If it's nothing important, why do you have to know?" "Why is that wrong?" "Why do you have to know?" "Why can't I know?" "Why are you answering my questions with questions?" "Why won't you answer my first question?" "Why won't you answer my last question?" I realize our voices are getting higher with each reply. Down the hall, a door pops open and someone sticks his head out quizzically to see what's going on. We must look like such tools, but I bet I'm the only one out of the two of us with enough shame to realize it. "Fine, you can take it to your grave. I have to get ready for school anyways." "Damn, no. Why are you so hasty to leave? Stick around a little. You want some coffee? It's been a while. You know, I thought you were dead since you were so slow delivering the package." "You're lucky I was willing to to do the package delivery in the first place, smartass." "Whoa, calm down, man. You're so confrontational. Is it because of the student council thing? I hear you hang out with them now." "You heard it from me when I told you." "Really?" "Well, yeah, whatever, man. The point is they are terrible. You're the new guy, so of course you wouldn't know. But around here, she's a very decisive figure. Before you came here, she tried to institute a badge policy. It's a long story, so maybe you should sit down." I look around for a chair, but can't find one as we're in the goddamn hallway. I raise a finger and start thinking that maybe I should tell him that, but he's already started talking. Not want to waste the arm movement, I look at my watch instead. It would have been a real reign of terror if it had happened. "Wait, you're judging her based on something that didn't even happen?" "Yes. Anyway, her idea was like merit badges, but there would also be demerit badges." "What would those do?" "I don't know. It never happened. It seemed bad, though, so when I heard about it, I didn't leave my room for a few weeks." "So you heard there would be a massive change you hid in your room, trying to just ride the change out?" "Nah, I decided to do something about it. I found the student council office after a while and marched right in there with a list of demands and a bunch of people I grabbed in order to make myself look like I had supporters." "Wait, so not only did it not happen, but no one even cared?" Kenji doesn't hear me, having forgotten a good momentum going. Wrapped up in his energy of his own ranting, he starts to completely flip out and flail his arms, apparently to the wildly throw gang signs. Appearing to wildly throw gang signs. I walked up to the desk and said to her, "Hey, you fascist woman, what is this badge idea? How out of touch can you be? Here in your ivory tower, smugly looking down upon us like we're a bunch of idiots. Who do you think you are? Your level of elitism is terrible. You're probably one of those outrageous rich people who have chauffeurs drive them around slums so they can point and laugh. I only drink pricey coffee beans shat out by the last living dinosaur and brewed in a solid gold skull. And how could you? Go open a history book. Don't you know that the Borghese are always thrown in bloody revolutions for shit like this? Stupid. You're an idiot. Sure, the revolutionaries usually end up turning into an utter clusterfuck later on, but a manic is the only kind of person who would create a policy like that. It's like something I would create to make people suffer, only real and you want to institutionalize it. Where will this... Oh my god. I'm like having a brain aneurysm right now. Where will this desecration of our rights end? We are people. This is not justice. That's what I said. And then I added a cry of, they can take our things, but they'll never take our freedom, to appeal to the masses like in the movie about the life of William Wallace, where they took his things but not his freedoms and then killed him. But she just ignored me and didn't look up from writing in her little paper shit. Maybe I overwhelmed her in my logic so badly that she just retreated into denial. Maybe she was just an asshole. Either way, she didn't reply, and the future refused to change. To top it off, on the way back, I realized I had lost my student ID somewhere. This is a story of my life, a constant and seemingly futile struggle, like trying to climb up a brick wall with sponges for hands. Hey, you said nothing changed, but she didn't make everyone wear a stupid badge, so it did change. Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe they're not so bad then. I guess that counts for something. If I can get Kenji to admit that maybe two women may not be bad after all, I'll take it. Especially if it allows me to slip out of this conversation. I didn't realize how much time had gone by. I try to run through my usual morning routine as quickly as possible. I check my watch again as I leave the dorms and see that I'm already late. Fortunately, the rest of the day goes by more smoothly, and after classes are over, I had to meet with Shizune. Behind the school, I catch her leaning against a completed stand with parts of it still flicked with bits of paper and tape, remnants of signs that were from the last time that was used. Absentmindedly spinning a nail in her hand, she hasn't noticed me yet. The temptation to sneak up on her is unbearable. Years of watching foreign wildlife documentaries have prepared me for this. I'm down when conditions are favorable. However, the more I think about it, the more it seems like a bad idea. If I get caught halfway, I'll look like an idiot. If she doesn't know it's me, I could end up with an injury. Either way, I'll always look a little insensitive, so it'd probably be best not to try anything funny, as disappointing as it is. I walk in front of her, startling her a little. Why so surprised? Did I catch you slacking off? No, I was taking a break. You don't look like you even broke a sweat. That's some break there, President. Shizune's eyes dart back and forth momentarily, and I think I managed to fluster her. There's exasperation on her face and a little tension as well, but she can't back down now. That would be unthinkable of her. Her fingers dance across each other impatiently. You're acting competitive today. Are you trying to get my blood boiling? Do you want to make it a contest? We'll race to see who can construct the most stalls by sundown. No, I'm teasing you. That's okay. It's not a real student council if you can't tease the student council president a little. You agree, don't you? That isn't in the student council charter, so it isn't true. There is no charter. At least I don't think there is. The only thing they pledge loyalty to are a stack of takeout menus. Anyways, it's good that you're finally here, even if you could have been earlier. Pick up a hammer and we'll resume where we left off. As we work assembling the stalls again, I slowly realize that it's really much less work than I would have expected. In fact, according to Shizune, we should be done by the end of the day with a little luck. The last time I did something like this for them, it took her, Misha, and myself almost 4 days to do it. It can't just be my imagination. You know, this doesn't seem like much work. Because it isn't. The answer leaves me wanting a little more. Knowing that it isn't the best, Shizune puts her hammer down to elaborate. It would be impossible for two people to do that much work in less than a week. The truth is that I don't dismantle half the stalls. I just store them someplace else, actually. More like I hide them in plain sight. She waggles her finger mischievously. But that's a secret, and it's not proper to reveal the tricks of the trade. You're not a magician? Winking, she takes out 2 plastic containers from her bag, then puts them down on a nearby board before raising her hand slightly as if to say, "Ta-da! I made lunch today for both of us. You can have this one. The food shifted in my bag, and now some of it is mixed together." She hands me one of the containers. I open it. It looks delicious, if a little simple. She hands me a pair of chopsticks, and as if she had just remembered to, and I eat what looks like grilled beef. It's very tasty. You don't like your food touching other food? I do not. You're very picky. Sometimes I mix my food on my own, but not always, and not everything. I don't like it when it's done for me. What's important is the choice. She points decisively to emphasize it, then breaks her chopsticks apart to eat her own meal. As I continue to eat, I notice 2 things. The first is that almost everything I'm eating besides the rice is fried. Even the vegetables are fried. And there's so much meat. Does she eat this kind of stuff all the time? I wonder how she manages to stay so thin in spite of this. The second thing I notice is that I can't talk to her while eating. Talking with your mouth full is a little rude anyways, but with our hands holding our chopsticks and bowls, communication between us is impossible just like yesterday. Even though we're spending time together, even though I took the time to learn sign language, it feels like I'm talking to her less. Despite that, it also feels like I'm understanding her more. I hear the sound of something tapping against one of the stands and look up to see Lily standing off to the side, feeling her way around with her cane. Hi. I narrowly catch myself before I can say, "Didn't see you there." Oh, Hisao, is that you? I thought I smelled something delicious cooking and wondered who it might be. What is she saying? It's hard to move my hands in parallel to say something completely different to Lily. This has to be why Misha just signs everything all the time. A bit sillier, but it seems like it would simplify things a lot. Shizune tenses her fingers delightedly at my translation, as if hearing a joke. All of this food was cooked hours ago, but for someone as slow as yourself, who can't even turn a piece of paper without being a week late, I guess your perception of time would be a little different. That's not very nice. A frown crosses Lily's face in response to reply with something she didn't hear. Ah, sorry, I'm just having a late lunch here. Student council president cooked everything. Is the student council president here right now? She's right here. I apologize, I didn't notice. Normally her level of presence is much higher. I was not aware that the student council serves lunch outdoors. Why wasn't I invited? I think that it is good to have enough free time to be able to do things like this, however. What is she saying? If I were to invite you anywhere, you would just show up late. But Shizune's words are outside of Lily's perception, a fact that is by the second increasingly maddening to her. Translate for me completely, please. What polite phrasing. It's the same she's essentially asking me to let her fully release the dogs of war. Still, I can't do nothing. The feeling of being unable to even respond and be understood is so isolating. She would never forgive me. I'll just try to soften her words lesson. Well, actually, this was all cooked a while ago. Really? That's nice. Turn over here. It's very disrespectful to not look at the person you're speaking to. That isn't the way a prim and proper lady should conduct herself. Half of what I'm saying is really what Shizune is saying. She doesn't like it when people don't look in her direction when she's talking, or trying to make a point. So, to the right of my voice. Although in this case I can understand why Lily wouldn't. This is a very awkward situation, and it's daunting being the sole conduit for dialogue between the two of them. Truthfully, I had forgotten what happened the last time they butted heads like this. It's clear Shizune remembers, and Lily is being pretty hostile towards herself, in her own way. I'm sorry, such formalities slipped my mind completely. I forgot that the student council president is the type of person who would demand such respect and adhere to the rules at all times. I suppose student government requires you to keep a tight ship. Then again, she certainly has time of her own, as well. So that must not be completely true. Student council is not a dictatorship, nor a zero-sum game. Shizune points at Lily with her fingers out, like the barrel of a gun. It snaps her fingers explosively, causing her to flinch and become visibly upset. Is that so? then that makes it more impressive that you have been a part of it for so long, playing it as though it were one. I admire the fact that you are so tenuous to maintain it all. You must be so responsible as well. Not as much as I would like to be. You can't complain about yourself, though, can you? Your very responsible actions, like requesting a deadline to be extended, and then running all the way through the next deadline, that's the very model of responsibility. Shizune is happy to hear that, but apparently you're pretty responsible yourself, she says. Does she really? More or less. Lily doesn't seem very happy. We're not holding a cookout, we're just taking a little lunch break. We're actually out here building stalls for the festival. You wouldn't know since you never go outside. Did you run out of tea? Are you gonna go into town? Shopping? No, as I said before, I was just passing by. In case you did not hear. I would hate to interrupt the student council president. You're not doing anything now, but you must both be very busy. In any case, Hisao, I'm sure that the student council president will be able to find or make work for the both of you if she needs to. I'll devour you. Yeah, very busy. Devour is a hard word. I'm pleased that I can read it. This isn't time to celebrate, though. Not over that. Instead, it looks like they might stop squabbling. I would drink to that. Have a nice day, Hisao. Goodbye, student council president. Thanks, you too. Stay classy. As soon as Lily leaves, Shizune dives into the remains of her food as quickly as possible, as if each bite she shovels away is a means to forgetting any of this ever happened. When she is done, she heads right back to hammering with the same mindset. It's good that she's working off her frustration, but now it doesn't seem like she is in any mood to talk anymore. Alright, hold on. I gotta answer someone back. Wow, that is the weirdest feeling ever. Have any of you guys ever talked so much that you feel like your lips are actually going numb? I actually, like, my lips, I can, like, barely feel them. I don't think I've ever had, like, my lips or my mouth go numb. From just, like, talking or laughing so much. My lips are also, like, insanely dry. I need to put some, like, Vaseline on these bad boys. My very succulent and kissable lips. I wonder if those popping sounds even show up on stream, actually. Oh, it looks like it's picking up. Hehe. Pop sounds funny. About 2 hours... Oh. Where's the screen? Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. Where's my screen? Oh, there it is. About 2 hours later, she stops, having mowed through the rest of the stalls non-stop in that time. It still feels hard to approach her, and think about how easily a conversation can die after it. It took so long to be able to get her alone and speak directly to her. It almost hurts. Your translations were good. Really? First class. She punctuates it with a thumbs up. For your level. There aren't many deaf people in the school, and sign language classes have been on the edge of getting cut for a while now. I'm sure you don't have many classmates. Am I right? If you're only learning sign language now, your speed is going to be limited. That is why interest in it wanes, because it takes more effort than normal to just communicate. I imagine it's the same with all languages. In such a situation, conversations in sign language are less than they would inherently be to start with. I don't understand that word. Less what? Spontaneous. Misha is the only person who can really capture it. Yeah, that's definitely true. Her expression changes for a second, and changes back too quickly to digest, but I get the feeling that this isn't meant to be pursued. What I really want to know about is, why do you and Lily fight so much? Tensing a little and visibly frowning, Shizune tenses her fingers and overlays them repeatedly as if shuffling an invisible deck of cards. Two fights that you know of aren't worth calling so much. If you had been here last year, you could say that. I heard it was a rough year, something about how you tried to insinuate a badge policy. Haha, surprised? Well, I want to hear more about that later. Definitely, but you don't like Lily very much, do you? Don't dodge my question. I'm not dodging anything. She was part of the student council until last year. We didn't get along very well. She wanted to keep doing things like the old student council did. The old student council was just so unofficial. It was stupid and insulting. I wanted to do more, and we had a fight. A lot of fights. She couldn't do anything on time. Then she said that what I wanted to do was meaningless. Just extra busy work. But does this look meaningless busy work to you? Shizune gestures around us. What's really meaningless is a student council that doesn't do anything. Weak, lazy, and boring. Especially boring. I couldn't get excited over sitting in a room with nothing to do. That's just a waste of time. Why would I even be there? It didn't get my blood flowing. Arguing with her does that. If she could have been motivated before, she wouldn't have to put so much dedication into being an enemy. But if she shows that much spirit, it's not a complete loss. At least it's something. That's still exciting. I see. And what about the badge thing? She laughs, covering her mouth with her hand as if to hide it. Her laughter is the only thing she regularly tries to hide. That was just a joke. Having a little fun sometimes is important too. So fucking Kenji just got heated over a joke. The next day, I end up having to hunt around a bit at the start of lunch when I find that my usual vending machine near the dormitory buildings is sold out of my usual favorite canned coffee. The detour takes longer than I expected. Things have been so hectic lately that it takes some time for me to register why something smells different as I walk through the school gardens back to the cafeteria. The grass has been freshly mowed. The realization makes me pause and watch for a bit. The odd group of students chatting or playing around on the grass and a couple of teachers conversing on the path ahead makes a very idyllic scene. Unfortunately, a feeling of intimate dread starts creeping up on me after a while. The feeling that I'm not alone. Hey Hisao, is that you? Yeah, it's me. I guess I should be happy it's him and not, say, a slasher. Kenji begins to talk as if having a conversation with someone other than me. Knew it. That haircut is unmistakable. No normal person would have a cut like that. Unconsciously, I started touching the back of my head. Once I realize what I'm doing, I feel insulted, yet too surprised to even get indignified about it. Yeah, what are you doing here? Measuring the temperature. Winter will come soon. It will be too cold for women to go out and have their sex in the city-style power lunches, followed by obstructive human wave formations, walks in crowded urban areas. Wow, I have not heard Sex in the City in so long. I mean, I've never seen it, but I have definitely heard of it. When this happens, man will be able to walk the streets unfettered once again, and reclaim what is his heritage. In order to prepare for that day, I've been eating nothing but pizzas for the past week to store energy. Okay. That's what bears do. So, there's much we can learn from the bear. Kenji nods, empathetically agreeing with himself. Okay, so check this shit out. I was in town today buying milk. They had a new clerk, some hipster girl with a baseball cap and 2 hockey sticks on it. I call her a hipster hockey baseball hat girl. I noticed the milk didn't have a price tag, so I told her to get over there and label that milk for future generations. He was in town today? He must have cut his morning classes. I want to scold him, but his verbal torrent prevents me from getting a word in. She told me not to bother her because she was sick. Sick? Sick? We live in a society here. You can't just opt out of human interactions because you're sick. Do you know how much effort it takes to even get up in the morning? I still do, though, and I got up that morning to go down and buy milk, not to have my vital questions just brushed aside by some hipster doofus college girl who wears a hockey baseball cap to work indoors. Anyways, I was trying to get a hold of the integrity of her products. A milk carton without a price tag? When I see something like that, it just leads to questions. Important questions. It's her job to answer them, damn it. That's the problem with women. They have no sense of duty. I get diarrhea a lot, but you don't see me complaining about it. I soldier on and do what I have to do anyway, because that's what being a man is all about. It's probably because you drink nothing but fucking milk and eat pizzas, dude. Like, I'm lactose intolerant. A sip of milk, like, puts me over the edge for, like, the next 3 hours. I'll be shitting my guts out. Even if you have diarrhea, you keep going, for the dream of a better tomorrow. You know, frequent diarrhea is bad. Maybe you should stop drinking so much milk. I can't do that. It's what allows me to maintain my awesome strength. And in this world, a man's strength is the only thing that he can't be browbeaten out of by an increasingly pussy-whipped society. That's why I walk around leaving open jars of olives everywhere, sometimes just to show that I can. Do you refrigerate them after? What? Man, I don't know. That's not important. You have to refrigerate them after opening. Even elementary students know that. They can't get the jar open in the first place, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's true. I'm a genius. He self-assertively rubs his chin, which is something I imagine scientists did, until I met Muto and was tremendously let down. Anyways, I can't go to that store again since it's clearly been compromised by bitches, unless I disguise myself. Maybe change to a different pair of glasses. Worst disguise ever. It's been working flawlessly all these years. I didn't even need glasses to see you. They're for effect, also to protect my identity like Superman. Worst disguise ever. I'm telling you, when people see my school ID, they can't even recognize me. Really? Let me see. Can't do that. I can't go around showing my ID to everyone. It was made long ago in a different time. I had hippie hair. While trying to imagine that, Kenji takes his glasses off. He squints as soon as they're off his face, which makes him look even more tired than he already does. He was right. He does look very different. Kind of like he hasn't slept in years. Not different enough for it to be a good disguise, though. You need more sleep. Nah. You look like you need it. No way. These are just the eyes of a man who has seen things. A shaman's eyes. Terrible things that I can't imagine. Why are people fucking messaging me all of a sudden now? I'll have to answer that one back later. God fucking damn it. Well, it looks like I'm probably gonna have my daughter on Monday. Like when I made a ship in a bottle and my mom sat on it. There was blood and shreds of floral print everywhere. That's what life experiences. Kenji doesn't seem very horrified, even though I think this is actually the first time he told me about himself that could have been legitimately traumatic. He's also talking about 30 degrees to my left, so I guess his blindness is real. Wait for the ham in front of him anyways. Too little effect. Man, I hope you realize I'm just joking. I laugh, pretending that I did. Somehow looking him in the eyes is difficult than usual. Want some trivia? People with small eyes wear big glasses. I read that somewhere. It's because it makes your eyes look less beady. Really? I didn't know that. He puts his glasses back on. I feel oddly relieved for a moment until I remember that I still have to deal with them, glasses or not. Well, anyways, the artist girl wanted to paint my portrait once, I think. I had to talk to her like 5 times before she started making sense. Must have been Rin, I suppose. What'd she look like? I don't know. A woman with sandals? I was hoping he'd say something more specific, like she had no arms. Rin does wear sandals, but I feel like the chances of there being another free-spirited female artist student wearing sandals besides her is reasonably high. I was thinking, sure, someday after I burn all documentation that exists, it might be okay to leave a portrait behind so that people can look at it and remember the savior of mankind. They'll need it for when they model the statues. And then I thought about it some more and had to turn her down. It was tempting, but she wanted it for some school thing. It would be displayed. People would ask who I was, only I haven't saved society yet, so it would be pointless. And then someone would recognize me. I'd have to explain. That's already a chain of events I don't want to deal with. I don't want to get mixed up in some weird situations. Shit like that happens always happens. Sticking out is a surefire way to get put on a list. That's why I make such a careful effort to blend in with people in my daily life, until I can make my move. Sure. What list? Oh, there are many lists. So, what are you doing here anyways? Nothing. I kinda got here by accident. Happens to me all the time. Well, hope that works out for you. I think I'm gonna go back to my dorm. I need to set my TV to record my shows. You have a TV? Yes, you should come over sometime. We can watch the game in high definition. Before I can ask him what he's talking about, he's gone. He left like he came, with zero respect towards other people. Kind of amazing. Now that Kenji is gone, I resume looking aimlessly at the school gardens and their summer splendor. It's no use. He ruined them for me. This chapter seems to have a lot to do with Kenji. I think this is actually the most that we've engaged with like Kenji in like any chapter. When I get back to the cafeteria, exhausted but alive, I think of eating lunch with Shizune again, but find her sitting at a table with Misha already. If it were anyone else, I would think how they were too far away for me to hear them. This is Shizune and Misha, however. If I wanted to, I could eavesdrop on their conversation easily. What a dirty thing to think about, but it's there. I don't want to, though. They must have a lot of catching up to do. Even if it's only been a few days, I'm inclined to just leave them alone so they can do just that. However, the second they see me, they wave me over. Hi, Hik-chan. Hearing her voice again even after such a short time apart is jarring, and I wince. These past few days, I had forgotten that communication with Shizune is almost entirely silent, and concentrating on getting it right. I had tuned out even ambient noise. Well, I'll get used to it again. I'm glad she is back. I'm done making up all my work, just in time. I won't have to miss the festival. If they really tried to enforce that, I would pull you out of student council business. If they really tried to enforce that, you would pull me out of student council business. That's abuse of power. No, it isn't, Hik-chan. Shik-chan says that there were only 2 student council members overseeing the festival. It would be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely. It has to at least be 3. It's good for everyone. It's perfectly reasonable and necessary. Shizune leans closer to the table a bit as Misha delivers her slightly disturbing, militaristic justifications in a childish, bubbly, up-and-down tone. Shizune looks so happy, though, tenting her fingers and trying to hold back a laugh as Misha pouts more seriously on her behalf. If you say so. I'm actually happy right now that we can talk so easily to each other, all 3 of us. In the beginning, I thought that I might have found myself in a bad situation. I was sure that Shizune would hate getting saddled with being tour guide for this new guy. I didn't want to be the kind of burden either. It would be awkward even if she weren't deaf and mute too. Just now, she said that we would all have to be at the festival, the whole student council. I don't think that the student council has any real jurisdiction over Tanabata. It's only Shizune's way of saying she wants us to spend time together. It's nice to have friends. It's a simple thought, but one that makes me genuinely happy. That we could slip into being with so much ease, despite the roundabout ways in which she said it. I'm glad that Shizune thinks so strongly enough to express it all. Why did you wait until we waved you over to come sit with us? A question out of nowhere. Shizune's eyes are expectant as Misha repeats her message. I feel like teasing her. You want me to sit with you that badly? We're in the student council. We should sit together as much as possible. It's logic. Anyone would jump at the chance to sit with 2 cute girls anyways. She pauses, in case I might say something like you're not that cute, and instantly lock myself into an oblivious no-win situation. When I don't take the bait, Shizune becomes more energetic and continues. You're abnormal. Well, I didn't expect her to end it like that. You're too quick to call other people abnormal. So arrogant. You're too quick to call other people arrogant. That makes you arrogant, and arrogance is also abnormal. You're double abnormal. It doesn't work that way, it's just a sliding scale. Haha. Leaning on her arms, Misha closes her eyes and lets out a low, slow laugh like a chuckle. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at this kind of situation. I notice that Misha signs everything I say to Shizune anyways, even though I'm signing myself. This is redundant, but it's an unconscious action for Misha. On the other hand, I can't stop. If I let myself take it easy and sign less just because Misha is back, then what was all this for? I don't want to risk losing familiarity with how to sign either. My hands are pretty slow to speak on my behalf as it is. Hikchan, you and Shikchan talk to each other much more now. Back and forth, it's really funny too. Like an old married couple, right? What a loaded comment in so many ways. Although because it's Misha, it can't have been on purpose. That's not a compliment. Shizune doesn't react to Misha trying to pair the two of us up. Maybe she didn't see it. Sometimes it does happen. I've noticed. I still wonder if it's really that simple and why I care so much, but I don't think it was too hard. I want to leave. I keep thinking that I'm hogging Misha's time with Shizune, and it could be that Misha cut in just now on purpose. Feeling that way too. I doubt that either of them will let me leave though. In some ways they're too nice. Anyway, Shizune, if you really want to know, I didn't want to stay here because I didn't want to intrude. I thought that because of Misha being away for supplementary lessons or whatever, you two would have a lot to talk about, and I should just leave you alone to catch up. That's why I thought I would just hang back. Don't worry, Misha, I'm not trying to monopolize Shizune. Hikchan, it's not like that. You're so considerate, Hikchan. Shikchan is sorry and apologizes. I don't really think it's worth apologizing over, so don't worry about it. Hey, don't you both think since Misha's back, we should go celebrate somehow? I think so. Hikchan, usually having to make up work isn't something to celebrate over. No, that's a good idea. The timing is perfect, and Shizune said the student council should have a little fun sometimes too. You probably heard that too, right, Misha? It should be fine. Actually, wait a sec. Didn't you have to make up work because you were missing so many classes to begin with? So skipping out to celebrate would kinda be stupid. Maybe the timing isn't perfect, like I said, but we could go after school. Where should we go? Misha speaks Shizune's question to her aloud before she even stops to think it over. Both of them completely ignoring me. Hey, listen to me. Two-man short-sighted student council team. Hikchan, you're part of this team too. Yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, you are, Hikchan. So forgetful and troublesome. I feel sorry for the girl who falls in love with you. So, where do you think we should go? I'm laughing in spite of myself, wanting to point out how Misha seems enthusiastic now, when she was the one with the most apprehensive about this in a few seconds ago, for whatever reason. I can't bring myself to do it, but this is okay too. After a short discussion on where to go, it seems like the only place all three of us know are willing to travel to is the Shanghai. A tea house doesn't look like a bad place to celebrate, especially because I'm sure they sell cake there, and cake is the most celebratory food. I haven't seen Yuko in a while either, and neither have the girls. For all these reasons, plus the fact that it's so close, I end up standing in front of the little tea shop with Shizune and Misha before I know it. Welcome! It's been a while since I've heard Yuko's voice, so I'm surprised all over again by the energy she puts into her greetings. Kind of like an extremely nervous Misha. Hi, but you don't have to do that all the time, it's just us. Yes, I do. But... okay, if you say so, Yuko. I take this moment to glance around the tea house and notice that it is empty as ever. It's lunchtime. Essentially the peak hour for an establishment of this type. And yet, it's as barren as ever. I don't understand. There has to be a reason for this. Shizune gently taps my arm to get my attention. What do you want to get? Yuko looks a little agitated after Misha automatically relays the question. No, I'm supposed to ask that. Is there anything that I can do for you? Just some coffee for now, I guess. Thanks. The dedication Yuko has towards waitressing duties is sort of admirable. So is the speed at which she whisks slices of cake and her drinks to her table when it's ordered. Then again, we're the only customers here, so who knows what it would be like with a full house. Shizune and Misha immediately dig into their cake with gusto, probably because they can't talk with utensils in their hands. The whole point of sharing a meal with friends like this is being able to talk over it after all. It makes sense that it would be the same with them. I'm barely halfway through my cake when I hear their forks clinking as they set them down on their empty plates. It's not healthy to inhale your food. Hikchan sounds like an old man. I cringe and instinctively feel like I've been punched. Are you going to wear a yukata tomorrow, Hikchan? No, I don't even have one. Well, even if I did, I'm not the kind of guy who does stuff like that. What about you? Are you two going to dress up? Of course. What do you mean, of course? You didn't dress up last time. One time is not a trend. It's a completely different situation anyways. Aside from not being Tanabata, the festival was on school grounds. Students should wear their uniforms on school grounds. Clearly a joke, but her delivery isn't any different from the usual. That isn't normal, but her sense of humor never was. I'm used to it. I guess her way of saying outrageous things seriously is a little better than if she were to say serious things outrageously. What's more troubling in any case is that I've started to associate a voice with her signing, and it's clashing with how Misha says out loud everything Shizune says. I feel disoriented. I'll dress up this time. You'll see, Hikchan. Not just Shikchan, but me too. Maybe I'll change my hairstyle too. Don't do that. I can't really imagine you looking different. Shizune wags a finger and smiles. Such a quick and firm disapproval. What if I were to change my hairstyle? Maybe you should grow your hair out and make it look like drills. She looks unamused. Luckily, I see Yuko making her way over, likely to clear up her plates and ask if we need anything from her. Yuko, are you doing anything for Tanabata? Huh? It's like she's practicing how to most smoothly ask if I need a refill of coffee while walking over, but she has no idea what to do having been asked a question first. I feel bad. Yes, I'm working. Yuko, they make you work on holidays? We have the most business on holidays, and sometimes tourists. I don't mind. I have to do my best. I understand completely. So admirable. Shizune nods her head solidarity, feeling a kind of kinship with Yuko through their shared determination to be the best. Although for her it's a matter of pride, whereas Yuko might just feel like she really, really needs this job and maybe a raise. The most business, huh? So how many people on an average during a holiday? Well... Yuko walks away and starts cleaning up a cup with swizzle sticks. That isn't polite. This is not a proper waitress would do. Nevertheless, I sort of got my answer anyways. Clearly business is scarce at best. I start to wonder again how the Shanghai remains open all the time. Maybe this, Atlantic style of tea house is a trend that was outrageously successful before I got here, but isn't anymore. And they're just keeping it like this while they retool. Ooh, I need a drink. You know, my brother asked me if I wanted to play games with him, and I asked him what Call of Duty game that he wanted me to install, because I was talking about how I've been going back and playing the old Call of Duty games. And he was like, yeah, I really want to start getting back into playing COD Zombies. I've been having like a real hankering for COD Zombies. But then he didn't answer me on which game to download. I'm assuming probably World at War, because World at War is like one of the best. Or maybe even one of the Black Ops games, since, what, is it Black Ops... Is it Black Ops 2 that has all the DLC maps in it? Maybe the owner is rich and is involved in some sort of bet with someone else or a crazy scheme to see who can lose the most money. Maybe I just conveniently miss mobs of customers by seconds each visit. Or maybe this place is just a front for an arms dealer. Since there's no one else here, why don't you sit down with us? We can talk about economic infeasibility, but Yuko doesn't take the bait, shaking her head side to side and empathetically. Alright, he said I would say World at War and Black Ops 1 for now. I've never really celebrated Tanabata before, or dressed up for anything like this. I'll finally be able to wear my yukata. What do you mean never? What about last year? Last year, Shikchan, me, and the 32 class rep ran a stall for the festival. It was a soba stall, I think. Yeah, it was. The blind class rep of 32 must be Lily. I'm surprised they're able to work together on anything. But Misha would likely be the best possible buffer for that kind of thing, with how innocent she is. Shikchan cooked and Lily took the orders, and I translated for them. Shikchan kept saying, "It's so inefficient, Misha. Why do we have to be the middleman? As in, why is there a middleman in the first place? Huh? It would be fine if I did the cooking and you took orders. It doesn't make sense at all." But I think everyone had fun in the end, right, Shikchan? Shizune adjusts her glasses grudgingly, causing Misha to break into laughter. It was the old student council's idea, that's why. So what was the last student council like then? Shizune finally decides to step in again, or it's more like she can't stop herself. Terrible. That was blunt. She ends with a chopping motion, as if passing judgment on them. I hope she's going to elaborate a little. At universities and some private schools, student councils can have control over millions of yen to budget and distribute as needed. Wow, really millions? Alright, they are much more involved in school activities too, Hikchan. From Misha's tone, it seems like this is newer to her than it is to me. This school's student council was like a joke in comparison. Don't give people positions of power if they don't have any power at all. What's the point? So, I wanted us to have more and more work. It was hard to convince the school and the other student council members to allow it. Actually, a lot of the work you've seen us do is work that I took on, which is what Lily was talking about. If it wasn't for Shikchan, the student council would just file attendance reports day in and day out. Would you prefer that, Hikchan? Of course, Hikchan, as soon as the workload started going up, most of the student councils stopped coming. Wahahaha. Shizune fingers fold over each other carefully. It looks like she wants to add something, but she can't bring herself to it. Like she said, sign language gives you a little more time to think about what you say. I guess she feels like you can't talk about this. That was then, and this is now. Let's just have fun tomorrow. That is what she finally settles for. Yeah. Okay, then student council is adjourned for today. Has to be adjourned excitedly, because today was a good day. School seems to be over by the time we leave the tea house, as I can see students coming down from the road as we walk up the road towards it. A couple of people wearing our school uniforms look at Shizune as she walks by, and I wonder if they recognize her as a student council president, or if their eyes are being drawn to Misha's head. It's impossible not to overhear the chatter in the air, and the topic is more often than not plans for Tanabata. I wonder how many of them will be using or going to the stalls that I reassembled. It makes me feel a little pride, an emotion I've never felt doing something for school. Maybe this is how Shizune feels as well. I almost want to ask, but it seems stupid to want to do so. So I just hold on to the thought as the three of us walk onto the campus and then separate. Shizune to the student council room and Misha and me to our dorms. It isn't until they are gone that I realize again I didn't ask when and where they wanted to meet up tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, I really am just liking Shizune's story so far. I really do think people might have just been wrong about this one. Like, yeah, it does kind of seem like Shizune was being an asshole, but I mean, I guess she has a reason. I think Shizune's reasonings are legitimate, in that, like, she does have genuine concerns. But it's also one of those things, too, where it's like, yeah, Lily is blind. So, like, I would say out of the two of them, like, Lily definitely has more limitations than Shizune does. Because at least there's workarounds with Shizune, like writing on like a notepad and stuff like that. Whereas with Lily, there really isn't, like, Lily can't see. Like, she physically just like she physically just like can't do certain actions at all, unless like practice, like with the tea and stuff like that, which I'm sure took her like a very long time to establish. So like I get Shizune's point, but at the same time I do think that Shizune is a little bit like overbearing isn't the word. Maybe eccentric. She's a little bit too eccentric. Even though it is a holiday, I wake up at the same time as usual, on a day when everyone else is likely sleeping in for another 6 hours. I take my morning regimen of pills for the first time in a few days. Admittedly, I let my medication slip my mind. Looking at the rows of bottles in front of me, I don't know how I managed to. 17 different medications. I feel full enough to skip breakfast after taking all of them. I'm already up, so I might as well take a walk. The weather looks nice outside, giving off an idyllic atmosphere I'd often dreamt of. It's always been kind of romantic notion of me to be able to meander around in the countryside, taking in the fresh air. Now that opportunity to do just that is here. I can't resist, even though I know it must seem silly. I stop at the main building in order to buy a drink, and then decide to enter it, and maybe hang around on the roof a little bit. The view might be pretty cool at this time, and I'm sure that no one else will be up there either, and I've never been up there myself. The school is quiet today, deserted. My footsteps echoing in the staircase to the roof are unnervingly loud. It shouldn't bother me due to how much time I've spent in sign language classes in the near total silence, or working so much with Shizune lately, but it still does. It makes the smallest noise that I wouldn't have even noticed before seem boomingly loud. It feels like I'm sneaking around someplace I shouldn't be. I wonder why I'm getting that vibe. Maybe the school is haunted or something. When I open the door to the roof, I see I'm not alone. Misha leans against the fence looking over the school grounds, not having noticed me at all. Instantly, I know what I have to do. I have to put my hands over her eyes and say, "Guess who?" It's the only option. Halfway, I start thinking of how bad this would look if Shizune suddenly popped up, having left for just a second to get some sandwiches and saw me sneaking up on Misha like this. I pray silently that such a confidential misunderstanding doesn't happen. "Guess who?" "Hik-chan," she says without hesitation for a second, without deviating even slightly from her normal tone. My fun was over before it started. "Hi, Hik-chan. Good morning." She reflectively tries to move her hands to form a greeting and entangles them in the fence. "Good morning. I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing so early?" "I could ask you the same thing, Hik-chan. What are you doing up so early? I didn't expect you to be here." "I asked you first." "You're right. You sound like Shik-chan." "No, I don't." I say, in the least convincing manner possible. Luckily, Misha doesn't notice what a bad actor I am. "Are you looking forward to tonight?" "Of course, Hik-chan. I don't like celebrations, or maybe not as much as Shik-chan does, but Tanabata stands always have interesting things to buy, and all kinds of seasonal foods. And I want to wear a yukata." Her choice of words is a little strange. It sounds like she's saying that she doesn't like celebrations, but likes doing everything involved with them. I don't know if it's worth pursuing, though, and it could just be that I misunderstood. "What about you, Hik-chan?" "I am, or else I just stay home, wouldn't I? That's a logical step." "Hik-chan, you're not that logical, so that's really surprising." "Okay, though. I was just making sure, because you didn't look like you were having a lot of fun last time. Me and Shik-chan were a little worried because of that." "Hey, I had fun. I guess I ended up appreciating it more than I expected." "Really, Hik-chan? Wahaha. What part of it? Tell me." "Well, there were fireworks at the end. They were really nice. I think you slept through them." I always fall asleep early, but I won't sleep through them this year. I'll definitely stay awake." "I don't think they have fireworks during Tanabata. It's a different mood entirely. Maybe you can get Shizune to petition them to have them, and move the fireworks to an earlier time." "Maybe I will. That's a great idea, Hik-chan." "Oh, no, it's not. Don't do that. I wasn't being serious. Although it would annoy Shizune." "Wahaha, you make it sound like you like that, Hik-chan." "Hik-chan, do you like Shik-chan?" I can't say yes or no, and sitting down like I am, I can't even smoothingly leave. "Don't be silly. The one I like is you." "Really, Hik-chan? Nah, you're kidding, right? You must like Shik-chan more." "Misha, you jump to conclusions too much." "But you almost called her Shik-chan, so I am right, right?" "It's because you call her Shik-chan all the time. It got stuck in my head. Osmosing language is common, you know. Besides, it's one little slip-up, and by your logic, you should like her more than me. And are you making fun of me or something?" "Wahahaha. Maybe. I'm hungry. Did you eat breakfast, Hik-chan?" "No, just medicine." Misha twirls her finger lazily in the air to keep her hands busy while she thinks. "We should eat something then. Do you think they will be serving breakfast today?" That's really the kind of thing a member of the student council should know. I can't say that, though. I'm on the student council and don't know. It didn't seem like anyone was working in the kitchen when I entered the building, but I don't know for sure. "Hey, Hik-chan, have you ever heard about those vending machines that you can get food from, like burgers, soups, and even pizza? Wouldn't it be great if we had some of those at our school?" "I don't know. I always thought those machines were kind of weird." "Imagine how cool it would be if we had machines like that at our school, Hik-chan. It would almost be like magic, wouldn't it? Hot food coming out of a vending machine? That's so amazing. I could never imagine that. Seeing one of those machines would be like a dream." "We don't have machines like that in the whole town, though. It's too early to even go into town. I won't be able to eat breakfast, Hikchan. This is the most important meal of the day. Everyone says so. I want to eat. You're really silly. If it bothers you so much, I'll buy you a soda. Misha puffs out her cheeks and puts on her serious face. Hikchan, a soda is not a breakfast. It's like water. It's not like water. It's a liquid. Water isn't food. Liquid can be food. Now who sounds like Shizune Misha? I want to say it. Even her tone reminds me of Shizune's unblinking matter-of-fact way of stating the ridiculous. If I did say that, though, I would be the one who sounds like Shizune again. It's terrible. Her competitiveness is really rubbing off on me. Let's look for something to eat, then. Okay. Predictably, our search for the food in an empty school building this early in the morning leads only to failure. Misha decides to go off on her own after we both decide to give up for now, vowing to eat breakfast even though by now it's closer to the time for brunch. I go back to my dorm, the following hours tick by slowly, and I pass the time by catching up on my reading. Some of these books I haven't touched since I was in the hospital. Thinking back on it, it wasn't that long ago, even though it definitely feels like it was. A free day, and I can't think of anything to do. I take a short nap, and as I change for the second time today, I realize that I never actually confirmed with Shizune or Misha when and where we would meet up. I guess that eventually they would come looking for me, but I would look pretty stupid if it came to that. It's already evening, so I should make an effort to find them first. Even though the grounds aren't exactly flooded with people, and it should be impossible to miss Misha's pink hair, even if they were, I have a lot of difficulty finding them. Finally, I run into them at the front gate, which was the first place I had looked. Hello. She attempts to punctuate her normal greeting with a grand little sweep at the end. Hikchan, how are you? It's strange seeing them in Yukata, though. I've been seeing Yukata in general all night. Shizune's is simple and tasteful, which seems obvious for her retrospect. For all her grand flourish and over-the-top behavior, I think she would rather die than dress the part. What draws my eyes is the hairpin she's wearing, a pearl flower that gleams softly in the moonlight. It looks pretty on her, but in a way it also feels out of place, as if it's too elaborate for a high school girl, or maybe just for someone as secretly childish as Shizune. Misha's yukata is about what I expected, so it actually fits a little too well. Paired with her bubblegum pink hair, she looks cute, but anachronistic? Yeah, I probably got it right the first time, and I'm just being a fucking idiot. You two look nice. Thanks, Hikchan. Hikchan, you're a little late. We were waiting here for a while for you. Did you forget the time or the place? Oh well, let's get going, Hikchan. Misha dropping this line of discussion saves me from what could potentially be a pretty embarrassing thing to own up to. Specifically, that I had been looking for them for at least an hour. Seeing Shizune and Misha looking so cheerful, it's hard not to want to fall into the atmosphere and enjoy a nice night out. What bothers me is that I'm having some trouble reading Shizune's signing tonight. I haven't been to sign language class in almost a week, so I'm not surprised. I guess having lost focus for a while, I'm slipping. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. Hold on, where are we going? In the town? Yes. That doesn't make any sense. We haven't even checked out what's on the grounds, unless you two decided to have fun while I wasn't looking. We're going to come back. We'll be working our way up. Either way, Hikchan, we have to walk into town and then come back up if we want to see everything. So, this way after we're done, we'll be right by the dorms when we're tired. It works out perfectly. That is admittedly logical. Shizune doesn't give me much time to argue anyways, grabbing me by the arm and lightly trying to pull me along. The streets illuminated only by the light of the moon and low lanterns tinted in tissue paper put me at ease. Now that we're in town, Shizune moves a bit more slowly in order to see the sights. So I decide to walk more briskly in order to mess with her, but she quickly readjusts her speed to match, letting out a soundless laugh before quickly signing to Misha with her offhand. What do you want to do first, Hikchan? How about some games if there are any? I thought you didn't like games, Hikchan. I don't mind. For the second time today, I feel her slim fingers wrapping around mine. It feels like all this time I've been pulled along by Shizune's will. Occasionally it's quite tiring, but I think that for the most part I want to say that I hate it. It's just the quality of some people to drag. others into their lives like a storm. That word fits Shizune sometimes, I think. Although I didn't want to tell Misha earlier today, I do like her. Hik-chan, you're gonna win a doll for me too this time, right? You're still thinking about that? Okay, I will. The time passes by faster, and I thought I could as we run around, trying to do as much frivolous things as possible. Snow cones, Hik-chan. Do you want one? Misha runs towards the stand, not even waiting to hear my answer. They look delicious. I want one too. We'll play rock, paper, scissors to see who can pay for them all. Or we could pay for our own. Hik-chan, what flavor do you want? The blue one. Blue is not a flavor. I knew that. Ordering something based on color is childish. You're childish. What are you getting at? Are you getting strawberry? That's such a childish flavor. Only children eat strawberries. You should get plain, the most mature flavor of all. I want to know where her personality comes from. I wonder if I would think that way if she hadn't been the first student I ended up having a conversation with on my first day here. It's entirely possible that I missed the parts of her that kept drawing me in. If I didn't know that she couldn't hear me, and that she was so competitive, and just so focused with getting me into the join the student council, and so alternatively playful and sharp. With all these constant new facets to keep me interested in her, would I have grown to like her so much? It's likely I'm overthinking it. Aren't you going to make a wish? Shuk-chan never makes wishes, Hik-chan. Oh really? Not even on New Year's? Why's that? Shizune tenses her fingers and smiles, but one answers. It's a secret. I know. Hik-chan, do you want me to tell you? Yes. Shizune alternates between as many forceful iterations of no as she can think. I'll tell you later, okay? Actually, I feel tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed early. Really? It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Time flies when you're having fun. But it has, Hik-chan. Maybe I could visit Yuko first, then go back. Or, I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Have fun without me, okay? We're gonna go back to school soon anyways, Misha. Misha doesn't want to hear it and leaves anyways. Shizune starts to wonder why just as soon as I do. But while I keep it in my head, she signs it, seeming to want to discuss the possible reasons. After we're both done seeing all there is to see, I check the time, and I find that it's pretty late. My energy is starting to wear off, and it's a miracle that I managed to have even done so much. I think what it is Misha is, yeah, she's getting extremely jealous. You know, especially since, like, me and Shizune were, like, I mean, I guess Hisao wasn't the one that did it, but, you know, like, the fact that they basically were just, like, holding hands. I think it's increasingly starting to get, like, more and more obvious to, it's definitely getting more and more obvious to Misha that there is something there. So that's kind of like, that's my reasoning behind why she left. Like I said earlier, I do, like, I do actually feel really bad for Misha, but at the same time, like, it is kind of one of those things where, like, you can't really force someone to, like, be in love with you, you know? Because, like, even if Misha has feelings for Shizune, there's no telling if Shizune has feelings for Misha, which I doubt that she does, because she seems very adamant on hanging out with Hisao. So yeah, like, I do generally feel, like, really bad for her, but at the same time, like, there really isn't anything that, like, you can do about it, unfortunately. I really am. I am curious to see how close we are to the ending, though. I don't know if it's just me, but this game does feel like it's been going, or not this game, but this story feels like it's been going on a little bit longer than some of the other ones. Sorry, I was trying to download the I was trying to see if I could download my games on my Xbox from my phone, because I know that was something that I used to be able to do on PS4. Was like I could tell my I could go to like the PlayStation app, and then have it like start downloading the game and stuff for me. But it doesn't seem like I can do that with the Xbox app. I was gonna start downloading the games while I was having this conversation. But yeah, I don't think I can do that. I think I would have to have. I think I would actually have to switch over to my Xbox to do that. So we'll just keep going for now. I mean, I probably won't be able to play with them tonight, anyways. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. After we're both done seeing all there is to see, I check the time and find out that it is pretty late. My energy is starting to wear off, and it's a miracle that I managed to have even this much too. Even Shizune is starting to look a bit tired. We make our way back to the grounds. Shizune seems disappointed when she sees the school building lit up and teeming with students. Something wrong? I wanted to go up to the roof, but now there are too many people. I'm tired, so it might be for the best. There are probably couples on the roof since it's that kind of holiday. Then again, I want to know. Is that how it really is? I've never really been into any festivals before coming here. I'm disappointed. I thought you said you wanted to see the school was doing, or what the school was doing last, like saving the best for last. Now you're telling me you don't want to? Not even a little? I thought you would have more energy. I don't feel tired. This seems to spark her competitive spirit, and Shizune immediately perks up. Although it's then that I realize I didn't have anywhere in mind to take her, and I don't feel like going to the main building by myself. Fortunately, the area behind the school is both deserted and impressive looking today. I never appreciated how sprawling and well kept that was until seeing it at night. Almost seems to go on forever in the moonlight. It's very pretty, even though it's just a field. I thought earlier she was too immature to pull off the old-fashioned clothes she is wearing tonight, but right now she's quite beautiful in them. It makes me think back to that day, the other festival that I went with her. She had looked the same way back then. I want to tell her that I like her, decisively in one go, but even thinking about it is just so awkward. And the more I like her, the more awkward and afraid I am of telling her how I feel. Even now, when I could do so if I wanted without having to go through another person. Not to mention, what if what happened last time happens again? If it does, I might not get off so easily with a months-long hospital stay. I don't even want to think about it. I try to shove the thoughts out of my mind any way possible. I try to dismiss them as unlikely fears. Still, the first time I had seen all my pills, I'd imagined them cascading before me, enough to choke me. I still think about it from time to time. I can't say that it's not a legitimate concern. Times like this are nice enough that I can't forget them. My favorite thing about this school is that it's on top of a mountain. Is it because it's much closer to the sky? Yes. I like it too, but more because of the fresh air. You're so competitive. Too competitive. If a whale bit you, you would bite it back. That makes her laugh, and she winks. Would that be so bad? Her smile is contagious. Yes. It's true. I'm terrible. A little. But if I can make people happy, I'm not entirely terrible, am I? Then it's okay. I have many examples in my defense. Maybe even this moment is kind of a game to her. That's right. This is a romantic moment. I don't know if such a chance might come up again, and I feel compelled to say something awkward and stupid. If I think about it too much, I doubt my hands will listen to me. Do you want to be my girlfriend? I hope that I signed it properly. I feel nervous as I want to break into a run, yet I'm rooted to the spot. I couldn't hear a thing just a minute ago. Now I'm picking up every little ambient noise. I really am nervous, and I wonder if it shows. Before hours passed like seconds, now the seconds pass like eons. Then I see Shizune moving unsteadily before her, fumbling over each other, stopping halfway through the gestures. It's like she said, sign language gives you an opportunity to think your words through, and she is trying very hard to do that right now. A situation that she doesn't know how to respond to. It must be unthinkable. As stoic as Shizune tries to be, she can't hide her reddening cheeks, and she's very cute and feminine like this, and it puts me at ease to know that she is as nervous as I am. The thought is yet another way in which I found myself competing with her. Okay. That's a simple reply, but as soon as I think that, Shizune takes a step forward and embraces me. An unsure and careful embrace, as if I are made of eggshells, and as if she doesn't know how to hug someone. Although to be honest, it's not just a subject I'm familiar with either. Her yukata is cool and silky under my fingers, but I can feel also Shizune's warmth. In the end, she thought this was the best gesture to show how she felt. Sleight of hand. Alright, I do get a message from my brother back real quick. I feel kind of bad. I hope my brother doesn't think that I'm, like, ignoring him or something. I really do want to play games with him, but I've just been so busy lately. The following days pass uneventfully and with surprising quickness. I feel renewed motivation to learn sign language. It seems that I have a knack for learning sign, so it would be a waste to not do so. And falling behind would be even more unacceptable. Summer break is coming up, even though I figured that student council work would see a drop-off proportionally to how lethargic my classes are becoming. It doesn't happen that way. Every day I get swamped under increasingly meaningless work. That sounds about right. Despite how much I want to, I don't even have a free second to talk to Shizune nowadays. Every time I look at her, her face is buried in some book of records or stack of papers that needs to be checked. Today, I woke up early to come to school before anyone else, hoping to catch Shizune. She has a habit of coming in first thing in the morning to be more punctual than all the other students. Unfortunately, I think I am earlier than her. Hearing the student council room door click closed to the right tells me that this isn't the case. I just got here just behind her. I enter the room and tap Shizune on the shoulder to get her attention. Maybe she expects a conversation, which is why she puts down the carton of orange juice in her hand. Good morning. Where's your better half? We are separate individuals. Thinking about it, they must get that quite a bit. I can think of no other way to explain how ready she was with that answer. You're here early. That's good. You can help me look over some handouts. They're going out later today. I came here early specifically so I can see you without having to do work. According to Misha, being early isn't new for you. It's not new for you either. Are you saying you want to race? Shizune adjusts her glasses nonchalantly. I gestured at belays how giddy she is inside about the thought of having something very petty to take competitively and seriously. I think the smaller the matter is, the more it excites her. It's not a race. Do you want to make it a contest? I don't. I almost forgot to add the last part. The most important part. Well, that's fine. There are too many days left in the school year. I get tired of it anyways. With that, Shizune picks up her juice and finishes it off. I wonder if she's going to try and shoot the empty containers into the trash, but she doesn't. In fact, she seems puzzled as to why I seem so disappointed. I better get to the point. I just wanted to talk. Our break is practically here, you know. And we should spend more time together, anyway. I was thinking that we could do that over the summer. Shizune's face turns as red as mine must be, and she starts adjusting her glasses, flustered. What an all-purpose gesture. She taps her fingers together in thought, considering her words carefully. You mean like a date? Just because we're going out somewhere doesn't instantly make it a date. It's not? I want it to be a date. Then it is one. Shizune approvingly claps her hands once, before adding on to the statement. But not today. I'm going away for a week to visit my family. That is an oddly formal way of putting it, and for that reason my interest is piqued. Maybe her family is prim and proper, traditional kind, living in giant old-timey mansions with a little stream of koi ponds, in koi pond, where everyone wears kimonos all the time. It's a wild assumption, but it's fun to speculate sometimes. I wonder if Shizune puts on the appearance of being calm and mature good daughter, like Lily when she is with her family. I can't imagine it, but if there's even the possibility that it's true, then I must see it. Only a week? It must not be that far of a trip then. Of course not. They're still in Japan after all. Really? It isn't like you can come with me. Is that what you're trying to say? Why can't I? It isn't like you would enjoy it. You don't know that. It could be fun. Oh, I almost forgot. You didn't answer my question. Are you going alone or is Misha going with you? Does your family know sign? Misha's coming along. The part of the question left unanswered is most telling. If Shizune's family can't communicate with her, I have to wonder what her childhood was like. She probably wrote everything on that pad she carries around and still produces it out of nowhere. Usually it's when neither Misha nor I are around. I can notice her from far away when she pulls it out like a last resort, grimacing the whole time. If Misha is going, then I'm going too. Do you like Misha? It's the principle of the thing. I entertain the notion that Shizune might actually be jealous, but I doubt it. She usually wears her emotions pretty plainly on her face, so I don't see anything that would support my theory right now. I think you're just bored. That's okay though. Alright, we'll all go together. It's what I hoped for in the first place. You can't skip out on student council today to pack your bags, just because you're coming with us on such short notice. It's no excuse. It's okay. I hardly have anything to pack anyways. Shizune pauses, tenting her fingers thoughtfully. You must have come to the school on very short notice. It could be that she is thinking back to the time when she and Misha unexpectedly shoved themselves into my room and caught a glimpse of all my medication. That was an awkward moment I'd like to forget, and I don't like revisiting it. The way she tiptoes around the issue, even now, only makes me feel uncomfortable. I did. It was kind of an on-the-spot decision. It worked out better than expected, though. I hope Shizune won't pursue the matter, and to my relief she doesn't. My home is in a particularly beautiful part of Saitama. We'll be leaving early in the morning, so be ready. Let's talk about it more later, okay? For now, those handouts won't look over themselves, and you're gonna help me for now. As Shizune dives into her work, pulling me along with her, I think that she seems almost, but not quite, excited to go. Should I show the bad ending? Usually I've been trying to go for just like the good endings, like right off. But I do kind of want to show Misha's side on... I mean, I can't show Misha's side on stream, obviously, because there's like, you know, there's like tits and shit in it. I'll have to censor that for when we get to that part. But I don't know if I should read or like play through that section. Cause I'm definitely not doing all the endings on stream. My goal is just to get like the good ending with all the characters, and then if I decide to do all that other shit later, I'll do it in my own time for the 100%. When Shizune and Misha arrive early the next morning to pick me up, they are dressed in something other than the school uniform I've grown used to seeing them in. It makes sense since we're on the holidays, but it's still jarring. Shizune's dress is sharp and fashionable, almost too much for a quiet place like Yamaku. Thinking back to what she wore at the Tanabata festival, I'm starting to notice a trend with her. All of her clothes are very tasteful and mature, very well thought out. So then, I wonder why she herself is so immature. Bush Channy too. Who the fuck is Bush Channy? Or Bush Chaney? I don't know how you're supposed to say that. I need to look this up now. Because that's a good old American name. That's not like a Japanese guy. Who the fuck is Bush Chaney? Bush Chaney refers to the administration of U.S. President George W. Bush and his Vice President Dick Cheney. Why is she... When the fuck does this game take place? Alright, so the game was officially released January 4th, 2012. From this Reddit post, it says, I believe it was Hanako's birthday, for which they mentioned the day of the week, and it matched up with either 2007 or 2012. Yeah, so I imagine maybe they made the game based around the year that it came out. I mean, maybe that sure does make sense, because I'm pretty sure George Bush had like 2 terms as president. I don't know, it just seems a little weird. That is definitely not what I expected Misha to be wearing. Oh shit, I gotta wait for the screen to load up again. Oh shit, it's not loading up. Yeah, this is supposed to take place in Japan, right? It just seems so weird for her to be wearing a Bush shirt. I mean, I guess Misha's not really, like, Misha's not a very Japanese name at all. I mean, neither is Lily. You're bringing so little? I said I would. I said there wasn't much to pack. Shizune pouts and rocks her own rather large collection of luggage with her foot, as if embarrassed. Misha only has one suitcase with her, but it's almost larger than she is. She looks self-conscious about it as well. God, that suitcase is as big as a compact car. The pea green color is unsettling. It's something used to transport bodies. The way they look right now makes me want to tease them a little. Aw, that's bad luck for you and Misha, isn't it? Having to carry those huge bags. Gotta pack light next time like me. Everything fits into one little suitcase. Like James Bond. Yeah, exactly like James Bond. Shizune gently tugs her glasses in concentration. We should split the amount we carry equally. Wow, this is a great idea, Shik-chan. What? No. It would benefit us all. Yep. Wahahaha. I'm gonna have to say no. You're outvoted. She almost lunges forth and signs it. Terrifying. Oh well, I was just kidding. I don't mind carrying a few extra. I thought it would be fun to mess with you both. But if you were gonna try and make me carry it all, I was gonna ride that giant green that giant green case down the mountain like a sled. That seems to make Shizune laugh, and she holds up her hand to her mouth to hold it back. It's like she's hiding it. I wonder if she can laugh. If not, that might be why she does that. That kind of makes me feel sad. With that taken care of, we head to the train station, and a very uneventful ride follows. Shizune and Misha manage to fall asleep almost instantly, but I find myself unable to. That's never happened before. Maybe it's my medication. When we arrive at Shizune's house, it's quite a bit larger than I had envisioned it would be. I don't think huge would be much of an overstatement. You live in a mansion? Shizune indignantly stands on her toes so that we're eye level, and frowns deeply, having had my comment translated to her by Misha. It's as if she's saying, how can you even suggest such a thing? This is just a normal house. Nothing as ostensive as a mansion? Ostentious? Yeah, I think it's ostentious as a mansion. I believe our definition of those terms are quite different then. Hik-chan, are you surprised? Do you want me to point out where you'll be staying? I think we have a guest room, but I'm not sure if we have to. I'll check. It's no problem though, Hik-chan. Shik-chan and I can share a room if we have to. Well, unless hers is being used for something else now. Not sure. I'm starting to think Shizune doesn't spend a lot of time at home. Before I can make a joke at her expense, Shizune vanishes into the house, and Misha goes with her, leaving me alone on the grounds. I don't want to follow them inside just yet. I put my bag down on the front door and take the opportunity to look around the grounds. I'm just making a quick lap around the house. Even though it takes just a few minutes, when I get back, the first thing I notice is that my bag is gone and a tiny girl is in its place. She looks a lot like Shizune, although Shizune wouldn't wear red shorts and stars and moon stockings. Hi, are you Shizune's little sister or something? No, I'm her little brother. My name is, I want to say, it's probably Hideaki. Hideaki. It's nice to meet you. The voice that responds is straightforward, monotone, and also definitely male. I feel embarrassed to the point where I could almost turn around and leave right now, if I could remember my way back to the train. Are you the second person that my sister brought with you? Brought with her? I'm not luggage. Anyways, I'm Hisao. Did you take my bag? Yes, it is my right to keep anything I find on my property. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all. I guess even particularly well-spoken little kids believe in the law of finders keepers. Even though I call him little, he doesn't seem that much younger now that I think about it. Maybe 2 or 3 years younger at most. I gave it to Shizune. It's inside. Are you on the student council? Yeah. How did you know? Did she bring it up often? I almost says, does she talk about it often? That could have been bad. Yes, all the time. Do you get along with her? Get along? Well, that's a weird question. I wouldn't be on the student council if I couldn't get along with her. What about you? Do you two get along well? Even though he has a monotone voice, his face is as expressive as Shizune's. And belays how he really feels. Must run in the family. Looks like he isn't happy about my question for whatever reason. I'm sorry, I was only asking because you both act so much alike. I don't know why, but it feels like he's teasing me. Unfortunately, it works. I don't like being compared to Shizune. You're a lot more like Shizune, but that's to be expected. I mistook you for her little sister, even. If you don't want people to make that mistake, you should dress more appropriately. I don't understand. My clothes are perfectly seasonal. What's with the stockings? They are cool. You act like my sister. Eventually people will start mistaking you for her. I guess my comment hit him harder than I thought. That would explain his attempt at turning it around. I hate being compared to other people. Shizune doesn't like it when she is compared to others either. I thought that Hayaki was a little more mature than Shizune, but they have the same competitive streak and inclination to provoke people. I wonder if he's like this because of Shizune, or if it's the other way around. And neither do you, right? Okay, I get it. I shouldn't be so petty. Especially the little kids. Hidaki seems to appreciate this as an acknowledgement of defeat, which is something that I feel like I can't let go of. Nevertheless, I'll just have to let it go while I have the chance. I can hear Misha's laughter bouncing through the halls the moment I step through the door of the house, to follow it into what I could guess is the living room. It holds more people than expected. Among them I spot a distinctive and familiar blonde ponytail. I'm more confused by why Lily is here than surprised. Shizune seems to be just as surprised. Lily doesn't look ecstatic about this chance meeting either. Sitting next to Lily is a tall, androgynous-looking woman in a sharp suit. I'd like to assume that it's her older sister, but I don't want to risk it. I didn't expect that you would arrive so early. At first I think she's talking to me, but it turns out that she's referring to Shizune. I don't think Lily even notices my presence. I've clearly walked in on the mid-conversation, and it looks like her focus is on Shizune. She couldn't hear me. I should have rearranged my entire schedule for you. Shik-chan says I should have rearranged my entire schedule just for you. That would have been nice, but I wouldn't expect you to do such a thing. Oh, hi Hik-chan, you're finally here. Yeah, hello Lily. Oh, Hisao? This is quite a surprise. Akiri, this is Hisao, the schoolmate. Hisao, this is Akiri, my sister. Yo. She holds up her hand in a brief and quiet casual gesture of greetings. So she is the older sister after all. I hope you're not messing up any of your plans. Since we're only going to be here for one more day, Lily and I thought she may as well come with me. Akiri turns to me, like she feels compelled to explain. I'm grateful for that. I suppose my position here would be best described as a babysitter. Akiri ruffles Hidaki's hair as he carries on with his pastimes of looking displeased. That is demeaning. Really? Maybe I'll change my title once I get a few more years on you. Or at least a few centimeters. They make an interesting pair, although Akiri looks more like a lawyer than a babysitter. I'm still not really sure why both she and Lily are here, though. Taking a glance around the room, there are tennis rackets, golf clubs, and even a stack of fishing poles and tackle boxes secreted here and there. Behind every chair and every corner and every table, there is some piece of outdoor hobbyist equipment. I pick up one of the fishing rods to play with it. This is a nice house. Shizune, it looks like your dad has a lot of hobbies. For a moment, I forgot to sigh what I was saying, but Misha already in the process of interpreting what I say for her. I'm still a little impressed at how automatic interpreting is for Misha. Do you fish? Nah, I don't know how. I kinda want to learn, as I heard it's relaxing. There is a river only a short drive away. My whole family knows how to fish, if you want. We could go there sometime. You and Hidaki can fish? I didn't expect people your age to know, considering it always seems like a hobby for old men. You know, Lily is great at cooking, if we had some fresh fish. It's not hard to follow Akiri's train of thoughts. If you want to eat fish, we could go to the store. Lily's voice sounds slightly more authoritative than usual. She really doesn't seem to share her sister's enthusiasm of the idea. It's more fun to go fishing. We can even make it like a game and try to see who catches the biggest one. That would be exciting, right? Yeah, Hik-chan, what do you think? Sounds fun, doesn't it? It definitely could be. Sounds like a plan. I don't know how to fish either, so now's as good a time as any to learn. Her eyes shift towards Lily, who remains unmoved. This sours Akiri's smile a bit, and it makes me wonder why Lily is being so abstinent about this. I don't think we have enough fishing equipment for everyone. We can take turns. It'll be like a team battle. What is she saying? We can take turns. She also wants to make a contest. Come on, Lily. We might as well make the most of it. So is this going to be a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish or the most? Looks like the older sister understands better as always. Shik-chan says that she supposes Lily would prefer to go to the store, right? It's much less work, so it's natural that she would. Going fishing would be more fun though and save money. Akiri, you have the right idea. Akiri gives a gracious, if slightly stilted smile. Shizune's praise wasn't her goal, after all. Isn't the river quite far away? I don't think it's that far, and I can drive if we have to. I'm okay with it, as long as you can catch something. Can your car fit this many people and a whole lot of fishing gear on top of that? She purses her lips as her fingers suddenly move, counting up the amount of passengers and the required cargo. If we're going to be taking me, Shizune, Misha, Lily, Akiri, and Hayaki, 6 people. Damn, my car can only take 5. Actually, if Hayaki sat on my lap, we could. I'm not sitting on your lap. Ah. Shik-chan says that her father's car would be big enough. What? The Fuga? If he doesn't mind us taking it, then I guess we have no other choice. Feels kind of bad forsaking my car, considering I won't have it for much longer. Despite Lily's obstinance and Hayaki's questions of whether or not we'd prefer to eat first than bet on the fish dinner, that might fail to materialize. There's no way to dissuade Akiri and Shizune as they agree on the transport plans. My expectations of a somewhat relaxing drive through the countryside are fulfilled. Ayaki's driving is smooth and peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. I thought this trip would have been rather too slow-paced for Shizune's liking, but she seems to be genuinely enjoying it. Even with Hayaki awkwardly sandwiched between her and the door, just keeps looking out the window and smiling. The area surrounding the river is quite beautiful. Akiri and Shizune head off for the river so quickly that we have no choice but to chase them. It would be left in the dust otherwise. I can see Hayaki and Lily are just humoring their siblings, Lily being the more unenthusiastic of the two. Misha seems as happy as ever, though. Looks like she managed to latch on to some of Shizune and Akiri's excitement. As for myself, I'd rather eat now, but the thought of fresh fish prepared by Lily is appealing. The river is larger than I imagined, although very scenic and peaceful. Other than a small pier apparently built just to fish off of, this place looks untouched by civilization. It makes me realize how much greenery I've seen lately. Shizune pulls Misha away so that they can explain how to fish to Akiri. Lily and Hidaki are talking between themselves, so I decide to join the enthusiastic trio. So which one of these lures should I use? Can I cast this cute little one? Wait, this is a contest. We need to pick teams first. Shik-chan and I will be on one team, of course. Hik-chan, you're going to be on our team too, won't you? We can be the student council team. Okay. Alright then, that makes me, Hayaki, and Lily on the other team. Lily, what should we call ourselves? I don't really see why it matters. I don't think it matters. Team No Enthusiasm it is. Yet again, Akiri's best efforts are rebuffed. Shizune and Misha, on the other hand, have no lack of enthusiasm whatsoever. Hisao, you can be our point man. Please try hard to catch as many or the biggest fish possible. Why me? No one's even taught me how to fish yet. We can do that now. After a quick tutorial, Shizune immediately tries to draw us into a discussion about the strategy of a tag team fishing competition. Somehow, competition doesn't seem particularly applicable to a sport where you spend hours sitting down and hoping a fish bites a worm. It looks like Hayaki got stuck with the spare rod. You know it's just a string tied to a bamboo pole, right? That means when deciding the order, you should go against him. Wait, why me? You had the least experience here, Hik-chan. Yeah, so who's the best here? Shizune? Hayaki is your brother. Or is her brother. He's probably just as good. He probably fishes all the time, since he lives closer to the lake. He might even be better. Watching you three makes my head hurt. You know I'm only hearing 2/3 of a conversation, right? What's this about? Picking our lineup. Akiri makes a troubled face. She's getting impatient, which probably isn't too unreasonable. If you're impatient, that only makes me more excited. Now I want to play for higher stakes. What's she saying? She wants to play for higher stakes. I wouldn't be too hasty. We have beginner's luck twice over on our side after all. The only way you'll be able to beat that is by catching a whole ocean. This is a freshwater body of water, you marine biologist. A weird insult delivered with unblinking and innocent good cheer. Akiri doesn't seem bothered. She laughs it off, and Shizune looks like her usual mischievous self again. I'm glad they get along. So, are you gonna pick teams or what? I'm getting kind of hungry. Hisao, Misha, and I are on a team. Lily, Hayaki, and you are on a team, aren't you? I suppose that's the most obvious arrangement. Wouldn't mixing it up be a little more fun, though? You don't want to fish with your own sister? Well, neither of us know how to fish, so putting both of us on the same team is kinda... Well, it sounds like I've heard something kinda dangerous. I try to change the subject before Shizune can turn that incredulous look on her face into anything more. So I guess you and Shizune know each other? Sure do. We go way back. Akiri throws a knowing grin at Shizune. It's not until Misha finished translating what she said that Shizune gets a troubled face. Akiri sure is different from Lily. Aside from how they look, she's much more informal and laid back. I expected Lily's family to be all proper and formal like her, so this is a surprise, but I feel like she's easy to talk to. As much as I like talking about catching fish, we should probably actually do something. Would you suggest that there should be a lineup like a baseball team, or should it be everyone at once, or a tag-style battle? Can everyone sit wherever they want, or do teams have to stick together? Do we call where we fish? What size fish will we be counting? Seeing Akiri groan after Misha dutifully translates for her, Shizune rubs her glasses, laughing silently. Never mind, let's just fish then. It can be an individual contest. I sit down, ready to fish, although I'm not feeling very confident. Everyone else is already sitting except Akiri, who takes a seat next to me and throws her line out after taking her suit jacket and rolls up her sleeves. Misha and Hayaki end up sitting on top of the shore fishing together, as there's not enough room on the pier for everyone. Truth be told, I'd rather be sitting next to Shizune, but Akiri seems more approachable. Careful there, you're a little too close. Don't tangle our lines, Kay? So you've never fished before? No, but I've seen a bit on TV. I've always wanted to catch one of those big fish with a sword like for a face. Merlin, I mean. If I recall correctly, those are from the ocean. They are saltwater fish. I know that. Why is everyone acting like I don't know the difference between fresh and saltwater? If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish saltwater or not. Akiri's voice is somewhat loud between her attempts to both egg on Shizune and keep Lily entertained. She may have a point. My line doesn't seem to be picking anything, but I don't know how much of that is down to Akiri. Shizune does her best to relax in the sun, and pulls the look off very well, but I can tell that she'd be slightly put off by not knowing what's being talked about. Not having Misha around can be a real problem. Hisao, what's the score so far? Are we winning? I hope we are, given that I've entrusted you with our team's success. I managed to do some awkward signing with creative placement of my rod. It's probably close to being gibberish in spoken terms. You're like, right there, can't you tell? Disappointing. You let yourself get distracted. You have to stay focused. Should have known. Well, it's 0-0 in any case. Akiri chuckles, although it's clear that they really took the wind out of her sails. Is it just numbers now, or are we keeping track of size, too? Both. Grading matters. Who's going to be grading them? Are you a certified fish judge? Shizune shakes her head to signify that she isn't. But it doesn't seem like it would be very hard. Tell Misha to stop flailing her hands around like that. It's scaring all the fish away. And ask Hayaki why he isn't even bothered to cast yet. I look over to the two and yell what Shizune said to them. Shuk-chan, I think he's upset that he's stuck in the back with the backup rod. Since Misha is largely unable to sign anything coherently right now, she only gets a puzzled look from Shizune for a reply. Shizune just sighs after I translate it for her. Hey, even if you're depressed about it, you gotta try. You catch the big one, for all I know, but you won't catch anything unless you do. I feel that at least half of her encouragement is because if Hayaki does catch the big one, she wants to be there to eat it, and having 6 people fishing just leads to better chances of catching something than having fun. The constant awkward shuffling I have to do to communicate with Shizune, not to mention her increasing fidgeting, makes me think it might be good to give her a go at fishing. Hey guys, can we switch over now? Sure. Lily? No, please. I have no idea how to fish. I sign what they say, given that I seem to have taken Misha's place as Shizune's interpreter right now. How magnanimous of you, Lily. Oh boy, here we go. I don't bother translating what she says for fear of speaking or sparking another fight. Shizune says you should at least try it. It might even turn out to be fun. Very well. Akiri, how do you use this? It's pretty simple. I wonder how ethical it is to purposely completely change what Shizune said like that. At least it paid off. I think I understand what bait, What bait do you think would be best to use? I prefer something that wouldn't hurt the fish too much. If you're putting a hook through their mouth, I don't think the bait's gonna hurt them that much. And letting it go? No, don't do that. But if it isn't big, there's little point in killing it. With my hands freed, it's much easier to interpret what everyone is saying. Now Shizune is the one that has to deal with her hands being full, but she seems to take it in stride. That's so arrogant. Okay, I'll only reel in the big ones, too, from now on. What's she saying? Akiri just sighs after I interpret for her. No, I don't like that only. You know, a fish is a fish, and you take what you can get. Unfortunately, Shizune can't hear her, and Lily doesn't seem to be paying much attention now. Lily's taken the fishing easily. It is a very relaxing activity after all. It isn't long before they both catch a fish, and surprisingly, Lily is just as interested in which is the bigger out of the two. As the hours pass, it seems like they are even starting to have fun. At the end of the day, we have several good-sized fish between us. Even Hayaki and Misha managed to catch one. No one brings up that we were competing to see who could catch more. I don't think it matters to anyone anymore. Shizune and Misha are talking between themselves, some distance away, and Lily and Hayaki are doing the same. I decided to take the advantage of the quiet moment to talk to Akiri. Lily and Shizune got on well today. I didn't really expect it, after seeing how they act towards each other in school. She gives an amused snort. It looks like she doesn't take their feuding as seriously as I do. They've got their reasons. Lily and I are going away for a while tomorrow, so we thought we'd just pop by. In the end, I'm glad we did. After a brief silence, she stretches loudly and then claps her hands to get everyone's attention. Well, that looks like enough to feed everyone. We should be getting back now. Lily nods but then hesitates. Even with her face clouding a bit, she looks to be in a better mood than this morning. Akiri really seems to know how to handle her and diffuse any empathy towards Shizune pretty well. Today's catch looks delicious. I kinda wish I had some soy sauce so I can eat it now. I thought you wanted me to cook it. You don't think eating it raw would be okay? Despite Akiri's protest or joking as I can't tell which, we decided to wait to at least cook the fish before eating. It's already become pretty late while we're out, and by the time we arrive back at Shizune's house, it's a good time for dinner. I feel like we're definitely pretty close to the ending of this story, which is why I'm trying to push through it. Sorry, responding to messages again. Some of my pills spilled out all over the bottom of my bag, which I didn't realize until minutes before I was set to go to bed last night. I spent quite a bit of time scraping them out of my luggage. By the time I get them, I'm already starting the day with a migraine from the combination of trouble falling asleep and waking up late. When I step into the living room, Hayaki is there finishing up his breakfast, his fork raised midway to his mouth. He seems unsure whether he should continue eating or greet me. Maybe I should back out of the room. Good morning. Morning. What do you think we should have for breakfast? We? Aren't you eating breakfast right now? Yes, everyone else ate already. Despite that, he repeats his question again. He's just trying to be nice. It's an odd way to show it, but I appreciate it nonetheless. And I am feeling pretty hungry. I try to make some conversation with him while getting my breakfast to fill in the silence. The fishing trip yesterday was fun. Do the Hakamichis and Sataos often get together like this? Not really. I see. I don't really. There's a brief pause before Hayaki designs to fill me in a little more. Dejins. Family issues. Our fathers are brother-in-laws and do not like each other. Hearing that gives me plenty to think about. It puts the way Shizune and Lily deal with each other into context, and makes me even more wary of getting involved. Family issues can be troublesome. Hayaki simply nods and sits at the table with my breakfast. I wish he were a little easier to converse with. While I'm eating, I notice that the house seems oddly quiet for a place with Misha in it. If Shizune and Misha eat breakfast already, it can't be because they're asleep. I ask Hayaki where they are. Shizune and Misha left to run errands. for our dad. The local business people love dealing with Misha, so he insisted. Well, she's got a nice and cheerful personality. I can see why they would. Maybe you should start taking lessons from her. You can increase your business connections. Are you serious? He sounds serious. I don't know what kind of business connections a little kid would need. Maybe he wants to have the best bake sale fundraiser. Hey, take a drink. It's a shame I'll eventually have to leave here and won't be around to see whatever he's planning. I wonder what kind of person Shizune's dad is again. Other than relatively outdoorsy, what I know so far is that he asked his business partners and friends of his daughters to do favors for him. I'm assuming he's extremely shy or extremely lazy. Maybe it's a rude call to make so early, but it would certainly explain a large chunk of Shizune's personality. Do you want to go anywhere? Not really. Why, do you? I thought there might be somewhere you want to go. You don't want to do more sightseeing or eat at a specific restaurant? I don't know. I've never been here before. I see. I was just about to ask him about what Shizune likes when she was younger, but he manages to sidetrack me with just one question. This appears to be as awkward of a conversation for him as it is for me. You're so eager to please today. Why are you being so nice? Are you showing your secret nice side now that your sister isn't around? You're sort of right. Shizune wanted me to keep you company today. I don't want to trouble him and try to make him see that, but Hidaki is as stubborn as his sister and feels as if it's his duty. He also seems to be earnestly trying to be nice. Quickly, I start to realize that Hayaki's idea of fun is fishing, collecting cameras, and making astratic puns. Fishing is fun, but it's something I would rather do than discuss. The same goes for cameras. I'd rather handle them than collect them. This is something Hayaki picks up on myself. Are you bored? I'm not bored at all. I almost yawn the words as Hayaki ignores them entirely. You are bored. Shizune said to be entertaining, and I think I don't know how to do that. I am entertained. You don't sound entertained. I am. Why do you yell? I hope you do not yell around Shizune. It's hard to tell if he's joking. Either way, I'm a bit surprised. I try to play it off and change the subject. Do you just collect cameras, or are you into photography too? Not really. If I did, there would be more photos in the house than there currently are. What is there to take pictures of? I don't know. Birds? Architectures? One of those restaurants you were talking about? I thought the city had tons of cool stuff. How can you live in a place with so much and do nothing? Boy or girl? Apparently this is a boy. It's just a boy who apparently really likes to wear shorts and stockings. I thought you didn't know what there was to do here. Suddenly you have many ideas and are authority on how interesting it is. You're like our board of tourism. Do you want to go watch birds or buildings? Okay, no need to get so mad. I'm not mad. I just think that if you feel that strongly about it, then we should go to an amusement park. Why? So that you can be amused. It'll be fun. Well, he has the same flat, unfun expression on his face while riding roller coasters. Or will he... Oh, God damn, I can't fucking read today. Actually on the stupid juice. Will he have the same flat, unfun expression on his face while riding roller coasters and drop towers? It would sure bring the fun levels down. The thought does not convince me that it's worth the trip. I don't know. It always sounded to me like going to an amusement park meant you spend time waiting in lines and actually doing stuff. You'd have to go earlier than just to skip the lines. Have you ever been to one? No, but it just seems like that's what it is. Fine. What about a regular park? There is one nearby that Shizune likes to go to. Maybe she will be there, and I can unload you onto her. What do you mean unload? I'm not luggage. You don't want to go to an amusement park. I don't know what to do. He looks as though I hurt his feelings by refusing to go with him. I am already rationalizing my decision. I don't like waiting in lines. It would take too much like a date. I'd rather go with Shizune. It would be tiring. It's nothing personal. It's just that I kind of wanted Shizune to show me around town instead. And I don't think that my condition going to an amusement park would really be such a hot idea. The park is close enough to their property that it could almost be considered an extension of it. Both it and Shizune's backyard look exactly the same, except for the park has benches and more people. That said, it's quite nice. There are even people out walking their dogs and children, flying kites that can be seen lazily drifting back and forth over the trees in the distance. I could sit in a relaxing and scenic place like this forever. Hidaki, on the other hand, looks like he's extremely bored. I want to poke him to see if he's still alive. But how would he react either way? So, actually, I do have a complaint about this chapter so far. I know I was saying that I actually like this chapter over Emi's. I think my major issue with this chapter that I'm now realizing, there is no decision making. I actually didn't even think about that till now. It has been strictly just reading. There hasn't been a single decision making ever since chapter, like, Act 1. Where we were basically, like, choosing the path that we want to go down. I am only now just realizing that, because Rin's was filled with decisions. I mean, like I said before, each story is written by a different person, so I imagine that each is going to feel vastly different from the other. But even then, like, yeah, I just feel like I'm not having any choice in this. I mean, this is probably one of the stories where Hisao isn't a complete fucking idiot. So, I guess it does make a little bit of sense. I don't think the writing for this one is terrible. I do like this story probably better than Emi's. Are you bored? Excuse me. No. You trying to get that pussy? Yeah, I don't know why it's making me hang out with her brother so much. All I'm trying to do is just hang out with my deaf girlfriend. And, you know, possibly bunk in the same room. I'm here visiting her family. Like, goddammit, we should be able to sleep in the same room. Are you gonna go jog or play frisbee with the dogs like everyone else? Is that what people do in parks? Well, you go to parks to get back to nature and enjoy the atmosphere. That's why you jog in the park instead of just on the sidewalk or something. You can jog anywhere. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. How can you not know this? You shouldn't have brought that up. It's too weird. Haven't you ever heard of children should be seen, not heard? Yes. I lied. I'm bored. Would you like to play a game? I groan audibly enough to hope that he understands that I don't want to. He doesn't care, in fact. He's already toying with a deck of playing cards. Why are you upset? That is why we are here. I thought we were here to look for Shizune. Exactly. This is why we should play a game. It's a Shizune trap. You can trap anything, including people. If we compete against each other in the spirit of competition, in a sportsmanlike manner, she will be drawn here to challenge the winner like a shark. Then I will defeat her like a safari hunter, then take a photo of the reward ceremony. Sharks do not go around challenging people to games of chance of, like, dojo breakers. When did you bring that camera, anyway? Nah, I get enough games hanging out with your sister. No, come on, it'll be fun. We can play chess. Please, no. Besides, playing chess in a park is something old people do, like fishing. You're gonna get old too fast if you keep doing all this old man stuff. Hidaki freezes like he suddenly started speaking a foreign language. Maybe I offended him again. Maybe he's secretly 50 years old and has aged incredibly well. Him being Shizune's brother could be a cover story. What about checkers or Go? Or even, Backgammon? Backgammon is fine? Even though I don't like it. If board games aren't your thing, we could play cards. Anything other than 7 cards, because it's for wimps. Are you afraid that you will lose? If you can beat me, I'll give you candy. Hidaki, you are just like Shizune. I'm starting to think this is all a pretense to play games. No, that is not true. You are. I bet that competitive streak is genetic. I'll sell you to science. No one can own a human being. How about I teach you some sign language instead? When Shizune asked me if I wanted to come here, we talked a little. It seemed like you and your dad don't use sign language. I'm guessing, but if you don't, I could teach you some. I'm not a master at it, though. I think it might be good for you to move your arms more anyways. He barely moves his arms. Most of the time, they're just hanging limply at his sides. How unnerving. It's been bothering me that Shizune's entire family apparently doesn't know how to sign. I wonder what she did before she met Misha. Did they just hire translators for her? Did she write out everything on that pad she carries around? The second is the most likely, or she could type it out on a phone. That would explain why she dislikes using the pad so much. Sad as it is, I can sort of see why Hayaki or her father might not have bothered to learn sign language. It probably was too much of a hassle at the time. It's very easy to think that. From what I've seen so far, though, neither of them hold it against each other or are too badly affected by it. It could be that I'm overthinking the situation. Come on. Well, to be honest, I'm starting to learn sign language myself. I brought all my books along with me so I can keep up, you know? Still, I can at least teach you the alphabet. It's pretty simple. This is kite. I feel really corny right now. Even more so when Hayaki stares at me blankly, as if the entire concept of learning is alien to him. Shizune liked flying kites here as well. This is his attempt to salvage the conversation, and I'm happy to oblige. Fishing and now kites too? Shizune really likes all these relaxing hobbies. Fighter kites, actually. Hayaki freezes as Misha appears behind him and puts her hands over his eyes. Guess who? He seems to finally loosen up too. Hi Misha, is Shizune with you? Hick-chan, no spoilers. Don't spoil it. Don't ruin the surprise, okay? Misha? Bingo, that's right. But it was too easy somehow. I don't know what she means by somehow. Too many people can tell it's me. I want to surprise someone. I thought for sure that Hayaki would be fooled. Why weren't you? You're the only person who does that. You and kidnappers. Really? Wahahaha. Why did you laugh? Are you giving Hisao trouble? I thought you would take him somewhere more exciting than the park. It isn't even that far from home. You're so lazy. Hayaki, are you giving Hick-chan trouble? You should have taken him somewhere more exciting. The park is too close to home. Shik-chan says you're lazy. He wanted to come here. Why are you so argumentative? I have to keep my little brother in line. What is she saying? You must be kept in line. Really? They're ready to go at each other's throats this quickly. On one hand, I've heard that siblings fighting is so much isn't uncommon, and the fact that they fight at all proves that there is some level of communication going on. So it's nice that they get along. They argue all the way back home. Misha translates for Shizune, and I for Hayaki, so it looks more like we're the ones arguing instead. Except not really. Nobody could listen to Misha and believe that. The day got entertaining in the end, at least. Yeah, we're going through these chapters fast, so I think this might be the last act. And we haven't clapped cheeks yet. If this was Emi's story, we clapped cheeks like 3 or 4 times. Despite having only been here for 2 days, it feels like it's been much longer. I wake up feeling more tired than refreshed. Maybe it's because I've been moving around almost constantly since I got here. Whatever the reason, it's making me get up unusually late each day. I feel like sleeping in. But it could be inconvenient if it ends up becoming a habit. I can hear a deep male voice shouting loudly in the background. It must be Shizune's dad. Or maybe, with the size of this place, it's creditors. More likely the former, since the yelling doesn't seem angry, just loud. That's supposed to be your dad? Translate this cheek clapping, yeah. I was throwing up gang signs while I'm hitting it from the back. Shizune, Misha, and Hayaki are sitting in the living room, having a one-sided conversation with a giant bear man who alternates between shoveling away food from a plate balanced on his leg and twirling a sword. From what Shizune and Hayaki are like, I'd expect her dad to be a very reserved, clean-cut, possibly androgynous person. So I'm pretty surprised. Surprised for a while, until he starts talking to me. Hello, you must be Shizune's other friend. Did you have a good night's rest? The guest rooms are a bit sparse. If there is anything you need, feel free to tell me. Thanks, you must be Shizune's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizune's classmate, Hisao Naki. The pleasure is mine. I wanted to meet you after hearing that I would have a second guest in my house. Unexpected. You hear something like that, and obviously you want to see that person. Would you like my business card? He holds up a case full of them for a second, and then I can see his name as Jigoro, and that his office hours are from 8 to 6. They also say that he's a consultant. What a prepared guy carrying his card case around in his own home. He's like Seta Kaiba, but instead of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, it's just his fucking business cards. We're just sitting down to a slightly late lunch. You're just in time to join us. Good. Pick a place to sit down and I'll bring you a plate. Hope you don't mind eating bear liver. I thought that bear liver was toxic. Either way, the thought of eating a bear liver doesn't appeal to me other than just for the ability to tell people that I've eaten bear liver. I mean, I've eaten bear heart before. You gotta be really careful with eating meat from carnivores, though. You have to cook it like very, you have to do it very well. Cause carnivores can carry like parasites and shit if you don't cook the meat properly. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try, but Shizune's dad merely laughs. I'm just making a joke. Although maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to cook up some bear livers for you kids. They will make you strong. And put hair in your nuts. Or actually have an omelet. I'll make you one right now. Is that unusual for you, having an omelet for lunch? Very unusual. No, not at all. Jigoro vanishes to where the kitchen must be. I'm surprised that despite living in this place, he has a cook at my lunch. Maybe he only cooks because he likes to. My steaming plate of food is done in a very short time. It smells really good. Are you in the student council like Shizune? Is the student council that busy that Shizune has to drag her friends along everywhere she goes? Sometimes a vacation is just a vacation. Oh, you're right about the student council part. I think we're just here for fun, though. I see. Is that right? When I was young, our student councils had so much work that I don't think we could have afforded going on vacation. Must be nice having so much free time. Should give you plenty of time to think about your future. I do not like the direction this discussion has taken, and started thinking about how to avoid it. Have you thought about that? About what you're gonna do? No, I haven't given it much thought recently. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? It must be something pretty cool, if it can get you a house like this. What do you want to know? Children aren't interested in business. What business of yours is my business? Suspicious. Are you some kind of tax man, boy? I guess he really does not like being asked questions. Hick-chan isn't a tax collector boy. I think. Hick-chan, what do your parents do? You never told us. You, be quiet. Don't interrupt me. I hate being interrupted. Rude. Aw. Shizune doesn't look too happy with this turn of events. Even when Misha unable to sign to her what's going on, she can read the mood easily. Her glare becomes more smoldering as Jijiro continues to rant. One more thing. My fishing equipment. I came home and it was just a big pile in the corner. Rods just stacked haphazardly on top of tackle. That was me. I can't remember if it was actually him. If it wasn't, I appreciate that he's willing to take one for the team. Doesn't matter because Jijiro ignores him without skipping a beat. Well, anyways, I'm glad that my fishing equipment could provide some much-needed entertainment for my daughter's friends. Did not even tell me you were going to be using them. Those are expensive custom-made poles. Not for... that fucking word again. Diltenants. Diltenants? Diltenants. I suddenly become aware of the eggshell fragments in his omelets. Is he just a bad cook? Does he eat them for calcium? Were they personally added there to just give me even more discomfort? Though confused, I'm not as unnerved as I think I would normally be. Then again, my life has been pretty strange lately, and I keep running into all sorts of different people. Nothing surprises me anymore. Didn't even properly clean them after use. Terrible. Do you even know how to fish? Unlikely. There are not enough poles here for all of you. How does that work? Did you all share? One person baits the hook and another casts. 2 people reel? Incompetent. Well, 6 of us went, so we couldn't do it all at the same time. First it was just me, Akiri, Hidaki, and Misha. Stop talking. That sounds unspeakably dirty. I have had enough of your filth. How vulgar. Make sure that your statements are not so embarrassingly carelessly worded next time. What? What? You are so disrespectful. Amazing. Are all delinquent types like this? Even the way you dress shows flippant disregard for authority. Sweater vest, disgraceful. Delinquent? I'm on the student council. I'm hurt by his comment about my sweater vest. I mean, yeah, sweater vests are stupid, man. Especially when it comes from a guy in such a tacky shirt. I guess I can't really say anything, though. He has a sword. He might also kill bears. Misha loudly puts her plate down on the table. That was delicious. Shik-chan and I are done now. Hik-chan, you are too, right? We should get going. What a simple yet effective exit strategy. I barely have time to put down my plate before they pull me up and out of there, and finally outside. Unbelievable. It's like I'm watching an interrogation. This is not a cop show. Guests definitely have responsibilities, but hasn't he ever heard of being a gracious host? Really? Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's anger, chopping gestures as best as she can. She has the experience down too. God, fucking damn, dude. Oh, I'm getting to the part of the stream where my fucking reading comprehension turns into a fucking dyslexic person. But I guess that's what almost 5 hours of reading does to a brother. Alright, I need another drink. It may be my throat numbing spray. I wasn't joking about the throat numbing spray. It actually does help when I'm doing these reading streams. Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's angry, chopping gestures as best as she can. She has the expression down too, but the tone of her voice is the same as ever, thus lacking the anger necessary to bring it all together. Don't take it too hard, Hik-chan. Shik-chan's dad does this to everyone. I think it's just like a joke. That was the most aggressive joke possible. I'm also not at all convinced that it was a joke, considering this hastily staged retreat, but this isn't a good moment to discuss how Shizune's father might be a jerk. Hik-chan, let's go shopping. You haven't been to the town yet, have you? It'll be fun. We can see the sights and go to an amusement park. Maybe eat a good restaurant. We just had lunch. Even though I didn't eat much. It's okay. In that case, we just have to make sure that today is busy, that by the time we're done, it will be time for dinner. Works out perfectly. Come on, Hik-chan. They immediately flank me and hook my arms with theirs, Shizune taking one arm, and Misha taking the other. At first, we almost trip over each other. Shizune walks at a very brisk pace, and Misha has an unusually bouncy way of moving around. We get the hang of it soon enough, and I notice we're going to the town by cutting through the park. It doesn't seem efficient, so I'm guessing this is a scenic route. Walking this way hinders how we can communicate with each other significantly. I can't talk to Shizune at all. Shizune and Misha are down to one hand gesture only. It feels nice though, so I don't mind too much. When I make a crack about it to Misha, she responds with mild confusion. Really, Hik-chan? If you really want Shik-chan's attention, you can just tell me, and then I can tap on her shoulder for you. You could just let me go and I'll do it myself. How are you gonna tap on her shoulder from over there? Like this. She suddenly stops in her tracks roughly and tries to reach behind her back and across my shoulder to get Shizune's attention. She succeeds, but only because when Misha stopped, I had to as well, and we all fell over. Obviously, Shizune had to jerk to a halt. The sight makes Misha let out one of her characteristic laughs, which shakes us around more, and Shizune starts flailing her hands free to get her to stop, which only causes her to laugh harder. It is pretty funny to watch her getting so flustered, and I start laughing too. Oh yeah, these chapters are zooming by. We're getting close to the ending. I've been neglecting my sign language studies, so I should probably spend some time studying up on it. Although I think I've learned a lot by osmosis, I'm very proud of that. I will have to be careful not to brag about it. Most of the books I brought with me aren't manuals on learning sign language, but studies about different signing dialects. I know Shizune has some secret signals with Misha that only the two of them know the meaning of. After seeing a couple of them, this book caught my eye in the school's library. Maybe I should incorporate some examples into my own signing to mess with them, because I'm pretty sure that they have started using their code words more when I started learning sign language. That will teach them. After a quick break for a shower, I resumed practicing my signing in the guest room mirror. Yesterday I crashed my finger against each other pretty hard. It still smarts, and I don't want to repeat Wait, what? It still smarts, and I don't want a repeat of that to happen again. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a still hurts, and I don't want a repeat of that happening again. I think that is actually like maybe one of the first grammatical errors I've seen in this game. I hear knocking on the door behind me and turn to find Hayaki standing inside the doorway, staring at me. How polite of him to knock, but usually you don't open the door first. What are you doing? I'm practicing sign language. How long have you been standing there? I did not see anything. That isn't the point. I don't even know what he means by that. It's not like I was doing something that I would be ashamed of to have people seeing me doing. Although sign language must look strange to most people, I'm only used to it from being around Shizune and Misha so much. I'm brushing up on my sign language and reading about it too. Stuff like the history of it, even though they cover it in sign language class. Your school teaches sign language as a class? Yeah, one of the first things they brought up was that it's not very common to do that. I guess we're very international or something. It looks fun. Well, I wouldn't call it fun. If you do not enjoy this, it seems like a lot of work to go through just to talk to my sister. Why does everyone keep saying that? Hidaki's mouth twitches like he was about to laugh, but he restrains himself. Come to think of it, he hasn't laughed once since I met him. I could take it as a compliment that he doesn't laugh at me, but I'm curious to see it. Laugh. Why? It was the fastest and most direct way I could think of towards accomplishing my goal. Can you teach me sign language? He says it plainly, but his body language is nervous, showing that he clearly needs to put some effort in it to ask. I guess Hidaki likes his sister after all. I think that Misha is a lot more approachable though, so I wonder why he didn't ask her. Secretly, I'm shouting yes inside. I thought he just wanted to learn sign language. I thought he wanted to learn sign language and even brought it up, but he had evaded the subject skillfully. It turns out I was right after all. I don't really know why this makes me so pleased. Sure. But now that I think about it, I'm not a sign language teacher. I don't even know where to start. In class, I'd be learning stuff gradually over a week. Does Hayaki expect me to teach him anything usable in one day crash course? My teacher spent a couple of days just giving a history of sign language. I decided to start off with that to buy some time while I figure out how I could segue into the hard stuff. 5 minutes in, Hidaki raises his hand. I don't understand what you were doing. Oh, well, you can't just jump into teaching, you know? You have to ease into it. It's like when you go swimming. You don't just jump in the lake like in some movies. I do not swim. It's like scientists managed to create a process to suck out all the hyperactive, It's like scientists managed to create a process to suck out all the hyperactive, infuriating, and childish qualities out of a small child, and then implant them into the dad, creating a raging jerk dad, and leaving behind Hayaki. I begin to feel claustrophobic despite the fact that the guest room is 3 times bigger than my dorm room, and there's just the 2 of us in it. It's all in my head, I know it, and I don't care. I still use it as an excuse to move the lesson outside. It's a lot easier to concentrate out here. Even the precious few seconds it took to relocate managed to allow me to sort my thoughts. There are no questions during this time. Hidaki can't seem to talk and walk at the same time. Eventually, however, I start to realize that if I'm going to teach him anything, I have to keep the lesson constantly moving. The second there's an opening for it, he'll ask a question, which leads to more questions, and then there's no end to it. The second time he asks me why a certain hand motion means what it does, I have to reach deep into my memory to look for the ethology I don't know about gesture. I only know about a month longer than him. I started to look for an out. Hidaki, let's take a break. Okay. What is your school like? This kid is like a reporter, but it makes sense for someone his age to be curious, and this is one of the questions I don't mind. What's it like? I never really thought about it. It's on top of this mountain, so it feels kind of isolated and lonely up there sometimes, even though that's also why it has a pretty great view. The students there are interesting, actually. I felt bad at first. You know what kind of school it is, right? Yes. I felt bad because I didn't want to go there. I don't even remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. Probably it was something like a school for crippled people would be a depressing place. They were telling me to go be forgotten there. Then everyone there was just living their lives for the most part, so I felt even worse. It wasn't different at all, so I kind of felt like a jerk. Shizune was the first person I met. She's the most of my classes. Misha, too. They're always together. I guess the school is accommodating enough to pair them up as much as possible. There's this girl in my class, Hanako, who I feel bad for. She has these burns, and she seems to have a complex about them. But I think she looks fine. She's a cute girl, and friends with Lily, too. You know Lily, right? Does she bring up Hanako? Yeah, sometimes. I'm trying to remember who else is interesting. We have a little track star ace who runs on the prosthetic legs. There's one girl, Rin, who doesn't have arms, and she's a great painter. All her art has this harsh, alive quality. Have you ever been to Yamaku? You've probably seen some of it hanging around. A little weird sometimes, but I've always heard that artistic and creative types are like that. That reminds me, the guy who lives across from the hall from me is pretty weird too, but he can at least be interesting. You are also interesting. Is that bad? And what's with that tone? What does that even mean? Are you saying I'm weird, Hayaki? Bethesda will pay for their stupid update on a years-old game. My game is crashing so much compared to before. The stupid Fallout update to sell more mods. Oh, yeah, the anniversary? Yeah. I heard a lot of bad things about the Fallout 4 anniversary thing. I know they also had that new, they had that, like, new installment, the, like, bounty hunting things with, like, the fucking explosive revolver bullets or whatever. I thought that looked really stupid. People are saying that they're doing, remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas that are supposedly coming out soon. But, I am... With how poorly they've been handling things recently, I am so worried about those remakes. I'm actually surprised that the Oblivion remake was as good as it was. I mean, I guess in fairness though, the Oblivion remake was just literally visual. It was literally just like visual enhancement, and that was it. It didn't really feel like they changed anything. A lot of the glitches were still there. It still felt exactly the same, but yeah, it can definitely be a little annoying. Alright, looks like I don't have anyone on YouTube end. I have to tab out sometimes to read the YouTube comments. I need to check my phone real quick. This seems like a good time to pause. I hope they're actually good. I want my cast in HD and my Sunny Smiles. I thought it was always criminal that you couldn't have Sunny Smiles as a companion. I think that was one of the very first mods I installed for that game, was to have Sunny Smiles as a companion. Alright, I'm all done. I was just checking my TikTok. I got a lot of, I had a lot of comments underneath my post and I wanted to read them. And it gave me a minute to catch my breath. I feel like a fat kid in gym class with how much I've been reading. I feel like my stupid ass just sitting here reading for 5 hours makes me feel like I just ran a marathon with my asthmatic fucking lungs. That does remind me, I do need to get a refill on my inhaler. Oh shit, it's not popping up yet. Sometimes it takes a little bit to pop back up, but there we go. Sometimes it likes to be stubborn. You talk a lot. My first instinct is to go on the defensive, but the more I think about it, he has a point. That's right, I do talk a lot. I don't think I used to. I think it's probably because of all the time I spent around Shizune and Misha. Talking with them, I get caught up in their circular logic and just how they do everything. I feel like I'm going to be drowned out or left behind. My sister can drown you out? It's not like she's literally taken over me and stuff, obviously. It's hard to explain. They have more energy than I do. It's like an aggressiveness. I don't feel like I have to match it, but I want to. I think maybe your sister has that effect on people. Do you look up to your sister? He stares at me blankly, tense and confused at how to react to my question. I will be better than Shizune. Better at what? At everything. Like what? I can do magic tricks. You mean like telling people you got their nose, or more like the kind of magic where you pull a rabbit out of your ass? He doesn't look happy. Someday I will see Hayaki laugh. I might try tickling him if I have to. The back door flies open and Jijiro strides out, keeping his back straight and taking giant, slow, regal strides, like either a king or a huge jackass. I try to turn away, using the train of logic that if I can't see him, he can't see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and he comes over so fast that like he appeared out of the air over my shoulder. Oh, what's up here? What are you two doing, flaring your hands around? Playing cat's cradle with like a bunch of girls? I'm teaching Hayaki sign language. What about you, Mr. Hakamichi? His eyes narrow suspiciously, as he's not used to people being polite to him. I'm writing an autobiography of my life and times. And by writing, I mean I am dictating it to a biographer. Unfortunately, she is running late. Unprofessional. Perhaps you should read it when it is published later this year. I can put you on the waiting list. Maybe it'll give you the moral compass you seem to lack in your life and inspire you to stop sucking. It can't be substantial for him to be so casually insulting to everyone, though Hayaki is likely detached to even notice. Shizune is deaf, and most of the insults must fly over Misha's head, but surely Ikiri must have an opinion on this. I try not to think about it. If he is doing this to psych me out, then I have to stay calm or he wins. He must absolutely, definitely not win. This must be how Shizune feels. Hero Monster Hunter did, lol, the more DLC you own, the better it runs. I don't know how they did that, but it's just worrying whether... Yeah, what the fuck? That is so weird. Yeah, if you buy our DLC, we'll improve the game. You're basically buying, like, bug fixes and enhancements at that point. That sounds like almost like pay to win. How old are you? 46. That doesn't seem old enough to justify writing an autobiography. I mean, that's not even old. Don't most people start writing their memoirs a lot later than that? Shut up, boy. I'm gonna give you advice. Do not talk about matters of age with people older than you. You are less than half my age. You have no right to talk about old. I have an ulcer older than you. Should get that checked out. He might have a point, though. He is definitely older than I am. Either way, even if we were the same age, I wouldn't have to explain myself to a sweater vest. What do you make that noise? Are you mad? Well, obviously. Good. Your sweater is terrible, and I want you to feel bad about it. The burn tells me it's working. I like my sweater. I'm sure you like huffing glue, too. That doesn't make it right. I don't huff glue. Where do you get that impression? That is slander. I wonder how Hayaki knows what slander is. Maybe Jijiro was a lawyer. I can sort of see that, although I thought only TV lawyers were this antagonistic. I don't know if I should take the chance and ask him what his job is. He's right, it is slander. Are you a lawyer? I was guessing. I guessed based on the fact that you are stupid. It's like how you're assuming I am a lawyer, except you have no reason to think that. If you want to know what I do so badly, why don't you pre-order my autobiography? Now you're just insulting my book, and by extension my entire life. What gives you the right to do that? Arrogant. I'm trying to think of how I can make you understand my struggle. Maybe by beating you, with my autobiography. I hope you walk away from the beating having learned a valuable lesson, like not making assumptions. Assault. But he made an assumption too that I huffed glue. I consider calling him out on this glaring example of hypocrisy, but I don't think it's worth it. He would probably explain his way out by saying, "Shut up, boy." Back in my days, children were seen and not heard, and to be an adult meant having experienced many hardships. With even a glance, people could instantly judge a man's character. Childhood existed only to temper you for adulthood. When you look at me, can you not see the catalog of my experience, even at a glance? Maybe if you were a sword fighter. You could also be Hawaiian, or a werewolf. Wait, didn't you tell me before not to make assumptions? Now you just asked me to assume stuff, and you're saying everyone when you were my age did it, and that had to be like, what, the 80s? That wasn't even that long ago. I'm ready to give him a piece of my mind for talking like he had just walked 15 miles in the snow to ride a coal train, and that he had to shovel coal himself before climbing the mountain while fighting ogres to get to school. But now I finally want to fight. Jagiro is happy to have a good thing going, just continuing to ramble about how difficult it was growing up one generation, twirling his sword like a baton and stopping occasionally to yawn and check the time. The tardiness of his autobiographer is just the foremost in his mind. That means the whole time he's just been insulting me. He must have been doing it just to pass the time to add insult to insult. His watch is also really nice. When I was your age, kid had responsibilities, not like today. Sickening. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions anymore. They just do whatever they want, thinking no one will hold them accountable since they are young. It's odd. That description could fit Shizune and Misha. I thought something similar only yesterday, but it only fits them slightly. Look at yourself. An immoral, directionalist, delinquent glue huffer with a complete lack of etiquette, and absolutely no fashion sense. You are tomorrow's Japan? Disgraceful. Is this the future of this once great country? I know someone you would get along well with. Don't interrupt. Who? One of your friends? Why would I want to talk to some awful teenager? Have you been listening? Why are you so rude, boy? Your attitude not one that would make a lot of friends. I wish you would stop giving me such advice. Or at least I wish he would give me advice that he would have the decency to adhere to himself. Where have you been? Huh? Not you, idiot. Oops, I didn't see you there. Shizune smiles and gives a short wave. Her rival made Jijiri stop talking for, Jigoro stopped talking, so I'm already happy to see her for that reason alone. Misha and I decided to go into town again. Hisao, I noticed you were looking at some clothes yesterday in the store window, and I thought I would go back and buy some for you. It was supposed to be a surprise, though. She looks annoyed that the surprise is ruined, even though she ruined it herself. Here you go. Thanks. Misha wanted to cut her hair. I told her not to, but she said it was too hot for the summer. Yeah? I don't know. That makes a lot of sense to me. It must be like an oven under there. I want to see it. Where is Misha, anyways? Over here. Hi, Hik-chan. Mr. Shik-chan's father, Hayaki. Misha runs around us once in a wide circle before stopping next to Shizune. For the first time, she hasn't put her hands over my eyes. Although now I see she has bags of... Wait, oh my god. Misha, what did you do? That is way too short, Misha. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind girls with short hair, but it just seems so weird on Misha now. I think only... I mean, like most things in this world, like, people can only pull off, like, certain looks. Like, I don't think I really have the looks or, like, fashion sense to really pull off, like, most styles, other than just wearing fucking, like, black jeans and my black hoodie. But there's just some people that just, like... girls, especially, that just don't look good with, short hair. For the first time, she hasn't put her hands over my eyes, although now I see she has bags of her own to carry, so it's not like she could have even if she wanted to, although I am positive she's tried before. Her meticulously styled curls are now gone, in favor of a much shorter, sportier look. Misha looks even happier than usual, probably because she knows she won't have to wake up at the crack of dawn every morning just to do her hair. What is that haircut? You look like an intern. Your old haircut merely made you look like you were wearing a pink judge wig. Judge to intern is a huge demotion. Hisao, is he saying something insulting? Tell him to not insult my friends. Don't insult my friends. Which one of you is talking? Both of us. I agree with her. What do you think, Hik-chan? You should have kept it like it was. Hik-chan, you look disappointed. You don't like it either? Well, yeah, I'll admit I kind of like your old haircut more, but I think this one is nice too. It suits you. Aw, thanks, Hik-chan. Touching. If you like it so much, maybe you two should trade. You can't trade a haircut. What a shame. Even her old haircut would suit you so much more than your current, slacker haircut. Awful. As for you... Actually, this is much less garish than the other haircut. I like it. Really? Thanks, Mr. Shune's dad. It's Mr. Hakamichi. Talk like a normal person. I don't understand. I'll call you Mr. Hakamichi. It's speaking to a slide whistle. You bald! Where's my biographer? He starts quietly muttering to himself and walks off. I guess a wannabe cranky old man like Jigoro would have, at the very least, be hesitant to yell at girls. Suddenly he doubles back, unable to resist the urge to have the last word. And another thing, you do not have to be so loud. I do not like being shouted at. What, shouting? I'm not shouting. Can't think of anyone more unqualified to talk about what's garish or to chastise someone else on shouting at people. It's like a parade of hypocrisies, and the just hits keep coming. An unusual reaction seems to be taking place. Misha apparently finds Jigoro funny and laughs pretty much every time he says something, which only makes him berate her harder. I guess this is what they call a vicious cycle. Misha's voice is punctuated with explosions of laughter and seems to come from everywhere. On the other hand, Jigoro's is booming and directed like a cannon. In any case, they are both unbelievably loud. The more they talk to each other, the more they seem to play off each other's volume and get louder. Ow, my ears. Why are you shouting? Shizune's hands wrap around my eyes from behind. Something I'm so used to Misha doing for the first time. I find myself confused by it, since Misha is right in front of me. She lets go and holds a finger to her lips. What a perfect distraction. Now's our opportunity. Let's sneak off. Why do we have to sneak off? Why not just walk off? It wouldn't be as fun. It's decided. It's a secret mission. Escape without being detected. Extract Hayaki for bonus points. Already, she has simplified the situation into a game. Shizune quietly slides away from the scene and begins edging towards the house. I walk towards it normally. I can't find Shizune at first, but eventually she walks into the main part of the house, sipping a glass of ice water and dangling her glasses back and forth from her free hand. She whips them on as soon as she sees me. You didn't rescue Hayaki. That means you don't get bonus points. If you are also being graded on style, I'd have to deduct points for a boring escape. It looked like you wanted to talk to me. I didn't know I had to be stylish about it. You know, some say the most stylish people are the ones that don't try too hard to be cool. You're really cool. I wonder how it is that I can pick up on her sarcasm so easily. And how hard it might have been for her to learn the concept of sarcasm without being able to hear it. You seem like you're in a good mood. Although I guess it isn't really a good mood. It's more that she seems very excited. I'm in a bad mood. Sitting down her drink, Shizune sits on the couch. I liked her regular hairstyle so much more. It looked so pretty. It was refined and meticulous. Now she looks too sporty and tomboyish. I wouldn't call Misha refined and meticulous. That sounds more like you. You should give it a chance. Grow your hair out and make it look like drills. Actually, maybe this suits you just fine. Shizune rubs the frame of her glasses roughly, looking annoyed at the implications behind what I just said. Or signed to her. That's fine, because I am totally implying that. She moves a little closer to me when I take a seat. I'm a tomboy? Well, no one calls you a tomboy, based on appearances. Shizune glares at me, unamused. I have to fight to keep a straight face. Maybe you two should trade haircuts anyways. You sound like my father. It's true. Shizune giggles noiselessly when she sees my displeasure at her realization. Jumping to her feet, she twirls an invisible sword in her left hand while standing up, militarily straight and grimacing, a terrifyingly accurate impression. Anyways, I don't take advice from anyone who wears a blue sweater with brown pants. Wears a sense of color coordination. Dreadful. But changing my haircut? That might be fun, wouldn't it be? I want to see how everyone will react. You must really like playing with people. Sometimes I think a little too much. No answer. The way she fiddles with her glasses, brow furrowed, tells me that's because she can't. It's fun. Then with more confidence and while pulling herself closer to me. It's fun to drag more and more people into my life. Oh, I see. I wonder if I'm included in that number. I want to ask, but I'm not even sure how I would. Shizune wags a finger preemptively, indicating that she won't be answering such a question anyways. She reaches for the glass, but doesn't seem to realize how far she managed to inch away from it all this time, to prevent herself from tipping over clumsily. Shizune tries to grab onto me, and ends up pulling me on top of her. As I lean over her, I can feel the heat coming off of her body, and realize how close we are. I can hear her soft breathing and the slight rustling of her clothes as she momentarily fidgets about. A blush starts to creep on her cheeks, but her eyes stare straight into mine, dark and unblinking. It's the same look from the first time I saw her, piercing and devoid of any clear emotions, just waiting to see what will happen next, like the eyes of a cat. It makes me feel uncomfortable being looked at in such a way. This is the first time I've been so close to her for an extended period of time, and the mood is different now. The situation now isn't the same as a passing touch of the hands or her and Misha's usual games. Shizune's fingers weave together tentatively, but she makes no move to sign. The look in her eyes isn't just nothing, like I thought. It's more like expectant. I wonder if maybe I've been following the string of her expectations this entire time. I feel her grabbing me by the shoulder and gently but firmly pushing me off of her. I roll sideways onto the soft couch and pull myself into a sitting position less than a foot away from her. The way I feel, she might as well have just thrown me 10 yards. When I think about it, this is perhaps one of the biggest drawbacks to sign language. Shizune said that the fact that you have to sigh your words out with your hands means you have time to reflect on what you say before you say it. But on the other hand, that also means that it would normally just be an awkward silence between an insurmountable wall. I just blurt out something, anything to try and dispel the tension I'm feeling right now if I could, but I can't. I mean, I don't think it's entirely that weird. We're technically dating, but we haven't really done anything like, like coupley. That was even like one of the things that she said, like when we were finishing up in the like student council thing was like, yeah, we should definitely go on a date when we get there. And we haven't even done that yet. It feels like the entire time during this arc I've been spending more time with her fucking brother than her. Ordinarily, I think that what would be normal would be to apologize and maybe leave. But right now, I wonder if it's even applicable. I can't get past how guilty such an action would seem. Like I were just slinking away. Of course, it's not like I can just play it off like nothing happened either. That would just be insulting to both of us. So as much as I don't want to, I apologize quickly. So quickly I forgot to sign it, then go back to my room. Sighing, I let myself fall backwards onto the bed. I wish I could just go to sleep right now, but I feel wide awake. I sit up when I hear the door closing and open my eyes to see Shizune sitting in a chair in front of me. She asks a question that goes right over my head due to my surprise. It's not a feeling I'm good at concealing, and I don't think that's what she intended. Whatever she was saying, she backs off and doesn't attempt to sigh again for a while. This is the first time I've been in your room. Shizune tensed her fingers and put up an exaggerated attempt to make herself look embarrassed and modest at the thought. I can't appreciate the joke, just the fact that she has me feeling a bit scattered. Very funny. It is even my room, it's the guest room. Besides, you and Misha barged into my room once before. It seems as if she expects me to say more. I remember feeling very panicked when they burst into my room, afraid of what conclusions I would jump to seeing the wall of pills lining the place. I don't think that Shizune remembers, though. It made you nervous. The way she says it so factually stings me. A lot of things make me nervous. So this girl that we're talking to right now is the deaf one. The girl with the pink hair, Misha, is her interpreter. But Misha is in love with Shizune. That's pretty much from what I've gathered where the story goes. I know I brought up how the story doesn't have like any decision making. There is one decision that you make in this game, And depending on what you choose, you either can get the good or the bad ending. Misha will basically come to you and she will try to, like, consult you about her feelings for Shizune. And even though it seems like the right decision, if you choose to comfort Misha, I don't know what happens, but you somehow end up having sex with Misha, which would be technically cheating on Shizune because you are her boyfriend currently in the story. So that leads to the bad ending. But if you remain loyal and you tell Misha that she needs to just, like, go away, that leads to the good ending somehow. Like, in a way, I brought it up a couple times, but, like, I do feel bad for Misha. Because, like, obviously she really does love Shizune. I mean, I feel like that's kind of obvious when she literally is Shizune's voice. But, like, the reason that, Misha also has to understand, too, though, that Shizune might not, you know, swing that way. She might not she might not have the same feelings that Misha does. Big yawn. A lot of things make me nervous. You're one of them. Because you're overeager to always get people involved. Whatever you're doing, whether it's joining the student council or even taking a break, whether they want to or not. She signs almost at a crawl, her hands pausing mid-sentence. Far too much, causing the words to dissipate formlessly before I can even begin to try to understand them. I try not to let on that is the case. It seems to work, but she looks a little sad, and I regret that I have nothing to say to snap her out of the strangely wistful and distant expression she is wearing. All I can do is wait for her to come out of it. You're right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but lately I'm no longer sure if it's the right thing to do. I enjoyed you taking me to your favorite restaurant the other night. It's not like that was my favorite restaurant. I have others I like. I might even be able to rank them by number. Really? This chair is so hard. I want to sit on the bed. Motioning to her to go ahead, I wait for her to get off the chair and take her place when she does. Though I didn't intend for it to be, she finds it amusing. Close your eyes. Why? It's a surprise. I decide to humor her and close them. I can feel her leaning over me, and suddenly something soft and moist touches my lips. My body tenses up in surprise. Fortunately not as awkward as a reaction as I could have made it. It was just a quick peck, and I almost think that it's the end of it, but then she kisses me again. More deeply this time. Her hand slides up to my shoulders, up to my neck, then back down again, then across my shoulders and down my arms. I can feel the weight of her body on my legs, and the eroticism of the situation isn't lost on me. At this point, I'm ready to try and open my eyes just a crack, but as if expecting it, she puts a finger over my eyelids. Seconds later, something ties my hands together at the wrist, and I panic, not knowing what to make of this. My first thought is that Shizune is... My first thought is to ask what Shizune was thinking, even though she can't hear me. I'm sure she gets the gist of it. She won't let go of my hands, tracing her fingers over them, from the lines of my palms over my knuckles into my wrist. Hey, what are you doing? What's this? Of course, with my hands tied behind my back, I might as well be gagged. A part of me can't help but think that this is what she intended. As if reading my thoughts, a mischievous expression lights up on her face, but her blushing doesn't fade. In fact, it only deepens when our eyes meet. Okay, I might have to censor this upcoming part. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I know exactly where this is going, brothers. I'm sorry, I don't want to get banned. I know where this is going. We're gonna see some titties. As if reading my thoughts with a mischievous expression lights up on her face. I imagine a deaf girl, she doesn't know how to be quiet. Rip. I did not expect this to go like the BDSM route. I did not expect her to just not handcuff me, but to like tie my hands to a chair. As if reading my thoughts, a mischievous expression lights up on her face, but her blushing doesn't fade. In fact, it only deepens when our eyes meet. Embarrassed, she leans in deeper into our partial embrace, hiding her face by burying it in my shoulders and neck. Her hair is soft and tickles me, and I let out a laugh knowing that she won't hear me, won't be offended. Shizune's hands move downwards to the fly of my pants, covered by her skirt. Her hands disappear from view, only to jerk back on touching my erection. Shizune almost falls off me from nervousness. It's like she didn't expect to be there. The sudden display of naivety is the starkest contrast yet to how forward she has been so far, and I find it amusing. Suddenly she seems very immature again, a high school girl playing the role of a more aggressive woman. As she pokes at my penis curiously with her index finger, her face reddens as she runs the rest of her fingers down the underside. Her movements are soft and curious, and they believe the embarrassed look on my face. It's likely Shizune is as nervous as I am, so I'm a bit relieved when she stops her exploratory prodding. But then I think about what's next to come. She might try to unbutton my shirt. Who knows what she would say, seeing the scar over my chest. I'm still self-conscious about it, and I can imagine the concern on her face upon seeing it. The tending of her finger is in thought. Luckily in this position, she couldn't take off my sweater without ripping it off me. The fear fades from my mind. Now I'm only experiencing a strange, uncomfortable mix of anticipation and nervousness. A newfound lightness on my knees brings me back to reality. I can see Shizune standing on her tiptoes to slide her underwear down her thighs. When she sees me looking at her, she tries to cover my eyes with one hand. I wonder exactly when it was that I started being attracted to her. Not just attracted to her physically, but drawn to her. And I wonder why she's pretty, but then also very combative. Not just that, but she seems to be liking that way. The way she's acting now, however, and at other times, doesn't really fit that image. I'm starting to think that maybe her tying my hands might have been for more reasons than just the most obvious. Still, that aggressiveness that she flashes around as comfortably as a business card is real. I don't know whether or not that kind of attitude could be considered dangerous. If it is, I wonder what kind of person that makes me. It was probably the first week I was here. A week doesn't sound so long when I think about it, but at the time it did, even though I pretty much thought my days were numbered that week. Still seemed to go by slowly. Even if she can't hear me, it puts me at ease. I started to realize that I didn't have that much to complain about, but there's still... well, never mind. She glances at me for no reason, other than that I'm talking. Because she can't understand what I'm saying, Shizune becomes increasingly flustered but doesn't sign anything in reply. Shizune sucks in her breath sharply as she lowers herself onto me, trying to keep herself upright as she teeters on top of me. The skirt of her dress covers both of our intimate parts and traps our body... Oh, well, actually, there's nothing... So, like, I really don't know what the nudity policy is on Twitch. Like, obviously, I don't want to get banned. I do think the characters in this game are technically 18 because it is, it is senior year in Japan. And most students in Japan are, like, 18 or 19 their senior year. But even then, like, I don't know the rules for both Twitch or YouTube. So I also like to be careful. But yeah, it's not actually showing anything right now. Under it, I feel unbearably hot, and Shizune's hand guiding me into her only adds to it. The second that I penetrate her, Shizune winces, then nearly falls on top of me. The sudden sensation is mind-numbing, and I feel waves of pleasure radiate through me from both ends of my body. It feels as if my entire lower body is engulfed in a warmth and wetness of Shizune's body, only able to feel her every twitch and shudder as she starts moving. I don't know, I heard to do that stream Skyrim. I heard YouTube is more strict, so I wouldn't show it on YouTube. Yeah, because that's the thing now, is with multi-streaming, I have to, like, keep track of both Twitch and YouTube rules. Shizune begins rocking her hips back and forth. At first slowly, but with her tempo increasing each time she pulls herself almost completely off of me, only to plunge back down at the last second. Being so close to her, I can see the sweat beading on her skin and the fog that forms in her glasses when they slide back down her nose to close her mouth, before she pushes them back up. Her fingertips press into my shoulders, holding onto them steadily, pushing against them to pull herself off me, then running down my arms and grasping my wrist and hands as she pushes herself back down. Maneuvering around this is difficult at best. Shizune tries to brace herself against me while pushing herself up and down with her feet. I attempt to kiss her, but only manage to succeed in touching her forehead. At least not painfully. My thoughts wander briefly to whether or not the door is locked. If it were to open now, I'd probably have a heart attack, literally. And then there's the question of who would be opening the door. The sense of danger only serves to make Shizune's movements more torturous, and I wish she would speed up, but from this position it may not be possible. I start moving my hips upward rhythmically with her, trying to drive myself deeper into her. It doesn't matter to me that my movements are shaking the chair we're on, creating a loud knock of wood creating a loud knock as the wooden chair raps against the wooden floor. Her breathing grows louder, and even sounds like suppressed moans escape her throat, though it's obvious that she wants to hold them in. They're still loud enough that they would be audible to anyone standing outside the door. I stop thrusting into Shizune, partially because it's hard to keep up with her, as she starts getting more and more into it and moving faster than I can manage to match while under her. My heart races so quickly that I can almost hear the blood pumping in my temples, and more worryingly, I feel a dull throb in my chest. I stop thinking about the pressure I feel between my thighs for a moment. That moment, though, is enough, combined with the tightness of her squeezing herself around me and the sensation of her skin rubbing against mine. I tense up and fire off inside Shizune, a fleeting feeling of power and flight. Ah, nice, I fucking nutted inside of her. That's what he was trying to say. Afterwards, I listen to the sound of my heartbeat slowing down until it reaches a normal rhythm. I listen to the sound of Shizune's breathing as it does the same. Her glasses are slightly askewed, and this is the first time she isn't messing around with them in some way. I want to straighten them for her, but the second I try, I'm reminded that I can't. Shizune seems to have forgotten as well. Instead of getting up, she presses herself against me in the chair to extend her reach. It's almost as if this were the only position she could think to untie my hands from. That is what I think as I feel her unbinding my wrist. However, she doesn't get off. Her fingers gently stroke mine again, occasionally bending inwards to run over my palms. It's funny, but I feel more connected to Shizune through this simple act than before. Shizune stays pressed against me like that for some time. It's a little comfortable, but it makes me feel happy. As if I could stay like this for hours. And that's the end of that chapter. Alright, I think I can safely go back to the game now. The days since then have passed so quickly that time seemed to slip through my fingers like water. Every time I try to talk with Shizune, she has been out running errands with Misha. I feel like as if she's avoiding me. I'm not surprised. Of course it bothers me. But I think the way she's acting seems pretty natural. Then again, it's not like I've been through this before. Whenever I can't find Shizune, I end up running into Misha, and when I do, I ask her to help me with my signing. However, she always ends up squirming out of it. We're leaving after today, so I'm determined not to let it escape this time. Once we head back to school, we're probably going to have to start grinding through more student council affairs in preparation for the school's restarting. I want to brush up on my signing as much as possible by then, even if it's a day's worth. Come on, it's pretty much just having a couple of sign language conversations. You do that all the time. Actually, you're doing it right now. Wahaha, really, Hik-chan? That's funny. Misha temporarily stops her unconscious signing in order to wave her hands in front of her face in denial, but then quickly resumes gesturing everything the both of us are saying to no one in particular. Hik-chan, you're so persistent. Suddenly being interested in sign language again? Could it be that Hik-chan wants to make a career out of it? That's not fair. That was my idea first. You should be careful, Hik-chan. Times change too quickly. By the time I decided I wanted to be a sign language interpreter, they had cell phones that people could type out a whole paragraph on. Amazing. Not very good for me, though. As if she knows that another deferral isn't going to cut in this time, Misha changes her tune pretty quickly to a more apologetic one. I'm sorry, Hik-chan. I'm just so tired, especially lately. Even though being with Shik-chan is fun, she has way more energy than me. Teaching on top of that would be too tiring. I don't have that much stamina, sorry. She doesn't seem very tired, shouting the statement with her usual cheerful and vigor. I know it's wrong of me to keep pestering her like this, though. Actually, Shik-chan and I were planning on going shopping today. It's our last chance to pick up some souvenirs. Souvenirs, huh? I almost forgot that I was on vacation. I understand what you're saying. Teaching doesn't seem so easy. Hayaki had asked me to teach him how to sign, and I was unbelievably lost the whole time. Well, I wonder how it'll work out for you when you become a sign language teacher. You can't get tired too easily doing that. Yeah, right. I hope not. Hik-chan, now I'm kind of worried, but souvenirs? So, some other time, Hik-chan. Do you want us to get you something? Just because I understand doesn't mean I want her to teach me. I suppose I can't press her any further now. Though, even if I'm bothered by how selfish it would seem to do so, I give up. Nah, don't give me anything. I'm serious. Don't surprise me with a funny shirt or something, okay? Hee hee. I don't like the sound of that. Slipping on her shoes, she yells goodbye to the otherwise empty house and opens the door, letting a cool breeze of fresh air into the hallway. A tuft of dark hair peeking from the doorframe tells me Shizune is waiting outside. Good morning. Misha translates for me from beyond the door, and Shizune turns around and gives me a small wave. Even though it's different from her usual offhand greetings in the smallest way, there is an unmistakable hesitation there. It leaves me with a vaguely empty and distinct feeling. Hik-chan, you're up early. Am I interpreting a conversation? I was trying to get Misha to teach me how to talk to you, but I guess I was being impatient and it can wait. You two are planning on going shopping today anyways. Having Misha there, I forgot to sign my words as I say them. Unfortunately, since Shizune moved to fill the doorway, Misha is behind her. This brief misalignment in our position means that what I'm saying is totally lost on her. I don't understand you at all. There are things I want to say that I can't put in a way she would understand, and there are entire conversations that would have go right over her head. I want to tell her now that it won't be that way for much longer. Instead, I just say never mind, and tell them I have a good time, then wave them off. Seems like everyone is out for the day, so I sit down on the biggest and most comfortable looking chair in the living room with a book. Not a sign language book, but one of the novels I checked out of the library my first week. That was so long ago. I should really start chipping at that pile of books I borrowed, or at least return them. 16 pages in, Jigoro walks into the room, stack of papers in one hand and his sword twirling idly like a baton in the other, casually shaking water off from a recent shower. Upon being seen doing something so ungentlemanly, he freezes like a deer in the headlights and slowly moves on to smoldering with powerful but baseless fury as he sits down on the couch a few feet away. This is only the third time I've met him, and I've already started to feel nauseous on reaction. I guess in a way this could be considered a kind of charisma. I haven't even said anything, and he already seems like less than pleased. It's likely a bad idea to provoke him, and just talking to him may count as provoking him. However, I can't help but thinking of an alternative situations that could play out. Let's say I don't mind opening my mouth at all and walking away. Maybe to go to read in my room or outside. That would definitely go down as an unforgivable insult. He would probably tell me to hold it and destroy me. Either way, not too polite on my part. What are you reading? The draft from my autobiography. It is a story of a man who wakes up to find an uninvited guest in his living room, sitting in his chair and reading shallow literature dreck. I barely started reading the book. I don't even have an opinion on it yet. I can already see this conversation is going to play out, so I might as well just try to steer it in any direction. Where's Hayaki? You even ask questions rudely. Disgraceful. That aside, why would you even ask such a stupid question? How would I know? Am I my son's keeper? Well, you are his dad, and it seems like he does live here, so... But I guess I can't say that, tempting as it is. I give up. Already tried to make small talk with him and failed. It's like trying to talk to a brick wall that also hates you. That is my cue to leave and sift through my wallet to see if I have enough money to go to a movie. As I'm about to stand, I have second thoughts. I'm too tired to go through trying to smooth over my problematic situations by trying to continuously walk away from them. It's hypocritical of me to get upset at Misha for trying to defer things when I even run away from my own girlfriend. When Jigoro attempts to stop me, I'm almost glad, even though I no longer have any intention to leave. Wait. He says with plenty of authority, but nothing else, as if it's just practically a commanding afterthought. Only a very powerful or very arrogant person can tell someone to hold on with such a manner. I'm sort of impressed. You are in the student council with Shizune, aren't you? What is your job there? I don't think there are specific roles other than the president. Shizune is always trying to round people to help out there. Usually we might get like one person to pitch in, but otherwise the three of us do whatever needs to be done. It crossed my mind a couple of times, around when I first met her, that Shizune's disquietly analytical stare might be because of her deafness, but it turns out it's a trait shared by everyone in her family. And that is okay with you? Why wouldn't it be? You, Shizune, and that pink-haired girl? Is that really your entire student council? With a student council that small, they wouldn't even bother to hold elections. I'm gonna take a guess and say that you didn't join the student council. Shizune drafted you into it. You said you do not know exactly what your title is? That makes sense. I suppose if you weren't even elected, you couldn't be expected to know. After all, if you are not elected, you aren't really in anything. No one is going to respect the student council like that. An unelected body of 3 people trying to scrounge up the equivalent of temp workers? Must be a sorry school if 3 kids have a tea party. If 3 kids having a tea party can't handle every situation. What's how small it has to do with anything? Oh my god. Alright. This feels like it's been going on a lot longer for some reason. I'm gonna have to dose up on the throat-numbing spray and drinks. Man, my voice is gonna be so fucking raw tomorrow. What's how small it is have to do with anything? If the student council gets things done, is that not enough? It's not just a game either. Maybe you should actually come to the school one day. If you get there on the right days, you might even be able to see what Shizune is able to accomplish. Do you think I have that much free time? That I can afford to waltz over to your boondocks and watch my daughter feats of self-aggrandizement? I have never been more disgusted in my life. What you're saying is that they might as well not have a student council, but the fact remains there is one, and Shizune got elected to it. And for her, it isn't a meaningless position. In fact, she works very hard for it. You sound like someone who voted for her. No, I wasn't there for that. Huh, you didn't even vote for her? Well, besides that, why don't you ask Hayaki about this? Shizune has wanted to be in high school student council since middle school. She would have him read all of her practice speeches, wasting his time. For what reason? This whole time he hasn't even looked up from thumbing through his manuscript. It's getting increasingly frustrating. Because it isn't a game. We don't run the school, but it's not like we're just playing at it and taking it seriously. Or not taking it seriously. I wonder if it is so wrong to be this purist. I've been to your school. Really? The students there? I can already think of a million things he might say, and I'm preparing for my heart to sink on hearing any of them. It's funny, they are probably things I've thought of before. They don't even have cleaning duty. That was not what I expected at all. He's also wrong. They do. I should know, I get to skip out of it since I'm student council. The concept of being wrong confuses Jigoro. I should take this opportunity to go on the attack. It's really odd that I am thinking this way about a simple conversation. Sounds like the last time you were there was really some time ago. If you can leisurely write some memoirs, you can talk to Shizune now and then. Don't you think that she has stuff that she is proud of? That's how young people are. We have things to be proud of. If you're writing an autobiography, you should get that. Such an opportunity and I blew it. I don't know how I was expecting him to react. Maybe introspectively. But Jigoro only grows angrier by the second. Yet as he does, he also seems calmer in a way. More sure of himself and in control. Who do you think you are to assume that my life is so easy? You haven't even read my autobiography yet. You haven't even read my autobiography, yet you are able to tell me how I should handle all my affairs, including dealing with my own daughter? You can never understand. Even if I were to get up from this couch, walk over to you right now, and punch you in the forehead with brass knuckles with a condensed edition of my life story on them, leaving my biography imprinted in your face, you would not understand. For 12 years, Shizune did not even talk to me, even though I hired multiple tutors and interpreters of all sorts for her and to try to get her to become a normal person. It isn't as simple as you think it is. If she does not want to bother with me, then fine. I assume that is normal. When was the last time you talked to your parents? It has been a while, and I feel ashamed. More so that he caught me than how easily I could drop my parents a phone call or send them a text or email. Even a letter, and haven't. This knowledge only makes me feel more ashamed. I thought so. If I wanted to see my parents, I couldn't. This is different. You aren't that far from her. It's a one train ride away. That is enough. No means no. You're very persistent. If it was about something that mattered, I can't see what you may have learned from my daughter aside from that and how to backtalk people. Is that it? The answer is yes. I wasn't this persistent or argumentative before meeting Shizune and Misha. After all, prior to meeting them, I just experienced a small death. It's mysteries as to why I refused to join the student council in the first place. Possibly it was just trying to get away from the nagging so much that I wasn't able to get my energy back. It's a cute idea. I think again about why I'm still here. Arguing with Jigoro is pointless, yet I think I almost looked forward to it. And he is right, I cannot understand him. Even if I did, he wouldn't care. I'm a louse that crawls on a whale, wholly insignificant. He has a confidence that I don't have. Shizune does, and it could be the reason why I am here now. In an almost shouting match with her father, is because some sort of bravery has rubbed off onto me. However, I don't have anything to keep going. Still, I hate him. I don't know what I can do. A few months ago, I think I would have punched him and let the consequences play out as they may. But now I can't risk it. If he were to hit me back, he'd likely kill me. So in the end, the only thing I can do is look at Jigoro in silence, knowing that I have no reply and hate him, and feel completely at loss. Oddly, he takes it as defiance. Fine then, have fun with that. Picking up his sword and using it to pull himself to his feet, he turns and casually saunters out of the room. I want to throw my book after him, but I'm happy to finally be alone, even if I'm not in the mood to read any longer. Man, it just keeps going and going. How much do I fucking have left? We gotta be getting pretty close, right? I'm just gonna save here and then see how much of this we have left. Oh wow, we actually still have quite a bit left. Okay, yeah, that might be a good stopping point then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Twitch fucked over all of my sound alerts. Yeah. Because I learned that using the Twitch alerts for... I needed to redo my my alerts for when people followed or like left a... like did a donation or subbed and stuff like that. But for some reason when I did that, it overwrote all of my previous like sound alerts that I had. It was kind of annoying. But yeah, that's probably where I'm going to call it for the night. I didn't realize how much we still had left. So I'm thinking one more stream and we'll probably finish up Shizune's story. But yeah, I am still under the firm belief that I don't understand what people were saying about Shizune's stories. I actually think her story is pretty nice so far. And I definitely like her more than Emi's. I won't do it on Twitch, obviously, but I think... or maybe I will do it on Twitch, like, after I'm finished with the series. I'll do, like, a fucking... I'll do, like a tier list of which stories were my favorite, and then take a picture of it for TikTok or something. I really need to start putting more of, like, the Twitch content over on TikTok to try to, like, lure people to come over. But yeah, that'll be all for the night. I'm gonna stop stream and then go say goodnight to Mason. If he hasn't already clocked out by now.